losses.
Yeah, Victoria and I have a photo like that, by the way.
Chat, hello. Hello, how are you doing?
Just wanted to say, because DOS9 looked really, really happy as he was, you know, running for that. Yep.
I'd pay so much to see him run a marathon.
So would I. So would I. Hey, I'm game to join him. But you look at these two that we have,
let
both
me
in
just
very, very pivotal roles.
make this sound a little bit better.
Especially with what DRX is going through at the moment. It is definitely not the way they imagined this part of the stage for them, but you know, they just got to roll with the punches at this point.
I think Estrella has the most stable role really in DRX, or one of the more stable roles. I mean, he's one of the newcomers. He's done quite well in the Senti role. He has changed his role from what was an IGL and like Flash in it a lot of the time over on the side of RRQ, and he was flexing into Viper, which was a bit more of a kind of stable role, like you would play a pseudo Senti. Now he's just playing full-time Senti, and he seems very comfortable in DRX playing that role so far.
Let's see what route DRX are going with this
roster. Was replaced, honestly. I know that there was some like sentiment and criticism against him for various different intangible aspects that don't include just banger multi-frag rounds that I saw kickoff. I'm like, this guy's unreal in some of these rounds.
The game should be good today.
I don't know. I think he's been very solid. The last two series he's had and the stats that he's had going into the current game are fantastic so far in stage 1.
Yeah, since he's come back, he's really lit up the server. He's come back with something to prove, and I think
Flashback,
he has something to prove again today against his former team in DRX, so he's not going to let that slide easily.
I don't really know for how long.
That's why I picked him for my team. I'm utterly shocked nobody else did. To be honest, I think Foxy9 is the guy today.
Given some aura right there.
You can recognize the motivation, can't you?
Yeah.
When like players want to prove a point.
Oh, it's all about that.
But it raised for a lot of meta. It's a little bit of Vice. It's a little bit of Teo. It's a little bit of just the map in general.
Not after today.
It's a lot of Yoru being good.
Well, going into our map vetoes, this is going to be very,
like a solid
very
mix
important.
Of everything,
I feel
really.
like there are several maps here that are going to be up for contention.
You got to think we lost.
We
lost some bind maps and put in
we
some.
have to keep addressing this, little roster adjustment.
I don't want to say Yoru maps, but other maps.
It's going to be so important if they want to force that double duelist.
I mean, GENG
even if we're just going for a straight icebox comparison, we just have bind, we lost like lose bind for icebox in.
As much as DRX have. DRX always bans Pearl.
Some bind maps? I mean, yeah, that's what I was thinking in my head.
And the Lotus pick is definitely well and truly expected in this one.
Textbook. DRX picking Split, which is a little bit more of a surprise, we would say, from them. They've only played it the one time here.
But so has Gen. So they have not played it since kickoff, I believe. It's been a little while between drinks for them. And then Ascent is another bit of a question mark. Honestly, Lotus is the map that both of these teams have repped out the most, and GENG is going to be the one to pick that up. And then once we move into both Split and Ascent, they're honestly pretty big question marks for the rest of this series, and DRX is the team that's getting a little bit trickier with the veto. And I think, as far as I've seen, honestly, I think DRX, this new identity, DRX, they're the team that swaps things up a lot, that changes up the veto, changes up the comp,
they've
tries
had
to push the
to
meta a
change
little bit more,
everything up.
whereas both GENG
It's
and
not
T1
entirely by
with very
choice that they've
different
changed stuff
styles
up, but
are
a
much
lot
more
of the time
rigid
it has
in their
been.
approach.
Cookstep,
But
please,
speaking of
the
those
Prime.
changes, so we saw DRX be running this double duelist style. Now with
what
the
I do when I leave between maps, honestly, I walk around and talk to my girlfriend, I chill. Sometimes I do stretches just because I sit down so much. Sometimes I chill with the bunnies if they're out.
Right? With just solo
Get
Yoru
water,
or something like that on Yeonmin, I think that would be fantastic. And then just see them play Breach Teo. I think that fits their players very, very well.
Well, we have both of you on the side of DRX. I am going with GENG, and it was because of something that you mentioned earlier, which is the change, right? I never had in my bingo card to have DRX as a more spontaneous team.
This viewer prediction is very accurate in my mind. Like, this is how I feel about
my
this
prediction.
Series,
I went for GENG.
Really, I feel like it's split. I feel like it's 50/50? I feel like it's 50.
I just think.
We're gonna find out exactly just how evenly split it's gonna be as we step into our first map of our first
in theory,
series.
there's too much to do for DRX,
versus
but
GENG, so we're gonna send it to the stage.
Getting Ben Affleck in for the Tarek stream. Yeah, dude. Rob's good at what he does, man. He's the best team in Korea now. I mean, in theory, it's still T1, but you can't feel confident about it. seen the Americas playoff bracket? Yeah, we looked at it yesterday. I feel like it's... I don't know, man. Dude, Crew in a really good spot, I feel like. Astrovet 10 with a tier 1. Thank you so much for the A-mums. Thank you for that. Just for fun with the 10. Thank you so much for that as well, bro. Dude, you're getting up to 240. That's kind of nuts, man. Just for fun. Thank you so much. Chat, you know what to do. Let's get the slug oiler spam going. I appreciate you doing that, man. Thank you so much for the 10 gifted. Chat, if anyone got gifted, please at just for fun 778. A lot of thank you for doing that. I appreciate you very much, man. Thank you for doing that.
DRX.
This is definitely not the group stage and that DRX imagined for themselves, but the Crown Kings of Pacific are determined to close out every single win. Against the Tiger Nation, can DRX adapt
Sen, yeah, they got a rough route.
The momentum that they've had this stage 1 in Pacific?
Yeah, this team had a fabled kickoff, taking it all the
I like
way
MIBR's
with their
chances
new
with their route,
in,
but we'll see.
Stage 1 has been slightly
Looked a little
rockier
off
for them,
against
but they can recover today.
Furia,
Still
but
managed to finish second in the group and carry some good speed.
I think their mental was slightly off
Both
because
of these teams are
of who
still,
they were playing.
without a doubt, still two of the
I think
strongest
ISO needs
teams
enough
here
for a
in
change.
Pacific.
No, I think ISO
Although
needs
it seems
enough.
as though,
But
you know, all of their opponents also have become so much stronger.
I don't
and that
think we'll
goes
see
the
one
same
for a while.
GENG. It's been a lot tougher for GENG this stage. And the question on everybody's minds is, can GENG regain the throne that they were once on?
Yeah, third place in kickoff had to have been a bitter pill to swallow. I think they have a bit of a point to prove in this matchup, to be honest. I think DRX, they've already been used to being winners of Pacific. You're going to see GENG.
Pasagayo, Foxy9.
There you go. He's getting hyped up for the game. I think
Bueno
they really have a
flashback.
point to prove. I think they really want to beat
He
DRX, even though this game is
the
only
coach
in
for
theory
personal
seeding.
leave,
I think that
basically.
they really will be the team that has a lot more motivation
and
to
didn't
win
give
this
them much
series.
time
When
to
you
change
talk about
stuff up, so we
competitors
don't
like this,
really
no
know
one really
some
thinks
kind of
about it just
personal
for seeding.
issues.
You know, there's the group of the
all
5
we
of
really
you,
know.
there's 5 people across from you. You want to win no matter what, especially when the players know each other as well as this. There's always some pride on the line. No one's ready to roll over quite yet.
Not to mention the coaches as well. You can tell by that hug. I mean, these two teams are so closely
Jeff,
tied
thank
together.
you so much,
and
Jeff.
in a match like this, wherein you know you are basically
appreciate the tier
defining
3,
who
bro.
you're going
Thank you
to
for the
be
10
for
months.
the rest of stage 1,
Dude, I listened to Hype
because
Hype
of
yesterday
the
just because I hadn't
rosters
heard
that
it
they
for so
had,
long.
whether they are unprecedented or not. This
Just 'cause you were
match
speaking about it
definitely
as well.
shows what they're going to show in playoffs.
You're bringing it back.
Yeah, I mean,
Thanks
there's
so
a
much,
lot
Jeff.
to
I appreciate it.
expect for both of these teams. Both of these teams have huge fan bases, have a massive weight of expectation upon their shoulders. Both these teams would have loved to top
Didn't
the
view
group,
it,
but that's
Sammy,
not
last week.
possible
I mean,
anymore. But
I get it.
Toronto is very
My
much
guy's
in
out
the
here trying to
scopes
win,
for
and
both
this
of these
happened to him
teams.
last year
And the
as
easiest
well.
way to do that is get the best seed you can. So they're
Again,
not gonna be
Jeff, thank you
stopping
so
here
much,
today.
dude. Thank
Yeah,
you,
I think
thank you for
GENG will get a lot of confidence as well as they're able to take DRX down, obviously being the
Especially with
reigning
the tier 3,
champs
bro.
of kickoff, and although the roles are a little bit all over the place and they're in a bit of a pickle in terms of their actual roster right now, I think they're starting to settle down.
Korean
I
community
think
is
they're
really
going to be
disappointed in
wanting to
Flashback's
try
lack
to
of
get themselves into
professionalism by
match fit
backing out.
kind of play,
This is the thing,
be
it's
able to
like
play a pretty serious
his
series
record
here
doesn't
as
look
they
good
get in
because he did
towards
this
that
last year.
guaranteed spot in the playoffs, regardless
we-
of where they end up.
unless
and
we
just
know
get used
exactly
to
what's
playing with
going
this
on,
roster, 'cause
I
I don't
don't
think
know,
it's going to be
it's
changing
hard.
anytime soon.
For sure, and they also have to make sure that the foundation that they're setting here is strong enough for the whole rest of the year, because to take down rosters and rebuild them again in the middle of a season is just so challenging.
Yeah,
I
very
think Fade
much so.
needs a buff. Nah,
always trying to
Fade's in
deal
a
with
really
these
good spot
changes
right
is
now.
difficult. But speaking of no changes, of course,
Like,
GENG
if
ready with
any
the Lotus
initiates
comp
need to
that
buff,
they
it's
know
probably
as
Sky,
well.
and at
This
that
is a
point
real
as well,
classic
it's
for them.
like
Starting on that
relatively
defense, watch out for
scary
Foxy9
to
and
do,
Munchkin.
just
They had
'cause
huge performances here last time.
DRX,
Sky's
though,
so
they're going
close to
into the
being
exact
good.
comp that I wanted to see from them. It's interesting to note Bane is on the Omen, though. Marco's going to be on the Viper. If I
Okay, they
wanted
go.
to build this comp
This
for the team,
is
I'd probably
what they
put
should be
Bane on the
doing.
breach,
They
although
shouldn't
he
be
plays
going for these
Flash
kind
in
of
it, less
comps.
than info
This is
in it.
good.
Marco over on the Omen, and then Estrella I know is comfortable on the Viper, but they've swapped around the roles, and we'll see how that actually works out for them, because
Yeah,
Bane,
this is
he's got a
interesting.
little bit to do on Omen. He did
'Cause
play it on
I like
Icebox
the-
recently,
I like the
and it was a little bit of an
Mako
up and down performance, so we'll
Omen,
see if
to
he's
be
more
honest.
comfortable on the
Been
Omen here
sending
on
it a bit
Lotus.
more
The
like a
highlight,
duelist,
Freeing's
but
back
we'll
on the
see.
tail.
Exactly.
My sweet baby boy, he's returned.
He's
Thank
back.
God.
He
I
is
should have
back.
picked him today, man.
No, that's
As
exactly
soon
what
as I
I
don't
said.
pick
Now
him.
we're like, oh man, can we go back? Can we?
KR
can we go back now?
Prodigy,
We know
thank
this
you so
will
much
be
for the tier
fun.
1.
Duelist, I changed my
Thank
prediction.
you for that tip as well, appreciate you.
We're good. We're good.
Well, it doesn't look like you'll be molding on
No
the
one's
desk
using
just
Gecko? No,
yet.
there's been a
We
little
do
bit of
have a
Gecko.
three-mapper though, so
We have,
can't tell. But hey, who knows? Maybe we'll have some molding on the caster
Who
desk.
plays Gecko on
as we
100
toss it
feet?
on
Is
over
it
to Achilles and
Asna?
Paperthin to take us through Lotus.
We have Asana and Jogma, right?
No molding in sight, at least. Well, I mean,
Not yet.
I would have
Is
to
it
be the only
Boostio, sorry?
one because there's nothing
It's
else
too late.
to lose.
Yeah, it's all
I guess
balled
from
away.
the
Wait, I
face,
thought Boostio's
that
on
I don't want that
Killjoy.
though. This is all I have left. Don't
Yeah.
take this from me.
Well, we've seen the images of when you.
It's
have
not- it's not
accidentally
pleasant.
shaved. It's not.
No.
Great.
Yeah, it
It's
is
really
Asana.
not.
Okay,
It's
okay.
like a naked mole rat. But anyway, welcome back for VCT Pacific. Second day here as we round out our standard play. Group stages
Rex
are
plays
about to
Gecko
come
2
to
on
a
something? Yeah, not
conclusion,
for a
and
while,
these
though.
final positions in the playoffs about to be locked down. It's all to play for
That
here.
Teo changed
and,
a lot, though.
this one, a little bit less important. Both of these teams we will be seeing in the playoffs, but of course it is for the position. Where are they going to go
Jan, thank you for the
through
raid,
in the
dude.
seeding?
Thank you for that.
That is the question as we get ready to jump into DRX versus GENG.
Exactly, and I mean, I think for both of these teams, there's been some roster shakeups here and there for various different reasons on both sides of the coin. Obviously, DRX having the unexpected departure of Flashback. They've had to shift roles around, kind of maybe go away from what Termi had planned for this stage. However, I think in terms of you know, a coaching staff,
DRX
that can
on
prepare a
attack,
team,
GENG on
short
defense.
notice for an event
This
like
should be a
this,
pretty
to
close
get
one.
players in different roles, to get them adjusted.
I went for
DRX,
GENG here,
does
but
view better
it's not like
in
I feel
VCT.
super
And with
confident.
GENG, I mean, you know, bringing Foxy 9
Just
back
think
in,
past
trying
2
to
weeks
find
they've looked
some
better.
stability on that Sentinel role, and you know, it's looked good the last couple of weeks. Sure, you could argue it's some weaker opponents, but I think in general, from what I've seen,
Ooh, I
the
like
game
this,
plans
though.
are really starting to come
I
together
like this,
for
but
this
at the
GENG
same
squad
time,
here
no
in
way, the timing is
2025.
absolutely
Smako
nuts.
Not aware of this lurk.
Oh,
okay,
watching
well,
for it. Seemed
respect
like
for
he
looking
did
back,
have
though.
somewhat of a read, but Munchkin just a little bit too snappy with the shot. Is able to go ahead and find that first kill.
Can't really blame him for being
not
not fully like
Texture up
expecting
top.
or ready for someone
Here at the
to
drop.
push.
Not gonna go
So
sliding
we
down,
say
has the
ready
paint
because he was
shells, just trying to go
expecting
ahead
it.
and dissuade and interrupt the plant. Is able to do so. Smattering of damage going to be put there onto
Okay,
Estrella.
texture
Texture does get taken down.
goes a little
Shots
early
of bait.
though.
Go ahead, break down that razor.
Like
Munchkin
I'm
is swinging
looking
out,
at the
able to find himself
Omen,
a
the
second,
Fade,
will
and the
hit
Vice,
floor.
and they weren't really ready.
Ooh, headshot coming across, but Foxy 9 still able to stay alive on his feet. 2 players now left as Estrella tries to turn the tides of this fight,
Dude,
but it all
super
falls down
low
to Fring. But look
HP
at the
is
HP
doable.
bars.
Crazy
Foxy Ash,
doable.
both no health to speak of as he's sticking it.
Very,
Fring is
very
wise
nice
too, and a
of
Red Bull
Fring.
clutch
Fring's still a
to kick
beast.
things
Put him
off
on
as
tail.
DRX will take the opening pistol.
That's a beautiful round for DRX to recover from a great read early by Munchkin. Had a
Tail
perfect sense of
himself,
the
yeah.
timing. Was
Pretty
right
much.
on Mako's heels as
Moto,
Mako
hello,
had
mate.
turned the corner
How we doing, dude?
to go back towards A lobby. He got that kill
I think
for
Cruz
his
is second
troubles,
best
and
in
a
NA.
really nice
I
salvos
think
from
I
Fring,
can't
though,
say
to
it
set up Bane's first
confidently.
kill to clear Texture out of heaven.
Like
and then he
I
comes
think
through with
it's
a big clutch.
like them, MIBR and
Think back
C9
to
are really, really close.
that crazy
I
AC
think
he had
those
with the
three
Ghost
beat each
at
other on
Masters
different
Bangkok.
days.
He's very, very steady with those pistols. Haunt out early is going to get a spot on Hyunmin, maybe intentional there.
Quick reveal, but yeah, just pushing forward. Munchkin this time, once again, trying to explore outside of B main, but will get struck down. The Outlaw to go ahead and find that kill. Fring now going to be halfway
Wait,
towards
Komodo,
that
what's
Armageddon.
CS event are you doing?
Just the Sheriff buy-up for Texture, everybody else on Classics for GENG. Bit of an exploration towards this mound. DRX seemingly a bit wary of potentially a
Buy
trap or
100
something,
feet
but
stocks in the
at least
diff.
seeing the Vice
You're
there
doing Melbourne? Hey, that's awesome, dude.
Worried.
That's sick.
out there maybe being other players coming their way. Mako wise to this push out at B main. So DRX is expecting a
Zinc
aggressive
VL,
move
thank you so much for
from
the prime,
GENG.
bro.
Somewhere on
Appreciate
the
that
map.
as well.
They finally kind of figured out that it might be B, so
Thank you
let's
so
try
much,
C.
dude.
We haven't seen anything over here.
Flash out.
Oh, okay. Well,
Foxy on the peak. Head
looks
gets
like they might be
taken
able to keep it real clean on this.
off. Being just a bit snappier
Obviously,
there.
they're allowed one
3
death.
players left
Might
alive
not
here
even
for the
get
side
the
of
death.
GENG, pivoting their way across towards the C site, but only just the 2 Sheriffs behind to try to get some damage done. DRX looking for a flawless as paint shells up and over the top. Looks like maybe, once again, tiny amount of damage going to be found, but Ash now eliminated. See if anybody from GENG is going to be able to find anything. Texture does come away
It
with
is the
1
one.
main there for the punish. And that's about the only death they can afford, and the
Okay,
only one that they will
and
suffer.
close enough
so
to pick up
weapons
the
gonna be
gun,
carried
so
forward. Overall, nothing going to be
real
lost
good
here
on
from
this.
the
We
side of
got one
DRX.
armory, but everything else
Themselves
is
a
a
very clean
regen.
2-0 start.
Yeah, that's very good understanding of GENG's potential game plan there on the anti-eco for DRX. Expecting aggressive moves somewhere, and able to kind of be patient enough. Had only seen the Vice at C. Felt like that was enough info that they could make a move in that direction. Able to avoid much in the way of damage, just one shot from Texture. Rifles in hand, although I say that, there is a judge for Munchkin, a guardian
Hit
for
the judge,
Karan.
Bucky out. Okay, we did buy a little bit into that second round, so I was wondering if we might see some guardians. Oh boy.
Texture out front here by the
We get the
A-Orb.
early pick with the guardian.
Kinda
He
strong
had
big
heavy
way
armor, by the way,
to
so it's a
start
double
off the
shot.
anti-bonus.
We fluffed up the
Well, that's a rifle that
I
Karan
thought the
can
fade
pick up.
eye as well.
You got that going for you, but he's all the way pushed up towards Rubble with that guardian.
Oh, the wall
Trying to hold that door.
decay. Yeah, you guys are right.
Yeah,
Wall
Munchkin's just
decay
gonna stay sat here
into.
with this judge, so seems like widely that rifle going to remain on the floor.
And this peak's kind of
With
nice
this Vice wall for DRX.
Yep, decoy in,
if you
Go
insta
ahead.
pop the wall.
beat out some of this util here. As now the recollection of DRX getting gathered up. As mentioned, Karan just that guardian here playing back Rubble.
Good flash through the wall by Estrella. Could make this a little bit tricky for Karan.
Estrella, I mean, he's got that fault line at the ready. Looks like he's going to be sending it Karan's way. Is the drone going to be cleared out? Nope, never mind. Karan still out in the open, safe and tapping heads. Comes away with two. Munchkin at the same time able to find Mako on that linger outside of B. From a solid start.
Okay,
into
I mean, that's a nice start,
Will be
though.
GENG rescuing the round
Real
after
nice
the early
start.
death of Texture to go ahead and get the anti-bonus win.
Yeah, the flash there went for the backer Rubble. Didn't really catch much of Karan, so he's able to keep his aim steady.
Still tired, yeah, dude.
Some
The
easy
brain
kills
doesn't
with that
work
Guardian.
in the morning for me.
GENG there has a great plan for the anti-lurk with Munchkin as well. Okay, you
Oof.
get the early kill.
Yeah, that's so strong.
After that, very nicely handled by GENG. They're doing a great job being a little bit patient, taking some of that space early. They're getting B main control, they're getting A Rubble control, and they're not overextending off the back of that. They're not going for anything crazy yet. That might be some conditioning. You know, we know Munchkin likes to lurk. We know he's going to want to get active on the map if possible. Change in spot for, oh my god.
Oh my gosh.
Just the
Well.
king of that.
No, I was going to say, they have
You're
the
never
Vice wall
safe.
there. No, you're never safe with Mako there.
In reaction, they want to go for a
Texture trying to
2-person
step
push over
forward and
towards
take some
A.
space, and he's able to
Yeah.
go ahead and get rewarded finding
Yeah,
one.
it's a
Gentleman gonna
great
get down to
reply.
Karan. Traded at the same time, so
Wow.
2 deaths here on this B
What's
site.
happened over towards B again?
Wall gonna go up. Ash looking for a punish, but gets forced away here by the snake bite. Wraps back around. Foxy though, solid shot. Puts Fring on the floor, and
This
now we go
doesn't
into a
make much
3v3.
sense as to what
It's
Karen's
DRX.
doing.
Where do they try to get to here for the post plan?
If they're reacting here, why is he reacting here? Nice
Oh,
shot.
that's a nice kill for Ash. That really opens up some space.
Player advantage now here in their hands. Sees getting a connection here onto Estrella. He's being held in position, but for now is not at risk. GENG, despite the numbers advantage, still trying to play this out a little bit
Dude.
more patiently. Estrella now all
How do
on
they
the
win
wing
so
on his
many
shoulders.
duels here?
And
Fair
Texture
play,
will
man.
swoop in to find
I'm not
the
sure
kill.
GENG should be
Foxy
winning this,
popping
but
off, and
I
GENG
love the
tying
reaction over
things up
towards
at
A.
2-2.
Didn't
Yeah,
really
just
like the
winning
reaction
some nice
over towards
contact
B,
duels
but
around the map are GENG.
at least they're being
Foxy with some
proactive.
huge ones. Texture winning one over A lobby.
oh my
I
goodness.
mean, that's a great start for these GENG riflers.
It's a big sneeze in the
This-
morning.
I mean, this is just,
Hopefully that'll
that's
wake me up.
before the drone even goes through the smoke. He's already spraying it. Just anticipating
Jack.
that Munchkin's
Thank you.
going to be holding that angle. I think the macro game plan here from GENG clearly signals to me that they were expecting a B hit with the change in position of that Vice wall. Still though,
I
DRX
think
able
the
to
crew
find
loss
their
of
way
EG
through.
was
But
a fluke
key moment
because
there as
yesterday
well to
looked
get
better.
GENG
I think the majority of the time
that
crew will
DRX was
be
gonna be
EG,
going to be a
yeah.
little
I
bit
think they had a
quicker
very
was that
bad day.
Ash's Prowler didn't
I think
make contact in A
sometimes
lobby,
you have those
after him
days
and
where
Texture
everything's going
took a
wrong,
little bit of a push forward there.
and
Speaking of pushes forward,
it looked like
Not a
one of them.
showstopper.
I also
He's
think
gonna send
EG like played probably the
Come in.
best we've seen, especially
Sprinting, turn on the
Superman.
flash, and both the targets. As
This
Texture
is
able to go
interesting.
ahead and take
There's a
them
lot of
down.
teams that
Should've think that Gunman probably should have been saying,
there's a
"No,
lot
back
of
away,
teams at the
run.
moment
You know, get out
that
of
if they
here.
have
He's got a
numbers deal with
rocket.
the Yoru ult very
Still
well.
comes away with 2, and it's going to be a very
I've seen it
fast
in
round
some people's comms
for
videos
GENG
as
to
well,
go ahead
where
and
it's like
establish the lead.
the Yoru's here, and it's literally just
that's pretty
ignore the Yoru.
uncharacteristic for DRX.
You just
Usually
ignore
they're
the
a team
Yoru
that's
for a little
pretty
bit and just try and kill the people that are
calm under
taking
pressure in
space.
situations like
This is
that.
a
Like,
prime
they're not gonna
example
make
of
the
that.
wrong move, but
They handled
that
this
time
very
it definitely
well.
was, and you're right with the Yoru ult invested. I mean, such a powerful ult right now. A lot of talk globally about how, you know, maybe one of the most powerful ults on the planet in VCT, and it goes to waste. And it's a flawless to boot for GENG.
I only think that maybe they thought they would still be able to, if they just multi-man swung out, they could kill him before the rocket gets sent, but it felt like it was just such a delayed call.
Yep.
Either way, pretty brutal.
Toxin screen down.
Well, Estrella has to buy down to a Guardian as DRX's funds begin to run a little bit dry, but huge ults to play with.
Very contingent on this round going their way. Otherwise, GENG will stretch the lead by 2 and then break the economy of DRX.
Yeah.
Got a lot of critical ultimates to try to utilize here, though. Armageddon with that Rolling Thunder. Be a very solid combo.
This is one thing DRX has had going for it so far this half, is that they've done a good job taking mound control.
2% holds.
They're going to be able to really utilize these ultimates. You can send the
It's
Rolling
a great,
Thunder.
it's a great Viper mine. Oh man.
I think that was just a bit of a timing. But Hyunmin just ends up getting barrel stuffed by Foxy9. There's Ash.
Leaving a little bit as well.
On the shots, Mako able to come away with 1 damage.
Whoa, that one's really bold too. Karen's doing some bold stuff.
Armageddon now going to be called through as Spike ready to get planted. Mako still strafing forward. Texture here to go ahead and intercept. Paint Shell is at the ready, but misjudges the plant spot. Still swings out, however. Finds 1. Looks for another. Can't quite make it happen. Bane down to 33. Stays alive. It's Munchkin tagging up free and get a headshot right there through the door.
He's going to read the reposition. Tries to.
He's at least
Do
keeping
1v1s
one
at
player
the same
locked down
time.
here for the moment. Foxy9 loses this battle. Now it's all on Munchkin. Both players dangerously low.
Yeah,
A fake out here. Seems like
to the
Munchkin maybe
same
not buying
place.
it. Ice still
Why did
trading
it feel
on
like
this
Munchkin
connector,
had
but
him? I was
Bane
kind of
has to
looking
swing
over
out
there the whole
timing.
time.
It's on top of him before he can hold it to half, and that's going to tie things up at 3-3.
It kind of just all came down to the double jaws over towards B.
Tries to go in for the timing play. There's a flash that comes through, but Foxy9
This is the bottom of TP.
just hearing the sound cues, maybe
Great
getting a
round from
little bit of a
Mako.
visual one, but
Blue in the
he's able
YouTube
to
chat.
find the
Thank you
kill.
for that, Blue.
Mako, 2 big ones to open up the B site as well.
Thank you for doing that, mate.
Bane.
Welcome in.
Able to find the perfect timing there, right before it goes to half, before Munchkin might be
Appreciate
able
the
to pull
support,
off.
Blue. Thank you.
He comes in.
Okay, big change up
finds that
for
final
GENG. They
kill,
get the
and
op
they only
out
use the
now.
Armageddon, so they still
Over
have the Rolling
towards
Thunder
C though,
available in
and
this
then
round.
trying to fake that they're going
Not a utility
aggro
used by
towards
both
A.
teams, but the TP forward by Bane to take full Rebel control. He's even going to double TP up towards the orb.
Probably doesn't check.
I was gonna say
this
Bane
position, though.
might
It did
feel
go
like he's
deeper,
good at
so
timing,
Bane,
but
at the moment, not necessarily noted there, is going to be a
Fatal
nice
for
ball in
breach
exchange
or
for a
Fatal
Rolling
hit
Thunder. I
4.
believe one player stunned up there by it. It's flashing to the
Did
back.
it even? It hit
Gunman comes
3.
Strafing forward, just gate
I
crashing
don't even know
out.
how. I don't even
Finds
know
2
how he's
kills.
dodged that.
Caron not ready for him to be there at drop. Plant now going to be in play. Foxy9, however, delivering, able to find a shot. Now the Steel Guardian going to be invested, looking to take their weapons away as the pit gets invested here on the site.
My guy's rap got in.
Munchkin strafing forward, Texture around the back, able to find one
Did he
strand. Now going to be
say
taken down
so
to Mako. It all
early?
falls on his shoulders. See if he can turn the tides of this round.
Might get the snake bite kill onto Foxy.
He is dangerously low, but able to avoid it here for the moment. Pit nearly dropping. Texture looking to apply some pressure.
Hey, very,
Hits the
very nice.
shot.
Dude,
That's gonna be
Foxy9.
GENG not allowing
he
for
done that one?
DRX to regain the lead.
That's a brutal round to lose there for DRX. You
Yeah,
used 2
Foxy9
huge
did so
ultimates.
much.
The Viper's Pit. And the Rolling
AM54
Thunder in that
underscore
one.
SSK with the
Foxy9
prime.
again,
Appreciate that as well.
winning
Thank you so much.
a lot of these contact plays is really helping GENG on this defender side break things open. I mean, Hyunmin, great entry, great flash.
Cool.
The TP and the immediate reposition ready for Caron. Then Foxy9
Lovely
strikes.
shots.
So quick there in the Steel Garden. Very well timed. Kind of keep DRX guessing about that Viper's Pit. Made it a lot easier for Munchkin to just go barreling in there to clear it out. So very nicely handled. A lot of good back and forth so far. A few kind of odd moments, I'd say, from DRX, but honestly, you know, the rifling's still there.
Definitely is. But this back and forth, it's kind of what we wanted.
Yeah.
You know, you
Kinda what you
get
expect.
this clash. Because right now, there's a bit of a void that both of these teams are looking to fill with, you know, some of the stumbles that T1 has been suffering.
Sure.
Across last week and then just yesterday.
Any NRG
faltering,
believers for
and falling
today?
Against Talon in
I'm an NRG
pretty
believer
one-sided
today.
affair. That opens up a
I don't think they
big
can
window
go
of
that
opportunity
far,
for both these teams to try to jump in there, reestablish
but
themselves as the
I
best
think they win today.
Korean team here in Pacific, as well as fight for the throne. Right now, I gotta say, I think that this playoffs coming
Track
up,
by track.
granted, we still have to sort
Track
out
by track. You gotta
the other group. You know, we
gotta
gotta
build the
figure
track.
out who exactly is
The
going
next
in there.
match
start building that
Next match
track.
should be
When
very,
Mini
very
gets
important
on
for that.
on board, that's when you know
But
it's
I think it's going to be one
it's
of the
going well.
just craziest.
We got Mini on the
rat
paper X
races
train
to the top
yesterday.
that we will
Might
have
take a
ever
lot
seen.
longer to get him on
Well,
the
and I think it just
NRG
goes to
train
show
though.
that, you know, when
With what we've been
players
seeing.
like Stacks talk about the fact that Pacific is,
Ooh,
you know, so stacked.
like that
Any
idea.
other gun.
Yep, any other gun, and that's probably a kill. Fortunately, the Vice Wall there to keep Foxy protected.
Oh,
Foxy
dude,
reads
it's
it
a nice
beautifully.
idea though with the breach
Up into the
damage. So
smoke.
the problem
Once
is
the
the
kill
RX
bang,
are
gonna take it down
bringing
immediately.
back
DRX under the
their
back pedal.
old
Gonna be the
stuff
orb
that
grab here for
they
Been one away from getting another
they've already
dimensional drift
shown
online.
in
Trying to pull off
Masters,
the Mako play, but Foxy
and
wise to
I
it.
think
Pull
Genji
out in
look
time for
prepped
Bane.
for that kind of stuff.
Do have
So
change
even though we've like
direction, still
changed
got
the roles a
Ashkara.
little bit, obviously
Watching,
Mako
still
was on
plenty of
the
util,
Omen,
sees
but
Paranoia available.
It's going for the timing shot. Estrella.
they just let that
Couple there
like
to the
they're on top
shoulder,
of
down
it.
to 60. Now, once again,
Mako
DRX
double
gonna be
TP
rerouted.
play, yeah,
Swing
exactly.
back across.
Like as
towards
soon as
the
they
C
saw that
site.
smoke, you saw him instantly beeline for it.
Foxy's been doing pretty well in his individual moments. The side anchoring maybe a little bit shaky, but this round so far, looking good. Salvo's out. Oh, he just walks right through the gunfire.
And this time, Foxy catching a couple straight, but Freeing is just strafing forward
Ooh,
into the
double
site.
gun
Rebound
upgrade.
ends up falling. Munch getting a bit more damage going to be found. As paint shells get locked
Incredible
into the
nade,
back of
by the way.
Like they're gonna die. Texture this time, not going to be getting a 2-for-1 special.
Dude, look at the
Sniped out the
HPs,
skies.
but
Youngman
Mako
recovers
is
the
making
Phantom.
a play.
Comes away with a third kill.
Oh my god,
the
that's
TP.
insane
Drawing
timing.
his attention to the side as the gate crash goes drifting past, but it's all a bit of a
Dude.
ruse.
Whoa.
Karan now with everything to do.
No way.
A glimpse, I do believe, there of Mako. Swings the corner and
Damn,
cannot find
Mako's
a headshot. A
Mako's having
thrifty
some nice
from
impact on
DRX
this.
will get us back to parity.
I like this change up. Who's the team that was using this
bonkers round.
Viper smoke all the
It
time?
looked like it was
Is this
going
the
to be pretty
G2
clean
one?
for the
I
side
think
of
this is the
Gen G.
G2 one.
And then just a few kind of missed
in
individual
kickoff they were
moments.
doing this, I think.
Sure, Foxy wins that. But
Pretty
then he
strong.
walks right into that stinger gunfire. Then Hyunmin just W
Oh,
forward.
that's
That is disgusting. Grabs the Phantom.
That's an
shoots
absolute
Texture right
shot
out of
though.
the air. Just ridiculous how good that is. That's the round changer right there. He doesn't take out that showstopper, he's dead, and who knows?
Yep. And Texture's been on one. He's 10-5 here at the moment. Coming this time, Dimensional Drift. Doesn't have to worry about baiting his team
One
into
and a
a
half, is this-
showstopper ultimate.
I mean, this. I don't know
Just
about
go
this
ahead and
one,
scout
but
forward in towards that A site. Nothing really going to be spotted, but
they're
Munchkin's
gonna
gonna
get
be
the kill
isolated,
from it.
stunned up. I
But
mean, he is just
overall,
concussed to all hell and
this
death.
is not a good
Foxy
Euro.
does manage to arrive fast enough to get a trade out. Punishes the killer.
He got paranoid.
I guess it
he got
was like
stunned. That
the
was
full
not a fun
process
spot
was
to be in
fake
for Munchkin.
He's not
into
allowed to play the game.
like
No.
fake
And it's
A
like
into
being just-
C hit, but
Grab cycled by ice climbers and melee. Just over and over again.
Yeah, I remember that. Oh,
Yes,
oh,
once
breach
again,
damage. Dude,
how much Creed's being
been a couple
paid
of
over towards this drop position, and Hyunmin's able to come
when
away
they're
with
over
a kill.
towards
Flash
heaven,
connecting there.
been a couple
There's a
of
swing out. Ash gonna be
missteps.
gunned down to Straya.
Like
Will
one
stabilize
person
the
wants to
spray
go,
fast enough.
others
It seems
don't.
like Foxy and Karan, I mean, they're
This
in
one's
committed
this one probably
positions.
was like
Otherwise, I think they might like to go for a
the
save.
most forgiving
Foxy's gonna be able to fight back
because
for
the
one, but it's gonna be a Straya
breach
with a
damage.
3K to get DRX back into the driver's seat.
yeah. These retakes are starting to look a little messy for Gen G.
Oh no, the retakes are
I'd
really messy, yeah.
Like to see a timeout, frankly, from Solo and Perry. Talk about some of these retakes a little bit more. They're not being diligent with clearing angles. Could have used the paranoia there to maybe clear the drop spot, but instead they
Estrella,
just
dude,
kind of
Estrella's
are
a
pressing
sick pickup.
forward.
He's
Trying
so
to win their
good.
duels. I mean, to be frank, yeah, at times that was working, but that was when you were kind of getting ahead of the curve, when you were taking DRX out of the equation before they were able to get the spike plants often. That's where you're winning those lot of
Okay,
those
Omen
fights.
Flash
Open the rock
invested.
for Bane. He double TPs
Dude,
again.
they're
Wobbling.
just spamming
That's
A
what
at the moment.
wobbling.
Like Gen G actually have to
wobbling.
commit to their
Couldn't remember
aggro
the
A
actual term in
soon.
years.
Like if they have a timeout, that's for
Sorry.
sure what
Oh,
the
I
timeout's
just
gonna say.
completely cut you
I
off.
didn't know that one. No, it's fine. I actually know about like wave dashing and some other tech.
Okay, lose A main,
But that one I did not know.
insta
Didn't know the
Prowler
name.
over
Forbidden
towards
off
B
the bat.
and push over
Forbidden
towards C. This is gonna get weird because the timing's
Big
really
wrap
odd on
around the
this.
back here. Texture, one of the hero rifles now going to be left on the
It's
floor.
impressive for
Foxy
Bane to be
loses
that
the
ready.
other. Just the one kill to be found, and with 2 eliminations on this side of the map, DRX starts saying, well, maybe C's open. Let's go that way.
Yeah, I mean, it felt like it was a matter of time for GENG before they try to get very active on the map. And it's read beautifully by DRX, taking a lot of A control. They are very, very aware. Ash on his lonesome. Sheriff and a clone in his face. And a Rolling Thunder.
Stun up, and just can't quite align that shot.
Kevin did a good job to jump
Easy
there and
enough
make that
collection on
no
the
matter what
kill
a
there
trade.
from Mako. As DRX
Looks kinda
looking to
nice for
secure a
DRX,
6th
though.
round of victory here on their attacking side. 2v4 with Sheriffs in hand from Munchkin and Karon if they're going to be able to turn the tides of that, which just does not seem likely.
You never know. Karon and the Sheriff. It has happened before.
Gets some good damage. Flash sent out, smoke onto the spike here. Munchkin, oop, jump peeking. Spotting Hyunmin, but this time Hyunmin able to go ahead and find it. Munchkin will make it a little bit more costly, but there's plenty of cash behind here with just 2 more rounds to be played out after this. Seems like Munchkin, Wiley just content to stay back here behind the pillar. Go down to the spike.
Not much else that
GENG
Munchkin
should
can
be
do
okay
there.
with 5. Yeah,
See,
5 would be okay.
maybe now.
I mean, honestly, 4 and a pistol against this
Pause
comp,
is
I think is
pulled
okay
by GENG,
as
but
well.
Yeah, they're just starting
I
to
think
get
this
read
comp
pretty well. I
can
mean, to be
struggle
fair,
a little
DRX
bit,
has
but
mostly
it
had a
depends on
pretty
how
good
they use the Yori.
on some of the strats. Both teams have had good reads here and
J
there.
Faith with the Prime, thank you for the 18
This time
months.
around, though, DRX is going to be able to win that, getting that first kill in time. Foxy not able to find the transfer on the spray. Munchkin okay. Yeah, there you go.
RRQ and
Talk about this a
Toronto.
little
No.
bit more.
I mean, they have a
Oh,
very
no.
good
I was
chance.
gonna say,
No.
that's not the right music.
Dude,
No.
non-stop this week.
Well,
Let's hope
It's
a
for
quick
sure,
one.
unless we...
Looks like it might be a
obviously, we're going to take up the
peripheral
6-hour tech pause that
thing.
Pacific
we can
has,
only
but
hope.
So
for sure it's the most tech pauses we've ever
Usually
seen
it's
in a
just
week.
surely,
Surely.
it'll be fast.
I believe. Got anything to talk about today?
No.
Yeah.
I can't. There's nothing going on today. Today's I don't think it's just an average day.
Yeah.
Nothing
Weather's
special
nice.
about this.
No, there's nothing important going on.
Yeah,
Not in the studio for sure.
definitely not.
No.
Now, of course, a happy Easter to those out there who do celebrate.
I have that.
Amongst other things on this day. But yeah, I'll play a quick little one. Get out of the way and get ready to go
think
back.
Yori's
into this. I don't know why
overtuned?
I randomly
Yeah, a little
started
bit.
watching Inglourious Basterds
Mostly
again
the
last night.
ult.
Fantastic movie.
That's the only
I haven't
thing.
seen it- I
Like,
haven't
mostly
seen it
the
in
ult
years.
is overtuned.
I like it.
For whatever reason, I was just like, I'm in the mood for
For some Tarantino.
yeah, just some Tarantino.
But I think
always go back to
teams
Kill
are
Bill,
still
but,
aren't great with the
I'm
ult,
gonna get in my Tarantino groove.
so it doesn't look like
That's my
super
favorite.
busters,
Works.
but it is
A very,
busters.
very solid one. I mean, he doesn't have a bad movie.
No, even Jackie Brown's not that bad.
Oh yeah, I would say like probably he's weakest, but still a very good film.
Yeah, it is. It is good. I enjoy it.
I guess the one that's a little bit contentious for people is the Hateful Eight.
Oh yeah.
Personally,
Just
love
reduce
it.
the time
I
of the
like
ult.
it. I
Either
think it
you
plays so
reduce the
well,
time
but
of the
then
ult or
again,
just make it one
it's
orb
very
more.
much like
That's
a
it.
stage
I'm not
play,
asking for anything
rather
crazy.
than, compared to like a lot of his
I
other
would just
movies.
do something.
Exactly.
So
No.
it's not for everybody, I suppose, and it's very slow at the start. But when you hit that halfway point,
No. That turn in the middle of that movie. It's really, really good.
I got to see that when it came out 70mm in LA. And
Oh, yeah.
it was the whole
What
road
agents
show that
think
they
are
had done.
Right.
And you get
underpicked
this
apart
nice
from Deadlock?
overture to
At
introduce
the moment,
entire film, and
underpicked
then they
agents
take
that
an
are strong.
intermission right at the halfway point.
Probably
sure, he likes intermissions.
And
only
then, yeah, so you
probably
get
only
like 10,
Deadlock
15 minutes
and
to step away, and then you come back in,
ISO.
and then there's like another little quick overture, and
I
then
would
you go
say.
straight into the action.
See, I'm a big fan of that. I'm a big
I
fan
think
of that,
everything
especially
else
because
makes sense with the
I
picks.
don't like going to movie theaters.
And then being glued in your seat for
Yeah.
4 hours.
Yeah, because I got to go to the bathroom.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
It's something that I think, some other people should
KO?
have explored that.
I mean, the KO buff was
Scorsese.
recent though, so
Yeah.
I'm
Come
on,
expecting.
Oh yeah, like he
expecting
doesn't
a little
put
bit
out
more.
long
The
movies.
Irishman is however long. Killers of the Flower Moon, I want to say it was like 3 hours,
Oh,
40
perfect,
minutes
yeah,
long.
Yeah.
cool. At least
It's
teams
at the
playing
point where
Harbour.
if
I mean,
go to
Harbour got
a
way more
theater
picks
and
than
a
I thought
movie's
they
that
would
long,
get this
I'm
year.
like, well, I'm not going to buy a soda.
Yeah, right. No,
Because I don't want to tempt fate.
But I need I need
step out.
something to do. Like I need a drink or popcorn or something while I'm at the theater, or else it just doesn't.
Did I
feel
enjoy
right.
your track
Yeah.
by track sign?
I don't
Dude,
like that.
it's so
I almost
funny.
never go to movie theaters anymore
It's so,
solely
so
because
funny.
I know at some point I'm gonna have to go to the bathroom and I'm gonna get upset. I'm gonna miss part of the movie. There you go.
So far, still no ETA. waiting to get any other word. And once we have updates, of course, we will push those forward to you guys. But for now, hopefully you can enjoy the movie chat. Something else, I still haven't experienced it here. There's only a handful of them, but something that I dearly miss about being back in New Jersey, it's the only thing probably I miss about being back in New Jersey, to be frank, is drive-in movie theaters.
Oh, sure.
I think there's like 1 or 2 on the outsides of Seoul.
Yeah.
And it's such a good experience.
I do
KR
like
Prodigy,
those, yeah.
I said,
We had one in my hometown,
I said hello earlier.
so we would go there quite often.
I'll say hello
I
again.
had one, there was one that was in, not my hometown, but a town nearby. And it was like, I think it was in the 50s and 60s that it was open, and then it was shut down for a long time. And then my
things to say in the
pediatrician
tech
bought it.
balls. Not
nice.
normally,
And
but
then
honestly, with how
reestablished it.
recent
there you
they've
go.
been,
Yeah.
I like maybe
Great deal.
Pansy does.
All right, I'm being told we're going to go to a short break, so
I
we'll
like
get
Banzi
out of you guys
shirts.
here and stop talking about drive-in theaters and Tarantino until we come
Going
back.
to Paris this
But
time?
hopefully when we come back, everything will be sorted and we can
if
get
they
back
ask
into
me,
the
yeah.
action. We'll see you guys in about 5 minutes.
5 minutes. Oh, what is this one? The long one. I'll be back in a little bit. Take this as well.
There's only sun and a clear blue sky. Dancing in the neon lights. Got the summer vibe. Yo, let's get this party started. Living in a dream underneath the moon. Living in a dream with you. I want you by my side till it's over. Always you and me. I want you by my side till it's over. Always, always, It's only you and me tonight. What we got going on, it just feels so right. There's not a thing I wouldn't do. Swear I'll do anything, not even swim across the ocean. Living in a dream underneath the moon. Living in a dream with you. I want you by my side till it's over. Always you and me. I want you by my side till it's over. Always, always, I want you by my side till it's over. Always you and me. I want you by my side till it's over. Always, always,
Tech pause? Nah, surely it's fixed after this. And that's it. Thank you for that. Is Leo the only perfect player in Valorant? So I don't think you can get the perfect player, but Leo's probably the closest we've had, yeah. In terms of doing role, making the right decisions, and what we've heard, IGLing a lot as well, like mid-rounding a lot. Guys, why are you typing hardest? Come on. NONGSHIM or ZETA? Should be close. I went for NONGSHIM, but Lexi, why are you typing that one as well? Come on. Did I watch the NRG podcast? No, I haven't watched that yet. I was watching the C9 one. Oh boy, this is when you know it's going bad. They start getting out the content. What does this one mean? Some kind of server issue? Maybe it will be a 6-hour one.
선수단 선서. 우리는 스포츠의 영광과 팀의 명예를 위하고 스포츠 정신의 근본 원칙을 준수하며 노력과 실력으로 정당한 승부를 펼칠 것을 약속합니다. 약속합니다. 네.
Gonna be a long one when they get this content out, yeah. Overall, yesterday, it was rough. I thought it hit from the camera angle. Is this a tech pause? Yeah, it is.
야, 잘하고 와. 이해야 된다, 형. 뭐라 말 좀 해라. 내가 더 날렵해.
Addison, if they change the server, yeah, I think that's right.
야야, 너 왜 웃어? 규혁이 너 뭐야?
But that's an insight. Nah, I mean, we only know so much about coaches, the hard thing. I don't think Bonkar's a beast though, but like Bonkar will find well, honestly for stage 2 I imagine Bonkar finds a team. At the very least, like next year.
오케이. 아, 패승승. 승승으로 가자, 승승. 우리 승승으로 가자, 임마. 이분 화이팅! 가자.
I think Boom is the best team in Pacific heading into playoffs. I think they play the best fundamental Valorant. I don't think that always translates to being the best. But dude, if they play like they are, they're gonna go Toronto. I don't think I can easily say, like I don't think I can happily say anyone's the best in Pacific at the moment. Like it feels incredibly close at the top.
맞지. 가자. 빨간데.
아. 잘한다. 야, 왜 가도? 좀 더 날렵해야 돼. 화살만 묵직해서는 안 된다고. 이거야, 임마.
Okay, chat, let me be right back while this is going on. We'll see how long we're gonna be.
응, 아니야? 김원태 화이팅. 가자. 여기. 하던 대로. 뭔데? 여기. 저기. 그렇지. 여기. 이겼다. 우리 먼저 땄어. 조용히라. VAR 판독. 벤지가 이번 포인트 가져오는 거야. 아, 뭐야? 오케이. 손에 땀 나는데 이거? 아, 긴장돼. 그만 맞아. 화이팅! 시작할 때 속이.
가자.
여기. 가자. 여기. 나 진짜 봐. 나 죽이면 돼. 야 욕심이 나오면 어떡해. 무비라 그렇게 날렵하진 않은데?
에바야 너무 묵직한데?
아 좋았어. 좋았다.
복수해줘 복수.
복수해줘?
복수해줘.
알았어 알았어.
저기 그 늙은이가 이제 스파이크 담당 연막이잖아 또. 맞긴 해. 아무래도 계속 들고 있어야지요.
잘 넘기긴 해.
난 내 안에 스파이크가 들어온 적이 없어.
내가 이번에 넣어줄게.
안 내면 진다. 가위바위보. 노장답게 잘하겠지.
살짝 아쉬울 것 같지 않아? 너무 느려.
나 느려?
아니 상대가 더 느려. 네. 안돼. 어디야 어디야?
오 빠른데?
스킬을 왜?
Spike drop. I have the spike.
아야 뭐해. 스킬 좋아 스킬 좋아. 못 참겠지 늙어서. 못 참겠지.
안돼 따라가. 따라가야 돼. 예측해 예측.
어떡할래? 어떡할까? 이거 어때?
예측해줘야 돼 예측해서.
어때 대회네? 어때요? 나도 갈 건데? 안돼.
확실하다요.
따라올 수가 없어.
저 웨이레이를 한 번도 안 해봐서 이 스킬을 모르겠어요. 잘.
안 되는데. 아이 궁. 도망가. 형도 궁 써.
Spike drop. I have the spike.
느려요. 어떻게 할 건데? 느린데. 맞춰. 우클릭 누르면 대시 한 번입니다. 여러분들께 맞던데. 놀림까지. 이렇게 할 건데.
너무 빨라.
어때?
근데 말했잖아 느리다니까.
아니 이거 확실히 잘한다 그냥 이거는. 생긴 거에 비해 날렵해. 아직 내가 더 젊다.
그런 거 같네. 나 좀 젊어져 볼게.
좋아 도망가고.
좋아. 날렵해. 약간 아쉬운데? 못 참겠지 늙어서.
말했잖아 느리다니까.
느려요.
나 좀 젊어져 볼게.
And we're back. It seems like everything is good to go. The timer is ticking down. We're about to get back into the action. So get your butts back in your seats. And let's hopefully get through the rest of this map.
We can only hope. As much as you and I want to talk about movies, that's not what's important here today, as this is an important round for GENG. Economy going to be a little bit weak.
They almost
They
got
can't
me.
get through this round relatively
They
well.
almost got me.
A little bit of prowler action. Gunman, though, it's going to back right up. Again, DRX, very methodical.
Okay, this makes sense for GENG though, right? Every single round, if you can remember it. All the time they were just walking out over towards A, even though GENG were using util, they weren't actually taking it with bodies. So change up from them, they decided to take over towards A.
Foxy9 one away from his ult.
Setting up the flash, looking for the swing out, but just a tiny little bit of damage there on the Bane. Healthy for the most part, though.
It just seems like the game plan continues to be for GENG, just take control Rebel and let the rest of the chips fall where they may, but...
Okay, wait, how do they even re-clear this? They don't have drone.
Once that toxic screen comes up, some sprays through. Hyunmin able to slip through the spray.
Actually running out of bullets here. There's
Great
the salvos.
flash.
Karan going to be forced to reposition. Ends up getting clipped there.
Not the
Salvo
worst way
just
of
come
doing
away
it.
with the kill.
Seconds left.
Texture able to trade it out, so 1 for 1 at the end of it all as the dust settles. Spike now being brought
I
forward.
wonder how many times they
towards
use their
this B-side
drone
sees
at the beginning
for
of
timing there
rounds.
is Ash.
You could
Quite
literally...
able to find it, plays in behind that after Shock is...
Like this is very similar to how like Fnatic used to retake this, and again, you would just get wrecked by an Odin.
The ult, forcing them forward to double stack here from Texture. As they
No way. Did they
don't?
No way. The 2 on site did that.
Gets the headshot.
They have an
GENG
ult.
scraped by
They
with
get
a round
locked
win.
into this
Yeah,
corner.
is a
They
really
double
nice
up.
round
And
from
Texture's
being really
somehow
proactive
done
off of the
that.
contact
Double
at
satchel
A,
was sick.
And the fallback by DRX recognized, so he immediately throws out the C's, and GENG isn't
1
able
HP at the
to
end
pop
as
the
well.
wall.
That was nuts,
Estrella
bro.
goes for a peek, gets punished, then they're able to find just
I
enough
still kind
room
of like what DRX did
off to
really.
the
They're very
side
clever
of
towards
the
A,
Armageddon.
considering they didn't have
They
any
can hold the line. A great
good
double
detail for it. It was
blast
great.
back here to offset Mako's aim. And Texture knows there's more coming. He knows the time on the clock, so he just holds the spray down. Has Ash there to back him up. Really nicely handled. That was almost bad for Bane. Got out of there just in time.
Drone, I
Dude,
don't
his Razor
believe.
could be nuts.
Catching a
Oh,
glimpse
boy.
of Textures. The showstopper going to be sent in blind. Finds one. Bane going to be taken down. A lot of
Oh,
damage on the
7
frame. He's just
HP
at
as
7
well.
HP. Texture looking for a little bit more. Smoke will
Yeah,
fall
and
freeing
Texture
now
goes
7
down. He
health.
can call the HP.
The only player trying
Oh.
to stop GENG
It
from
might be
tying
why
it
Karen
up,
went
but
for
he's
the
able to
duel.
find the headshot onto
Dude, Karen
Foxy.
is
The
going
Phantom, any
for
amount of bullets.
a
Connecting
lot
will
of
do it.
individual
And there you
players.
go.
So nice shot.
Right through the corner of Rebel. We're tied up.
He
6
needs
to
to
6
relax a
half.
little bit.
This is a really nice bounce back.
Siege 610 with the
for
tier
the
1.
side of
Thank you
GENG.
with the 26
Few
months, bro. I
rough rounds,
appreciate
but
that.
able to shore up the defenses. Very,
Okay,
very
GENG
good.
managed to get the last 2 when they actually
Some of those
go aggro
crossfires
over
and the
towards A.
kind
And I
of
think 6 is
back and
probably
forth, the
enough
trading.
against this comp.
Really, really nice for them. Great snake bite
Might
there
have flipped
as well
now.
from
DRX might
Munchkin
need twin
come in
pistol.
to assist Karan. And then freeing so weak. Able to find the headshot even is Foxy9. So 6-6. Got to be feeling pretty good about that as GENG. Solid defender side. You know,
Yeah, it's a good
again,
recovery at
generally
the
an
end.
attacker-sided map in most matchups. Depends on who's playing, but teams like G2 might have something to say about that. But this is, I think it looks pretty good for GENG overall. I mean, you saw early on, right?
Blame on this guy, the
had
guy was 1 bullet.
seeming
I mean, you should still play
communication
together.
issues or
but
kind of
I get
coordination
where you're coming
issues,
from.
however you may want to think about that. It definitely got cleaned up quickly, though, especially after the timeout. Again, Termi's so good at finding those opportunities to get in there.
I
and
watch
get involved
China.
with his
If
team to get them
Pacific
right.
finishes before, then yeah.
So we're going to have to see if
So we'll probably miss the
GENG
first game in China.
can just have a solid attacker side, can march through. They still have both timeouts, I believe.
Yeah, I was going to say. They do have that in case this half starts getting away from them DRX. See if they're going to be able to find another pistol, though. We're able to take that opener.
Did every EMEA game have
They can
attack
go 2 for
pause?
2.
There was one day that
Back
was pretty
on the
good.
path of closing this one out.
Like the
No,
Thursday,
it is
maybe? I think the
GENG's
Thursday we
map
didn't
pick
have
here. It is
any.
Lotus, and we have split coming up
The other
next.
2 days were
Selection for DRX.
like an hour.
All right, I'm gonna call my
Combined.
shot here. I think either a Texture 4K or a Karan ace in this round.
In this round.
In this round.
Okay. In the pistol.
Sure. I don't know why.
Let's find out. As we go off to the races, some salvos out.
Whoa.
There's a push onto the corner. Well, it's not going to be that one.
Yeah.
Texture on the floor.
Definitely
so
the ace.
Let's see if Karan can come away with the ace. He's looking for the first one, but never mind. It's going to be spoiled as Foxy finds the first kill there for the side of GENG. Karan and Ash are able to go ahead and quickly pick up the pace as well. Damage suffered, though.
It felt a little bit.
It's a good fight.
I will say,
you know, Rubble
I'm
is
not
the
the
name of the game
biggest
for GENG,
Bane believer,
against DRX.
but
They've been doing a
he's been handling a
above-average
lot of
job
situations very well.
of taking those fights and controlling that territory. And this opens
And
up the
he's
rotation
looking,
for them. Now Mako
he's looking very,
is going to get a
like he
ton of
doesn't
info here.
look like he
He's
gets
going to be
caught
able to
out
read this
at
pretty
the
quick.
moment.
Gonna
There's been a
see
couple of rounds
anybody
where I
over
feel like most
lobby,
players would get caught
and
out.
that's going to be with
Here's
that
the top
door.
of the door. That's actually a pivot back into B.
Ooh.
As Prowler scouting, flash,
Flash.
sent up over the top. 2 quick turns. Mako
Does
ready
Karan
to
look
backstab him
behind?
right now. Karan is not paying attention to this at all. Cycles out of smoke, and he is not tucked around the corner, so 2 taps to the head. Mako will
Couple
find
low
that.
HPs.
Now brings it to a 2v2. The HP advantage here in their favor as Mako looks to clutch it out, and he
Very
shall.
nice, dude. Mako's been great.
The 3K, both pistols going to DRX
He's
here
won
on
some
Lotus.
really important
Is
rounds.
able once again gain the lead.
And both of them come down to clutches, freeing on the first, Mako on the second. Just great timings again. I mean, ever since Mako has stepped into the IGL role, he has done a beautiful job in the macro game, I would say. I think he's got really good understandings of his opponents and their timings and how they want to maneuver around the map. And this time it's just he gets far enough out towards the pillars that he's able to hear that door, and he kind of knows at that point, okay, they're going B. I can just wait this out and find my moment.
He's
And that's the 20th
that's
clutch
nuts,
in his
bro.
VCT Pacific career. One of the best in the business. Always in the conversation for the best controllers on the planet. And now he's looking to add IGL to that list. Man's got a deep
This is
resume.
interesting. We've seen teams at the moment
Texture has a
maybe
stinger.
experiment with like a Bucky.
This is a bit odd.
The
GENG in general.
hero
Yeah,
gun
they usually aren't a
is
stinger team. They're a
getting
sheriff team.
more
Yeah, comes to-
popular,
If they're gonna
and
buy
I
up
think
on
it's
an eco.
really worth doing.
Mako is going to be taking this first contact.
Because I think at the moment as
Swung out
well,
here over
maybe
towards
this isn't the
Mounts.
best
Jiggle peek.
comp to
Shots able to be avoided.
do it, but I
Repeats
think
it.
like if you think that
Spotting out multiple
this
players,
comp,
rotations. Not
there's a
too
lot to
far away.
enable
This
like
string
a
will start
single
cutting
gun.
back
There's still a
across
good
the
amount here
connector
to
forward
enable
at
a solo
Waterfall.
gun, but
Still, they bought enough time. Thought maybe for a second there, maybe DRX was just gonna, or excuse me, GENG was just gonna go. Mako looking for a player out
I mean
of
at the
place
moment
to
the Omen
edges
Flash
of the
would
smoke.
be
Textual right up front, two blast
be
packs
hitting
at the
free.
ready. Maybe looking for a timing when this one's gonna dissipate.
Dude, that
Pops
cutter
down behind the
sound
box as the
puts
entry
freeing
starts
away,
coming through.
smoke goes down,
Getting the
isolated
reveal.
on sight,
Texture
hero
able to
gun
just run
picks
him
up a
down.
gun that's
Bulldog
not
now gonna be
two.
recovered. Two weapons in the
That
hands
was
of GENG.
incredible.
Sees Old Spring back here at Waterfall, and the spike gets planted. Rotation still coming across. DRX getting collected together, but
Dude, they got a lot of util
gonna
though.
win out this eco
They
round.
got
Still
nades,
got the paint shells.
satchel, double prowler,
A lot of
flash.
extra delay, a couple prowlers to check. Confirmation.
Thorns on the floor, still not
See what
popped.
DRX can do.
It's two Spectres and a Stinger here for the side of
Oh, he
DRX.
got
so
shot.
they still have the
He
firepower
got shot or
advantage,
got
but
broken
it's
by
not as
the
massive
breach damage.
as you might expect. As Foxy9 strafing forward, able to go ahead, just get on top of Estrella. And this round looks very well secured for the side of GENG. Bane able to come away with two more eliminations.
Dude, made it look
Falls down to 45,
easy.
and Texture will just blind spray through the
Made it
smoke.
look real easy.
Picks up a 3K, and GENG pick up the eco.
This is
Just
just
as we were talking
tremendous
about the
from
hero
GENG.
gun.
The patience behind the smoke there. Just waiting for their opportunity to strike. Never giving any information over to Mako. Not letting him make a read if they were still there or not. Hard to tell. And freeing it shifted over towards Waterfall. He didn't push through towards pillars, so they didn't get the info if there was a
Yeah,
change
I
of
wonder if,
direction for GENG. They just had to rely
like we said,
on
this is
contact.
becoming more and more popular. I
GENG
wonder if
punishes them.
teams will start getting
Really
like
nicely
stats
done.
on
Foxy
it.
gonna grab a Marshall rifle for Ash.
Like
even.
in CS, those
Texture has
stats
that
are like
Bulldog
really
Karn
common.
as well. Much
Right,
to do with the
it's something.
Spectre.
I was talking
So a
to
wide assortment
the
of weaponry, but
Fanatical
DRX,
coach.
at least at the very beginning
Like
of this round, has a pretty
even
good
if you
read.
have one
Fair
hero gun in
enough.
CS, you have like 33% chance of winning the round, or like when you're in eco, you have like 7 or something. So it gives you like at least 25% more
Should be a
chance
change
of
of
winning.
direction, I would think,
So
for
I
GENG
don't know
with
what it would
Foxy9
be like
getting so
in
much space over on
Valorant.
C.
Yeah.
I'm not sure
Sees that
teams
it's
do it
completely
enough.
open. You basically won the Rebel
Got
fight.
Mini's
No
name? No,
reason
it was
to
Keith there. It was
overaggress here, especially with how much contact you've received
their
over at
their
the A side
CS
of things.
Fnatic coach.
Have the wall to watch for the rotates. Seems to be an easy choice for GENG.
Weapon from Texture should be recoverable outside of this door.
I actually think the stats, like if you think that's the stats in CS for it, I actually think the stats from Valorant would be above that, just because you have so much more overwhelm in this game. That
Spike now planted.
it's
DRX
probably
gets the bad news.
it's probably higher than 25%.
Spectre for Hyunmin. And it's going to take a while to get over there.
Will Leo return to VCT? We don't know, man. We don't know.
Plus the Marshall of Foxy9.
Yeah, wasn't juggled back, but was just left on the floor. So the Bulldog was taken away. So they give him a little bit of weaponry, but not too significant.
Like I
Foxy
guarantee he wants to
push up. He's got
play
the Marshall here, so
this
he's
whether
favored on this angle.
wherever he can
I
or
don't know how
not.
far he goes.
Just wants to see if he can do anything.
Might get timing here. Oh, there's a swing out. Woo! Quick scope. Finds one. Mako not paying attention. And
Wow.
Foxy
That's an easy one. He's got his ult.
swings the corner.
He's got his ult,
1,
and they
2,
got two
3,
really good
clips
ults.
down.
Got two really good
Players here
ults,
on
and
his former
Texture's in a good
organization
position to
get
get his
GENG
ult
back
as
in the
well.
lead.
And I love
There's a
that call
little
from
bit
GENG. You know, the Marshall,
a
the
little
least
bit rough
valuable
right
weapon
now
in
for
that round.
DRX.
Send it forward, see if you can prevent the death to the spike of DRX. Get some extra orbs towards that Steel Garden to boot. Foxy, great with these quick scopes. That first one, really nice.
I mean, man used to be a Jet player.
He did.
And he is absolutely feeling it.
Okay,
All
big
on the
buy
way
round
into the
though.
building. in the elevator, and I asked him if he was playing, and he said yes, and that he was very excited and was feeling very good.
Well, he's one of the players that I had on my mind today for sure, going up against his old team. Oh boy, Mako.
Oh my goodness, the
Nearly
timing on
finds it,
that.
Foxy. Let's go ahead and shut him down.
Supportive
Gunman just gonna
Yoru
be forced to
flash when they
evacuate the
have
area. Takes that
him.
gate crash out to
I don't know
safety.
about that. I feel like there was
Weapon will be
not enough
regained, but
pressure around the
Sliggy's
map to
opened up
do
before
this.
the plant.
But
That goes to Texture, and that's now
maybe
going
I'm
to be
fully
Showstopper
wrong.
online.
Well, if he finds the timing here on Waterfall, that Showstopper could be devastating. Nightfall.
Looking for the peaks and freeing, I think,
great
caught.
shots.
Coming out of the
Foxy's
iPad.
farming him at the
Foxy with
moment.
another 3K. This Prowler goes on the hunt, and this is
And
going to have to be a
the
forced
snowball's
save
definitely
from
on,
Gunman
right?
and
You
Bane.
said that they had these two ults to win the round easy. They use them well.
Tremendous
They
stuff
got a little
again
bit
from
fortunate with the
Foxy9.
timing, for sure, especially getting
Couple
into
big
this
kills
corner. It's
there
probably the only
towards
corner that
Waterfall.
doesn't like eat the flash.
Break things open.
And then we
Genji
have
on this
Texture
attacker
now
side.
for his
In
ult.
the driver's
Especially if they
seat
save
for
these
sure.
two guns, probably going to be using it into this one.
DRX struggling to find answers. Just really, really tough. Mako there had a moment where maybe he could have gotten through. He snuck right behind Foxy9, but Foxy9 able to spin and take him down before he's able to do significant damage. You go back to it, you know, I was talking to one of the Korean casters, Dongjun, before this, and he was asking me who he should pick for his that little game they do on the desk,
Yeah,
right? That one that we don't get to be
Built
involved
different.
in. Yeah, built different, that's what it's called. We don't get to be involved, so.
Yeah.
But he was asking for my opinion. I said, I think you should take Foxy9 today. I think going up against your old team, you got something to prove.
Yep.
Yeah, he's
And
not
I
wrong.
think Foxy9 is definitely answering the call.
29 and 3.
20 to 9, 19, and everyone else is sitting around 10 or below 10.
Back-to-back 3Ks, very much bolstering those numbers. Gunman in his first
Oh
contact.
boy,
Shots
this guy's
are
normally
just
got some of the
off.
best aim I've seen, and that
Puts
was
Foxy down to 70, but that's about it.
was not
Showstopper
it.
now. Just go ahead and lead the way forward into the site. Debating where he wants to try to send it to. Freeing, going to be taking a bit of damage. Showstopper will not clear him out. Paint Shell certainly might. Their mind's just going to be coward. He's able to do it, and Texture will scale forward. It's right
Well,
in on top of Estrella.
they're finally out of ults though.
Be similar scenes here. I mean, Mako noted trying to fight his way out to hold on to the weapon, but he cannot. Now it's just going to be Bane. Once again, just trying to save.
They're so clean. You know,
Is Genji back?
You have a moment for Hyunmin where maybe he can
They
find
might have been
two,
back
but
for a little
the
bit.
shots are just off. He looked pretty sharp at the beginning of the map. A little bit of a fall off since then. And then, you know, Genji is this there. Snakebite, Showstopper, sights ours. Good luck. Obviously, for Bane, gonna try to hold on to this gun. Texture going looking, but looks like they might just bypass each other potentially. Yeah. I think Bane should be A-okay. Texture seems convinced it might be Spawn. Genji.
What do I think of
aren't
Ash?
gonna
I think
drop
he's
a
good.
player in this
I
round,
think
seemingly.
he's getting more and more confident.
Texture,
Not quite near
nah,
enough.
I don't think so.
Should be all right to hold on to it. And even if he did go down, he's got 5,800 before the win
I
bonus
don't think
comes
we're
through.
seeing-
Bane is still holding the angle.
I don't think
Texture
we're
looking for the
seeing
swing,
how he's
and
going to
he
be
finds
playing
the shot.
yet at the end of the year. That's where I'm at.
That low. And he just takes everything out of DRX's grasp.
Just a
So a
wide
couple
swing.
of misses
Texture
going on. This was the main
so
one.
dialed in here today. Great Showstopper. Paint Shells right away to follow up, knowing there's a player in there. They want to clear that as quick as possible. And he's on point with his utility. He's on point with his shooting. Yeah, perfect. Exactly. Hard to do it much better than that. Flash out, some util
Okay, this is
sent,
the
seems to
rounds for
control the orb.
DRX.
And Bane actually
A
takes
great
out Kara,
start. I mean-
TP forward. Nice quick kill for him.
Karen's
See if
really
DRX
gone
can
for
use
it.
that numbers advantage.
No smokes now. Everyone's allowed to
45
just
for Gen-G.
take their
Trying to work
jewels.
their way towards B again. This time Mako over at C site. Texture trying to sell a little bit over towards A, and he's got a lot of attention.
Up and over the top, Bane going to be struck down.
Oh,
Texture
there's
looking
some
for second,
jewels.
finds it. Hyunmin eliminated. The
Oh
swing
my
out, Estrella.
goodness.
Caught there, bit of
Dude, he
damage.
got good
Suffered,
info,
but
though.
He's able to go ahead,
Spike planted.
trade that one back. Spike planted,
Get the orb
denying
in
the orb
time.
grab, so Estrella's still going to be 2 away from having that Rolling Thunder online. It's Foxy on the quick peek. Up and
Days
back away.
alive,
Has this
'cause he
upper
knows
position,
that this
double
has his
stack
flash
alongside
here.
Ash.
This is cool as well. They create a lot of pressure here. They know that the one isn't going to clear this on his own for a little bit, so they can have a little bit of
Solid set, Ash.
freedom
Force off
and push
the
somewhere
jump
else
is
and
there.
potentially get a
This time
2v1.
does have that
They're
kill
playing these
secured.
situations great.
And now it's Estrella's
Right,
turn.
even if we just micro look
Just
at
tuck
this,
tail, hold on to the
right,
weapon.
they know he's far back, they've seen
GENG
that he's
now
solo,
getting up to 11,
so it's going to take him a
running
long
away
time
with
to
this
clear all of
attack
this.
side.
They
5 in a
group
row
up,
now for GENG.
make sure they
And
have the
this time
advantage
it's
in
just
whatever
texture.
person plays next, while
All
this
in his
person's
lonesome
going to
over at
late
A
replay
Rubble.
or even join his teammates.
By so
Good.
much command,
Real
so much
good.
attention.
Estrella will be good for the kill. So holds onto the weapon, one away from a rolling thunder. But still, I mean, just cash aplenty in GENG. Now up by what, 4?
Correct. And it's just when these GENG players are online, they are some of the best in the business. We know what they're capable of. We've seen it before. Many different levels of competitive Valorant. The timeout going to be taken. Going to just assume DRX. Try to see if they can find
DRX,
some
yeah, they're
way
struggling
through.
a little bit. I mean,
Right
Foxy9
now,
is just
Every time you start
He
out
is
the round well,
wrecking
GENG
them.
is able to just punch right back.
got that point to
their plans
prove.
are so varied, so deep on this map. Munchkin does such a great job of calling.
Was
in the
suggest
macro game,
spotted
talking
to
about
light the
how
fire.
good Mako is.
Nah, I think they
Munchkin,
I think they weren't
has been doing
sure
it for a little bit longer.
at all of like
Has
who
had
to
a
actually
trophy,
get.
an international trophy to boot.
It's,
A lot of GENG fans.
yeah,
and
it's just kind of GENG.
I think
Yeah,
coaches,
they'll
when they
really
look at
like
Foxy9,
GENG.
I don't think it's his work
GENG,
ethic
yeah.
because
So it's not
he's
quite the
always like
novel
top
that a lot
1
of,
of
people who can't
Pacific,
read Korean would
so you
think
know
it
he
is.
grinds. And
But,
that's on
I'm
top of
happy
prac
for
as
you, I'm
well.
sorry.
There's no
I
work
agree with
ethic.
that.
I think a lot of the time he's
It mostly
just,
just said GENG.
it takes him a
Yep.
while to get used to like roles,
Well, we'll see
I would say.
what the adjustments look like. I mean,
But I think at the end of the day,
Critical
like his
ultimates
firepower
getting ready
pretty
to
much
cycle
takes him
online
over
here
the
from the
line,
side of DRX.
and he does learn.
2 from the Armageddon, 1 from that
Maybe
rolling
not
thunder
fast enough for
aforementioned.
some coaches, I would say, with
weaponry not gonna
what's
be on
been
their
going
side.
on, but
See just a little bit of a change here from GENG. They're a little bit faster. This time Karan doesn't TP towards the door. Munchkin opens it. He's going to push through a fault line to answer from Estrella. Snakebite in response
he's a
from
great
Munchkin.
player. Yeah, I think
Just trying to gain control over that
if
door.
you're mechanically good and you're young, like mechanically good,
GENG just
young,
trying to march their way
good
past
work
this toxic
ethic,
screen, have to wait
like
for it to
that's,
drop.
I think everything else
Seeing
can
if they
be
can maybe
learned,
open up an opportunity
really.
for a pivot.
I think that's
DRX
the
Kind of trying to hold the line. See if they can collapse onto
that's
this.
like the main 3.
Bring- had to go
You've
for
got
that
the
shot,
time,
but it's a bit delayed to be able to find a window of punishment.
you're willing to put in the
Quite a
time,
bit of damage. Almost down to 52.
and you have the
Moving to
skill.
Broken Prod
That's,
4,
that's
trying
kind
to
of all you need.
Challenge out of Baby Door. As Hyunmin will be able to find 1. Karan going to be taken down. Texture playing up close, looking for the
Timing's
timing.
insane on that.
Gets the fake out, turns back over towards sight, Estrella now. Dead on the floor. 10 bullets remaining. Boombot going to be sent in.
What do they actually
So
call
fast.
here?
Let's quickly get cleared out. Still,
They saw. I mean, they saw
Bane
2.
here in position with that stinger in hand. Finds a headshot. Munchkin going to be struck down. Quickly TPs away. Repositions in towards back sight. Hyunmin now. Looking to escort them forward here with the ult.
Oh, nicely done from Hyunmin, though. This timing of the timing of the Yoru ult was pretty sick.
Yeah, this is a really nice round from DRX. The whole goal
Stingers,
of this one
yeah.
was to
They're
make
getting insane
GENG
with
think
them.
that they could pivot over towards
We might
B
see
through
a
A
Sting
link,
enough end of the
and
year.
that's when they started to strike. Really great use of the Teho utility by freeing to
Do
make
people
sure
use
that it
Stingers
wasn't
in
comfortable for
like
GENG
ranked
to
and
push
stuff? They don't,
through the
right?
baby door. And then DRX able to just play
Like the
contain
odd
and
pass
A
of
main
them, maybe.
and shut GENG out of that round. Really well dialed up. Now operator for Hyunmin. So a big weapon available
They
for
do.
DRX to maybe
You
turn
guys
this
do?
map
Ah,
around.
honestly, maybe it
Oh,
gets
no.
snuffed.
As Bane
Bane.
Yeah.
Ooh.
getting a punish on
Bane's,
Karan there. Back to
like,
now just TPs taking over
every
that
time.
position.
I think Karen's
GENG
getting
very
absolutely
much
wrecked
shut
this
out
game.
From the A side of the map. Swing coming through. Hyunmin splitting the difference. A rare whiff from him with the op. As Foxy opens up the C side.
This is the
so
guy
good in
though
those
right now.
moments.
Foxy9's doing nuts stuff. Doesn't over peek as well. He knows that he has his ult.
Relayering of the util there to make sure they were safe to push forward into sight.
Knows that his is the util to stall everyone when they want to try fast flood. We've
Poison
got
cloud,
the
and now you have the ult.
ult to try and
Ult
enable them
ults,
to
2 ults
plant.
being used. A delay
Takes the
from
space because he
DRX.
knows that Visor is
Yeah,
forcing him all the way back.
Trying to catch somebody unawares. It's a
Dude, they
spot
just
out, but
cannot
one
get
gonna be
this
found
bomb
there.
down.
This spike still not yet planted. Just constant delay tactics. Rocket.
Oh,
gonna be
what a shot
shorted,
that
and
is from
Kill
Freeing.
Target's already dead. Freeing snipes texture out of the air. Foxy9 similarly going to be taken down. More time delay. The salvo's another volley going to be sent in. Munchkin just about able to stabilize that spray.
30 seconds left.
Helps get his teammate now into a 1v1.
Ooh, really nice from GENG. So there was just a mixture of everyone playing really nice, especially these two.
Getting back into the driver's seat and now up to map point.
I mean, DRX throwing everything they have at this round. A great opener again for Bane, but Foxy responds in kind over on the C site. Him and Munchkin
Yeah, I
able to
like
use
how
their
Foxy9
util to
played
clear
this whole round
forward,
as well,
and then
to be
delay from Freeing to give them an opportunity. That fight right there, though, if it had gone Freeing's way, probably a different round, but Munchkin, 3K for him, and GENG map point on the cards. Viper's Pit available
GENG
as well.
finally fully back.
And,
What if they were
speaking of
fully
Viper's
back
Pit,
anyway
Papa's
when they
Youngin
lost to
just
Boom?
domes
And Boom were
Munchkin.
just
He's
good.
been getting some really nice
never really
one-taps
thought
these
about
last
that.
couple rounds. Certainly making
I
up
do
for
think
the
they've been
whippier
back for a
moments
while
that we
though.
had seen
Like it
previously
just feels like
outside B.
they're getting better and better.
I want to know what the
Just hit me with the no? Oh,
4v5
okay.
win percentage is on this map, because there's been a lot where a team gets the first blood and then the other team just punches right back.
Okay, they lose one. They get that thing where they're just allowed to
rounds we still yet have to get through.
to prod a little bit.
DRX.
They call for the 4-pass and hit
Four in a
over
row to
towards
take this
B.
into
I mean, they got
overtime.
double smokes. They can definitely do this. But considering a 4v5, they probably just dry swing
Estrella
this.
there, looking in the other direction.
Being able to avoid damage, but has to back away. Just a Sheriff in hand here for him. Aftershock to try to delay, Paint Shell to clear out that connector side. No one there to receive the damage. Baby Door, Textured swoops in. Estrella falls to the wayside.
GENG are playing
Now
old school
4v4.
comps. That is true.
30
Mako
seconds left.
still
But
lingering in the
imagine
pit.
a Teo Naf happens real soon.
Needing to work his way over, joining
they
with the rest
just
of the team.
Instantly the
Paranoia
best
connecting
because of
in
that.
on the two, forces them back in towards the site, but the door is being held. As
Ah,
one
man.
by one, they will
This was
quickly
nice
fall.
though.
13 to 8,
Feels like
GENG.
DRX having a little bit of an
soft
off
start, but an
day
explosive
still, or at least
second
like the
half.
map was
They take the win
not
here
too
on their map
confident
pick
for
of
them because I
Lotus.
feel like there's a
Yeah,
couple
I
of
mean, a lot
angels.
of this came
I feel like
down to just
Karen was having a
some
really rough
important
map here,
rifling wins
and they still managed
for
to
the
do good.
GENG players. Some big multi-kills they're able
Shout out
to
to
string together in
Foxy9 though. This
post-plant
was
scenarios.
this was an insane
Some good
performance
macro reads from both sides.
against the team that kicked
But I think
him.
the firepower advantage
Nothing but
in
respect for
GENG's
that.
favor onto that Lotus. A little bit of still uncomfortable looks from the side of DRX at the
Oh, no,
beginning
they
of
look
this.
uncomfy. It's not
Having
wrong.
to again try to adjust
Said the comfortability wasn't there.
the comfortability-ness.
Yeah,
Yeah.
wasn't quite that strong.
The strongness wasn't there.
Well, that's GENG eking out the win here on their map pick. Very solid attack half coming through from them.
Wasn't Foxy9 benched?
Shoutouts again to
But the thing is, every
Foxy9
time he gets
Textured.
benched or kicked,
Pretty much
he just
consistent the whole
becomes,
way
he just
throughout,
comes
bragging
back
like
stronger and
crazy.
stronger.
Where's Dongjun? You're
So-
welcome, Dongjun.
This is why, man. When coaches,
down,
just,
but
he
not
has like
yet
one
out.
bad
Still
day,
forced
coaches
to
like,
have
well,
their
let's
map
bench
pick
him
of
again.
Split coming up next.
Get him a little bit
They will
better.
be looking to try to send us over
He comes back
to a
killing
third and
everyone.
final map. It's Ascent if we can get
He
there.
actually
And
always
that's a
has
rare
really
sight
good
these
games
days from
once he gets
GENG.
benched.
Not a map that we usually get to see from
I
them.
don't know.
So I'd be very curious
We-
to how they're going to be looking there.
And we haven't
It's so
seen
weird how he's
Split
always in this
stage,
position, though.
From GENG, so it's going to be really exciting to see what they're going to bring. DRX as well, who knows? They might be going away from the double duelist again.
Yeah, I mean, might have to just make that pivot. Seeing the changes here from the side of Lotus. It was a solid start from DRX, but now need to answer back and win on map 2. For now, we'll go ahead and send things over to the analyst desk.
Absolutely right. GENG looking like, they still have those slow starts occasionally, but definitely on that attacking side, did make a comeback. I wouldn't count DRX out just yet, though, especially since, as our casters mentioned, the next two maps are going to be very, very interesting.
Yeah, this map was typical GENG from me. We know they love Lotus. It's no surprise they were going to pick it, and especially in this second half,
Dude,
they can really
this makes it look a
able to
little bit
show
worse
their
as well.
strength. But
13
I
of
don't
these.
think that it should be all credit to GENG, to be honest. I felt like DRX made some kind of fundamental mistakes. I felt like they were a little bit sloppier than we're used to seeing from this DRX DRX team. Maybe that's a given,
I
you know,
think
due to
they're
the
in
change in
trouble.
players, the change in circumstance, the change in
Ascent and
roles.
Platchat, I think
but
they're in trouble at
wasn't
the
quite as
moment. They got
clinical
too
DRX
much
as
to
we're
fix
used
in a
seeing,
short
and
amount
GENG
of
took
time,
advantage
but
of that.
Yeah, I mean, they're winning in
they at
first
least
kills.
should have a good
they
map
get
for their
two
map pick.
thrifties and they can't get the game across the
You
line.
get your
It's
opinion on
not
something.
particularly
I'm
great
playing
look.
Omen
End
on
of the day,
Haven. I
I
pull
think
off two
you're looking over
1v6s.
at GENG. Texture had a phenomenal
Okay.
game, but he still didn't win that many
My-
opening duels, and you can see it in the first kills there. Hyunmin's winning
Two
a lot of
1v6s.
opening duels,
So you're playing against a
and they're still not able
Sage,
to convert.
maybe.
Massive game from Texture and Foxy9.
get
Those two guys
8-4.
were absolutely lighting up the server, and the
to
rest of
lose the
GENG
map
was kind of just
39
along
of
for
your
the
team
ride, just
for
playing within the
multiple
structure.
4v1.
Yeah, this is definitely atypical.
How can I
for
have the
DRX?
energy to
DRX
play
have
this
one
game?
of the higher first
Okay,
kill win
first of all-
percentages.
first
of
of
all
all,
the teams, it's up
I'm
past
not
70%,
entirely
which
sure
is
you're telling
exactly
the
where
truth,
you'd
because
want
it's a
it
lot
to
of
be,
1v6s
but
to
this
have.
game absolutely not there at all. So I think
But
they need to
I'll ignore
regroup
that bit.
themselves, get themselves
And
ready to
mate,
do
it's
this
just
round
ranked.
two, 'cause it
Like
won't
if
be
you're
that
playing
pick,
good,
but
it's fine.
Lotus
Keep
was all
keep
GENG.
going.
So what do you think it was? Because
Keep
of
getting
course
those
we did see
1v6s.
Texture definitely bringing forward a few rounds. I mean, those who have him on the team for Build Diff today are very happy indeed. But what could it be for DRX? Is it the aura of Texture or something that even though he might not be performing at like the numbers that they expect, he still manages to do
The
it?
fact
I
you're
think this is
typing
one of
like,
the big strengths of
how can I
GENG
have
is
the energy
huge
to play this
individual
game?
level,
Dude,
especially
it sounds
from
like you need to
guy
take a
like
break from the
Texture,
game,
who
man.
played such a good game.
Like, if
won
you find
so
yourself
many
getting
rounds
annoyed
that
at the
he sort
game,
of
which
shouldn't,
happens a lot, obviously,
managing
because
to
people are
recover
ranked
the positions, just hit big
morons,
multi-kills. I
but
mean, this is what he's known for.
I
And I
think
felt like he had a showstopper
when you
every
care
other
about your
round
rank
this
too
game.
much,
Yeah,
you
I mean,
kind
that's
of
what happens when
stop
your Raze is just getting his multi-frag on at the
enjoying
end
the
of the day.
game,
You're
so it's
able
good to
to
just
string
take a
those
break,
ults
watch,
together and kind of snowball the
and
game a
then
little bit.
play.
I think it was kind of what we expect from Texture. Like, statistically, he's actually
Again, I
still
find
doing
that if you're trying to
totally
improve
fine.
at the
He's
game,
still
you're
well
like
and
really
truly up
getting
the top
annoyed
of
with
the
your rank and
statistics.
stuff
The
like
thing-
that. I
the
think a
main
whole day
statistic
of
that he's
watching
really
when
not
you would normally be
dominating is
playing
first
is like
kill,
one of the
first
best
death
things you can do.
percentage. Like, he's going negative.
You
in
really want to
first
play
kills,
the
first
game,
deaths all the time, but he's still posting
but
these numbers. Like, this is the thing. You expect
you'll,
your duelist to be that player
you'll
that's
also run
taking
some
opening
stuff.
duels and winning them, but Texture might
you
be
come back and
losing
you're
more
just kind
opening
of
duels than he's
appreciative of
winning.
being able
But
to
you're
play the
seeing
game
both
again,
him
I
and
guess.
Foxy9
I would
bail
say longer
out
than a
GENG.
day
Well, I
normally,
wouldn't even
but
say bail out because
I
they
don't
were
know
in
what your
total
schedule's
control
like.
that game. Like, they just
Ninja, thanks for the
dominating
100 bits.
and
Thank you.
multi-fragging in the mid-round and winning the round quite easily.
Final
And I think,
exams in
again,
3
like
weeks.
Morgan was
Okay,
pointing
for
out,
you, maybe
and like
just
they
take a
pointed out in
3-week
the
break
cast a
and
little bit, that comes
focus
down
on
to
that.
some sloppiness from DRX, the inability to
Okay,
be
Jack, let me
able
spam
to
some ads. We'll be
win
back in a
your
little bit, right?
opening kills in some cases, or the inability to be able to coordinate yourself
good luck on the
well
exams
in
for
the
that as well.
mid-round, which is also a big downside if you're going to play a double ENIC comp. You need to be well drilled, you need to be making sure you're coordinating your util correctly and that your communication's on point, and it just really looked like they were
Would you
a bit
peak
too
you're watching a lot of
disjointed
pro
there for
games?
DRX.
Yeah,
it's that
I think
diversion, right, that they
instead
can't
of
seem to,
getting annoyed
they
and
can't seem to
queuing
pull up at
again,
this
like
moment.
just
And
making
you know,
the
it
most of your
wasn't just
games.
Texture. There were a lot of
works
players
well.
on the side of GENG that had their moments, including Foxy9.
Yeah, we got to talk about Foxy9, man. He had a
Sure.
wonderful map one. Him on the Vice has been a great addition to this team. I said at
Who
the
do I
start
main?
of
I
the day
don't
he's
really
going to
main
come in
anyone,
with
dude.
something to prove, and I think he did exactly that.
I
I mean,
used
you
to
got two
main
players that are going like
Raze,
plus
but
10 or
ever
better.
since they nerfed the
Like,
judge,
you've got
my
to win the
playstyle
map
has been
at the end of the day. And you have your
Playstyle's not a
opener
thing
or your
anymore.
Raze getting involved
Can't
in the
abuse the
action, and you
game,
have
so
Foxy9 on the lurk,
don't really main
playing
anyone.
with confidence,
Don't really play the
locking
game, so
things
it's hard to
down on
main
the
when you don't play the
defense. I
game.
mean, one of the defining rounds that you got early on was when Hyunmin just tried to hard TP into the C site, and they tried to run the kind of execute that you'd see with the double
mean,
in
the
there, and you
judge
sent
side
your
is true.
Yoru in, and Foxy9 just sprayed him straight through a flash, and that was one of the first gun rounds. Like,
Yeah.
this
Yeah,
guy
we
is
reckon a
so
little bit.
fantastic, anchoring. Statistically, he looks like one of the better
Is he
players in the
adapted? You
competition
can
at the
too?
moment because he hasn't
But
played
has
as many
he?
maps as other people.
Where is
but
he?
I don't even think he's had a bad map yet. This guy is
That's all
absolutely
I'm
owning.
saying.
I think this Senti
Like, I
role
don't
is
see- I don't
becoming
see him at
more and more
champs or
perfect for him,
anything anymore.
especially with, you know, his Vice now coming really into the meta.
Like,
I
we all-
feel
we
like
all
this
got
is
hit
such
hard
a
by
good
the
role for him.
judge
It's
now.
very simple. He knows how to anchor the site very well, and I think the coaching staff have found a way to make this work very cleanly for Foxy9, because, you know, they weren't sure on him. We saw them bring Suggest in, but but I'd like to think he's now cemented his place as part of the starting
I think the Vice is a good fit for him as well. I really like putting a Senti player that has some tendency to play a little bit more aggro on something like a Vice. He can set himself up well with the arc rows, he can anchor a certain position, but some Senti players are the traditional turret style. You're locking down a
Raga
position,
propaganda.
you're playing off
Did
your,
he's a bit
your
of a
teammates
beast, yeah.
util, and you needed to communicate a little bit better. You can be
I'd
a
have to
little
have
bit
him
more
up there.
self-sufficient on the Vice. You could
They
choose
set him
your
up well,
own
though, in that
flash
team.
timing and read
Okay, I'll be back
intuitively
in a little
in
bit.
the moment when you want to be able to swing and when you want to be able to disrupt whatever the other team is doing when they're entering the site.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. I mean, let's not forget the first first time we met Foxy9, he was in that duelist role. So that history is still there and does make, you know, a little bit of showings here and there. But I do want to go back to kickoff when Foxy9 did, you know, say, Termi, I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you, and it seems like he's doing that as well in this match.
It was a phenomenal game from him, and I have to say as well, I know a lot of people talk about this guy and they say like this guy's pushing or this guy's not necessarily like playing passive on the Senti role. I don't know if there's an unpopular opinion. I don't always want my Senti player playing passive. Sometimes on defense, I need you to push if you're on the small side and they go and take control on one side of the map. I need you to go take some space, man. Like, constrict the map a little bit more. So I was actually loving it when he was playing KJ on Haven and he was pushing out Gary Dor and taking a duel with the other Senti who was defaulting on the map or something like that. I actually love that kind of thing. So I think that's a unique skill set that Foxy can actually use to get a lot of value here for GENG.
Definitely that game sense to know when is the right time to push out and when is the right time to hold back, right?
Yep.
How is that going to come into play, though, in a map that, you know, as the casters pointed out, it's going to be very interesting. It's going to be very questionable because, you know, you have DRX and GENG. GENG has not played this map before. What are we looking at coming into the second one?
I mean, this is a rather big unknown for both of these teams. Of course, GENG not showing it in this stage 1 yet. So they've had, you know, a lot of time to kind of get this ready if they needed to. But as you say, they have been known to ban it in a way. DRX, last time we saw them was with that double duelist, but we just saw them change away. So in my mind, I'm expecting a simplification of the comps again. I don't expect to see double duelist here, but that means I'm curious as to what they've got cooked up because they've chosen to pick it here.
I mean, for GENG, we haven't seen it since kickoff where they did get a win over T1 with Breach Teo when it was still kind of new in the meta with the Astra, and they had a lot of kind of set combos. They were playing Astra Cypher in addition to that. For DRX, totally agree. I don't think there's any way you're going to see Neon Rays. I wasn't necessarily a fan of the comp initially when they did debut it and they had flashback on the Neon. And they did win, but it was a 13-10 over Global. So I don't know if you're necessarily looking at that and feeling a lot of confidence on the side of DRX, especially with the current lineup that they're rolling with today. But at the same time, watching that Lotus game, I'm getting a little bit concerned because this is the style that I wanted to see them play, and these are the kind of the roles that I wanted to see them on, but it really actually did not look that great. Maybe they're a little bit too used to the simplified kind of free flow style of the double duelist, and they're finding a tough time kind of switching gears back into the double ENIT play.
Yeah, I mean, for me, the problem wasn't necessarily with the comp, it was in their execution of the comp, where I felt like when the round broke down into these kind of mid rounds, where you have to be able to be more fluid, you have to be able to talk to each other and kind of make those plans in the moment, they weren't quite there. In double duelist, the plans are a bit simpler. You can walk forward, you can take that space a bit more for yourself. But when you have this kind of more initiator focused style, you can't really do that, and I felt like that was what was missing. I don't know if it's a reps problem, it's hard to really know, but I feel like it should in theory be fixable. These are good enough players to know how to play when the round breaks down, but it just wasn't there that much.
I thought Australia would be a good like addition like for that kind of style. Like he's just come off of IGLing in English, now he gets to communicate in Korean. He's used to playing the flashy net. Like I can understand why he would be the player that's needed to kind of set up some of these plays, but it still looked very disjointed for DRX.
And that's why I felt like the previous match of DRX, right, was very revealing just because it showed, I guess, the disadvantages of that inflexibility, right? Going now into split, and it appears as though we are seeing freeing still on that Taeho and Hyunmin on the Yoru.
Yeah, you're going to see DRX actually pretty much running back what they were doing over there on Lotus, so that's an interesting adaptation. You'll see them start defense first, and you know, we'll see GENG actually play something a little bit interesting. Ash is on the duelist, man.
Yeah, I mean, I was not expecting this from GENG. I mean, this is not a team we would normally see to this double duelist, especially not with Ash on the Yoru. It's kind of a big change for them, but I like it. I think double duelist is very in right now. I also think it's very good on split, but it's strange to see DRX run exactly the same comp as they did on Lotus.
And it just didn't work for them. Maybe they're going to have a better read here on split, but Ash has played a lot of duelists. It's his most played role in GENG Academy, and he's kind of been fit into the ENIT role, so GENG, something different, some changes for once.
Well, I guess GENG is going to say, DRX, you know what? We're going to show you how it's done. That is if they can close out split, so let's toss it on over to Achilles and Paper then to find out if they do exactly that.
Thank you very much. As mentioned just there by Pilsky, yes, this is Ash's overall most played role. The Yoru in particular, though, not the agent that we often see him go over to. His last series on GENG Academy, versus VRX had played the Yoru a bit, but all time, this is going to be his 13th outing on that pick.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised in a way. I mean, Ash obviously can flex for sure. I thought maybe this would be an opportunity to throw Foxy9 back into the Duelist, and then you can have Munchkin on the Viper and Ash on the Fade, but they're going to try something a little bit different. Let's see how it goes, and Hyunmin's already got the first kill.
Ash on the floor, as Hyunmin, a very solid opening kill. Starting to re-warm up a little bit. Saw him in that first half prior to the tech pause, really with some cracking shots. Fell off a little bit coming back from that break. And in the latter half of that, Lotus is looking clean, but damn, what a shot from Freeing.
Push forward. Hyunmin backed off to quite a bit of damage. GENG, though, gonna take that opportunity to change directions. Might have found a good timing there. The drone clearing through A lobby gives a little bit of false information over to DRX, but that just slides astray over. So this will be the weak side of the map. GENG's done a good job identifying that, but with 2 players down, could be a rough go of things. Meanwhile, Foxy trying to find some space to lurk.
Headshot unable to be found. This is going to apply some pressure here to the B site. Keep some interest here from DRX. Quick little backpedal and texture. Swinging out, gets the insta headshot there to one tap. Freeing, however, still up above on the rafters. It doesn't come away with the kill. It does get some very solid damage through. But now we go into a 3v3 with 2 players, both duelists remaining tagged up. First one to fall. There's a straight texture there at screens. The Hammond fight going the way of Bane.
What did we miss?
Karan now needing to clutch it out. Kind of been nearly swinging into the angle in the line of sight. Now going to be spotted. Finds that first one, tucks back over towards the ramp, gets a spot out onto both. Challenges in for the fight, nearly gets a stray up, but it's going to be 2 players surviving.
2v1 at the end.
Continue to be perfect on the pistols, now 3-0 in that
Missed an ace.
Wow, this looked like another round where
GENG
was going to be able to overcome those odd man situations like they did on Lotus. You saw in the
Blame with the bunnies now, it's feeding them.
DRX 13
hey.
in the first kill department, and still GENG was able to come through with the wins.
Dude, what is that?
Through the smoke for you in there. Oh my.
Lako's been teaching him well.
Yeah, no kidding. Who better? A tough challenge there at the end. But Bane's been hitting some crisp shots.
Dude, the pistol gods, by the way. 3-0.
Really nice ones from him.
3-0 in terms of all the pistols.
Over to split. Certainly.
Wait, what's going on here?
I would think DRX was expecting.
Foxy9's playing.
You know, GENG is a team that kind of. Oh, that's a problem.
Yeah. Yes, it is. Quick kill. Foxy going to be taken out. Bane. Quick little reposition there. And slides away, finds some damage onto Ash. Main objective, Wiley going to be just getting this orb over into Texture's hands. Is Paranoia a little bit too late? Hyunmin arriving there on the rafters.
So it's a weird change-up for
Let's get put down by
for
Texture.
GENG.
So just the 1 kill found. Karan with a classic.
Here in the
garage.
It's a little bit like what we were saying earlier, right? Where Foxy9 historically is taking like a little bit of time to learn new roles, and then they go.
Not fun.
Well,
for Karan,
how about this one?
Kind of to be expected.
He's got to get a go on at some point here.
Oh, he's got plenty of time.
He's got time.
What do you reckon? They didn't like his Yoru?
So it looks like it's going to be okay this way. As he, for a second, made me think that he was going to get even more damage through, but that's still going to be solid. 2 kills. Unexpected there at the very end to be able to find that additional one. So GENG, a smattering of damage done to the economy of DRX.
Does Yoru really been that bad?
Still dumps. Foxy9, not much he can do in that scenario. Texture somehow is able to always find that 1 kill. Before he's quickly traded out. Karan, that got close. But
KD's
Mako
not
a little
great.
bit frustrated with the rifling there. Let's see what this double
Yeah,
can do.
maybe he doesn't have the best Yoru, and they wanted to play Yoru.
Seemingly so important for GENG.
Okay, well let's see how it looks though.
Flash
Wow.
out.
It's a lot to learn for. Because it's a
damage avoided from both sides.
It's a big switch around for 2 players.
When I start thinking about this map, the biggest question I have in my mind is actually Foxy9 on that Viper. That's a role that usually you're going to see Munchkin in. And that's where you have to find those lurks. You have to find that open space. You have to create pressure.
Yeah, this is definitely Munchkin though, like taking this role to
so? We know his rifling is good.
To
he
make
can take
Foxy9
those
feel a bit easier.
So it's a
I
good
imagine they tried
opportunity
Foxy9 on
but you have to be so
Fades,
crucial with the timings
and it didn't feel great.
On your walls and on your poison clouds.
Munchkin's able to find one. Strafes forward into the A site. Mako.
Dude, it's weird default at the moment. My Fade's so low over towards A.
Kill found. Just gets the one tap. Gets
I don't think they'll be doing this all the time,
over the
but
rest of the team.
Who knows?
As Hyunmin now going to be noted here in mid. He and Foxy just going to go their separate ways.
Maybe this actually makes a okay amount of sense. Apart from they literally can't force middle, really.
Indication there for DRX that might be a change in directions for GENG.
Munchkin thinks he's the Viper.
Side,
maybe he's just super
so
used
far
to
they're
it.
just keeping that 2-2 split.
Texture able to get in.
It's a nice XX, Big Joe.
Flash, you can hand that from Estrella. Texture snappy with a readjust, finds the headshot. Time dwindling, but Spike brought forward.
Okay, Texture though.
6 seconds still to
I
spare.
would be alright with him hunting him, I'm not gonna lie. But they should know that they're bonus, so they should know that eventually they'll come to them.
It's just very difficult.
They can be pretty patient.
Until paranoia for Bane.
Okay, with the death, he gets his ult though, so as long as they don't lose too much more, they should be pretty happy.
We'll be able to find one. Looks for a little bit more. There's a stack up, and Ash will collect them
That'll
both.
do it. They honestly get the best
casualty.
ults closest.
Yeah, that's very nicely handled by GENG. Establishing a presence towards mid, and then just taking a pivot towards the A side. Good opener for Munchkin. Texture dives in, clears the site open for you. That's textbook Valorant right there, and that's often the way that GENG is going to be playing these rounds. They want to beat you through fundamentals and good shooting. Occasionally, you're going to see some trickery from Munchkin for sure.
Okay, keep this one nice and simple. Razor insta hit over towards A. Oh my goodness, that's some nice.
Has it at the ready.
That's nice though.
That'd be Mako. Does it, sends it up towards heaven, and Mako finds the time. He pushes the smoke. He's able to go ahead and collect that kill. And that's DRX. Very swiftly
DRX handled this insanely well.
GENG's face on that A site. Now they need to fight their way through heaven.
He went so fast that no one else could get over towards the site. I guess there was Wait, how did no one else get on the site? I'm not sure there was Jeeps
on
there.
Double back to try to get this one, and right now GENG have no control whatsoever. Dimensional drift is in play from Hyunmin. He's just pinging it all out. Spike does get scooped up. Looks like it's going to be a long wrap around all the way through the sewer, back across.
Definitely keep an eye on Foxy9 at the moment. Instead of a lot of space over towards B.
Ash able to find one there in heaven, takes out Maka before falling to Estrella's hands.
Breach? Yeah, it must have been a breach.
And they might not read that
breach
at all.
done, and then they were just scared to go back through the wall.
He's starting to turn back in, but Bane is wise to this.
Nicely done.
Finds the headshot now. Munchkin is having to go for the plan of 1v4. Salvos flying his way, a paranoia crashing across players about to arrive in heaven. Munchkin, sights turned back over. It's a shot onto one. The swing out, identifying their location, but
dude,
cannot line up the shots to isolate.
He actually had a really good chance of doing it.
Only 2 casualties. DRX going to be maintaining the lead.
Because they kept the first bite really clean, they can still buy into this one. And they still got a good ult to make sure it's doable.
Safe play, a lot of patient play with that.
So they just go for the standard split B.
This time they go for the
so
fast
most people
hit,
do. Your ult
and he
through
just
mid.
doesn't guess
Once
correctly.
take space,
Mako
3 B
just
min.
waiting in that smoke for his opportunity to strike. The rocket gets sent, and that's when Mako walks out and just basically nullifies this round.
So because they've been doing some kind of role switch, I reckon they haven't had much time, and they just steal people's strats. So this should be a split B, but we'll see.
Catch Karan in A main, put the spike on the ground, and make that round very scrappy for GENG. Ash does have his ult.
He's going to use it off the rip.
Oh, I like it though. They invest the wall over towards A, so it looks like an A hit. You got a nade over towards heaven with a boom bot as well. Try pull the rotate out, but then your TP's towards middle.
On the site, tucks back around the corner. As Hyunmin is jumping back over towards Ali. Looks for the transfer.
Dude, fair play. This is a really nice strat, especially if you invest that wall. And I feel like majority of the time that they've invested this wall, they've just hit over towards A. So it's like a bit of a double.
Capitalize before he can TP away. Foxy will get himself on the board, picking up his first kill there as Freeing does fall. We now go into a 3v2.
Spike planted.
Texture tucking back in towards Mail. Mako Does he still suspect it? Looks like he absolutely does. And Texture may be about to walk into a trap, but no! The timing off just for both of them, but Foxy is there, watching the drop. Mako will hit the floor, and Hyunmin.
Dude, Foxy9's
good
getting
for
some
one more
absolute
kill,
shots.
good to make it a little bit more
This is a
costly,
lovely
but
strat.
Foxy9
Because again,
come
when I
alive with
do
the
watch
3K.
Genji, I
Genji
do
the
feel
second
like
win.
this wall was here every
Foxy,
single
they're
time they hit
challenging that
A.
angle on B site.
So not
Winning
only
a
is this a
very
good fake,
important
but
duel.
if DRX have been doing anti,
He said try to go for
and
the
they
transfer,
look
but it
at
was a
just the
clone.
wall and the amount of
Pokan
times
just
they
a stinger.
sight
This
hit
right
A,
here
this is
against
going to work
Freeing.
really well. This is sick to
Finds
see.
a great angle.
And this guy's hitting some shots.
The 3K for him. Just backing up his teammates very nicely, playing reactively
Sideshow
off
in
of contact.
shambles. Oh yeah, dude, he
Something a good
hates
Sentinel
Foxy9 for
controller
some
will
reason.
always be able to do.
Don't get it.
Foxy9 showing his worth. Oh my.
Well, Texture has just hand-delivered them a gun.
Well,
So no, you don't have to sign for this.
On TV.
He's gone around into the back, so look at that second kill, but can't quite make it happen. Foxy9 will be able to push the ramp, finds the punish. Australia going to be taken down, tucked into the corner though from Freeing, and the Stinger still going to be put to good use. Swaps over the Classic, spamming through. Ash hits the floor as Munchkin now spotted alone, wondering what in the hell has happened in this round. It's just absolute
Something
lunacy,
go
and
great.
it's another thrifty here from the side of DRX.
does feel like the more we're watching this, the more we're going to
I see
Ascent.
teams not clear that corner. Right outside of A main ramp. It's a brutal one. And that'll lose you rounds. Because it's almost a guaranteed 2K.
Oh,
Like,
like
Green
the
turns
double
into three.
flash.
You just
That
can't
is the
see
most
it.
Valorant moment, isn't it?
Just going in. I mean, it's your job sometimes. But again, this is just that corner. And the timing as well. Here's the footsteps.
Yeah, well, that
and just
complete
springs into action.
changes all the money.
Now it's Sheriffs for Gen G.
Dude,
They
that's
can find
so
a thrifty
funny.
of their own, but
You
so
see a
far,
flash
DRX
down
had a
here and then another
phenomenal-
different color flash up
phenomenal
here.
read on
That's
the
so
defender's
messed
side.
up.
It's not really giving up too much room. If they can win at the point of attack, if they can win these battles, especially here at A main, other than the round that Munchkin got that opener quite a bit ago. Okay.
Oh, all right.
That's
Goodness.
what you need.
Great shot.
That's a gun on the floor.
Okay,
You can get
creates
there.
creates pressure. We spoke about this a little bit yesterday, right? That
spotting
Boostio, if he ever gets a gun down here, they'll always try and take map control while
Any
the other
shot
team
from the
is
Sheriff will
trying
now
to
go ahead
defend
and
the
get rid of
gun.
The enemy Omen, and similar to the previous round, it's a weapon handed over
It's
to Gen G.
definitely a couple of different ways of handling it.
Turn on the flash is straight out. Drifting back across, looking for these wall bang attempts. And
Damn, bro,
Ash
you
is
gonna
be the
solo
one
win
finds
this
it through the
round?
box. A-site not quite opened up yet though. Mako still nearby.
Look at him, he was
All
holding
the
he was
forces of
holding
Gen
for the
G
reaction
getting
of the
gathered up
push
here
here,
in
that's
position
nice.
as Bane
Omenor
keeps
goes
these
in, they're
over
probably gonna
screens.
think it's elbow. We've got a
Still weak at
smoke
Mako,
to
tucked
allow
back.
a good
Just
amount of
behind
space
this
for
cut of the wall.
Mako.
Do they
What a
attention
play
to
this one
They do
is.
not. He now
Damn, what a
strikes
play
up
this
and
one
down.
is from
Able to find
DRX.
one.
This
Mako
is
gonna be
sick
put
to
down.
watch.
Munchkin
Dudes,
comes up with a
Munchkin
second, but
though.
Hyunmin
Wait, this was
quick turn back
cool
over
though.
towards the vent.
This
Spares
3v4
their blushes,
from
stops
them
Thrifty
is really
from
nice.
coming their way.
Munchkin
DRX now
tucks into his own wall.
up by
And most
3,
normal
5 to
reaction
the
would be to
scoreline.
push here as
Man,
well, so
Mako's
they
just
really
so
don't
smart
think
with
he's
his
over towards
positioning.
site. Omenor
Again,
kind
if
of
that
distracts them
corner-
on site, gives him a smoke for him to play in as well.
I mean, some
But then
good shooting
Hyunmin just
here
cleans up
breaks
as
things
they're just
open. It's
focusing
starting
on
to look
everyone
like-
else.
Yeah. Starting to look like this should very much be
Damn, the
Gen
timing
G's
of those
round.
2 kills as well is insane.
But Mako hides in that spot there, gets the kill. I can't remember who was up on the rafters,
Dude,
but
that was nice. Sorry,
didn't matter.
I think I said Munchkin. It was
whoever it was. And all
Mako.
of a sudden, that just caused a bunch of chaos and confusion. Spam here. Try to see if they can get Mako. Nope, he's going to get Texture instead.
The pit is a smoke, which means that Mako will kill you through it. Jiggle on the corner, freeing. Force off the angle for a brief moment. Looks like he considers reaggressing, but will opt to back away. Speaking of op, got one in mid brought forward here from DRX for the first
You
time.
meant Munchkin? No, I meant Mako, sorry. Dude, so used to seeing Munchkin on
Peak, I think, is a little bit late.
on
Doesn't spot
Viper,
out.
it threw me off fully.
Follow-up may have. His off shot going to go wide, but the rifling on point
Yeah,
for
it
Bane
looks like
and
they might
Straya.
stomp him on this map.
Only able to trade one out, and that leaves Foxy9 previously noted.
They might have found
all
the
alone towards
found
this
the Genji
A-side
weak
map.
point.
And you know, they haven't done one yet here in the series, and I'm thinking that after this one, Gen G probably going to have to call a timeout.
Well, I was thinking they should have done it in the previous round, but there were some issues there with people clearing angles that needed to be addressed. Foxy. Mako has a pretty good idea
30 seconds left.
where he's at. Foxy, a lot of time still left on this clock to try to save this gun.
Nope.
Oh, that's
Wins a range fight. Nice headshot.
with the Phantom nonetheless.
Expecting some matched pressure to come in from the rear, but it is just going to be DRX saying, no, 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 leave him. Let's not
They're gonna win this
over-challenge, so
one?
I'm
I
not
don't
trying to
know.
get the punish.
They've got some
So
nice
we'll
set
be able to
strats,
save
but with
one
how they're
weapon,
playing,
but DRX
see.
now
they got another
very
Euro.
dominant defending side, move up 6-2.
So they've already done. Dude, they have so many
really
options
just
with this Euro. They could do the standard,
Reading GENG pretty
or they
nicely this time
could
with the
put
mid
the
control.
wall into A and
They've
actually
got
go
the
A this
flashes
time.
with the breach and the Yoru.
Play off the fact that they tried
Set
to
up
fake
for
it
that
last
timing
time.
Push out. See Bane, everybody just swinging off the back of that Yoru flash. A lot of assist pickup. Even though he doesn't find a kill with the op, Hyunmin still doing a nice job. And
Yeah, they got some options. in this.
Outside.
First one of the series. Yeah, this has been getting out of hand steadily from the side of GENG, so we'll see what they can try to call to turn this one around, because this is where you would expect, oh, hello. There's a face that we don't get to see too much. Little Bezzy showing up. As it's
Anybody wins, yeah, he doesn't care.
Yep, just here for a good time. That broke my train of thought. Oh, I was gonna say they have a double duelist, so like they should be having a lot more impact than they are on this attack at the moment. So
for sure. No, I was thinking the same thing. I mean, you got to turn it around here as GENG. A 5-7 is okay, probably acceptable, especially
Both these
losing
teams
the
are
pistol.
qualified to playoffs.
On this
Yeah,
attacker
both
side,
these teams are fine.
But you know, this defender side, who knows? Sometimes teams with double duelists can surprise you on the defender side and
They're
just have
battling
really
for
good reads,
second, third.
good rotations, good reactions. But and I no doubt that GENG is capable of that. But I'm
At the
starting to
moment,
wonder
you
a
don't even
little
know
bit
if it's
here.
better, right?
They don't look quite up to snuff on this map just yet. Again, it is their first time playing at the stage.
oh, eventual drift forward. Ash gathering info here. Thompson's coming their way, rides the rope up the top, spots out the 3 players here situated on the A site, looks for the exit on the rafters, and Mako is wise to it and prepared. And this round, this timeout call is not meaning a damn thing. DRX
Like we
quickly
said,
snuffed
might
the
be a
flame,
stomp here.
and GENG have just been knocked out of the park.
Oh boy. Yeah, I mean, even there, Ash sends his TP into back B, but can't even get there in time because Mako just walking through util. Ash not expecting it, thought maybe he could just hang around at rafters for a bit longer. Set up a bit of a crossfire with the players pushing out
but
of B garage. Did not work because Mako just disrespects the snake fight.
I don't really like the pathing of what he's doing there
just
as well.
getting killed while fully blinded up.
I don't think they look
That's
I don't think they
happened a
look good on
couple
this map.
times. They've been nailing those flashes.
Youngman, ooh,
Big miss
offset
though.
there, was still moving forward.
A couple of them maybe gets close.
With the gate crash.
Who knows?
Opened up some space. You've got mail control.
Foxy breaking open that A side again. Trying to draw some attention there. Prowler keeping interest at B, however, is Hyunmin. Yep, Shorty at that range, not going to get you too much good done. Free is able to go ahead, peel that pressure from the flank. Texture up top here on the rafters, frantically trying to reestablish the aim. Eventually is able to find it. And now GENG in control for the first time in a damn long while.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's see if they can get 5.
At that early pressure they're able to create to get Hyunmin backed off of his angles with the op, opens up so much space, and then
Everything
Texture
looks
there.
better overall.
Confidence to push through towards
So the
Bale.
thing
Ooh,
is just
this
like,
backstab from
I want to
You
say
gotta just go for it
GENG.
here. You've got so much money freeing,
But
especially now has an ult
looks like they
online.
might have a couple of maps
Get
as
traded
well.
out.
This looks like fully map dependent.
Stray in a 1v3. Can he try to play for it? Looks like he'll make the call to back away. Already has his ult at the ready. Doesn't want to give Karan nor Munchkin their ultimates here. So even though I think the damage would be nicely found, we'll just have the weapons saved and carried forward. GENG picking up a 3rd round win.
And I think you've got a lot of
The only
interesting
thing going well
decisions
for
to make
GENG
now
is like
GENG
whoever's
coming into
looking
this
over
next round
towards A,
because of
whether it's
the point you were
Foxy
just
or
making,
Munchkin,
Achilles,
is
with a couple players
getting
being
a
one away from
freebie.
their ult, particularly Munchkin, one away from that Nightfall.
Okay.
You have the
Maybe
ability
the A
now
players
to play for an
giving
orb.
him
So you
too
might
many
think, well, maybe
jewels here.
DRX contest, but with the Showstopper available for Texture, you should be able to reasonably safely get that Nightfall
inside
there
map,
and
they're playing
kind
double
of
jewelers,
stagger
though.
those ultimates for the
Should be
next
winning
couple
on
rounds.
attack.
I like this logical flowchart that you're coming up with. I think that it's going to be thrown out the window,
Yeah, probably.
and we're just going to get a shit show of a round.
With the way this map has been going, yeah, you might be right. I mean, look, I'm trying to.
Ooh, minus 5K in chat.
I'm trying to bring
You
some.
said the bad word.
Oh no! It's okay. I forgive you. Oh, they're just looking to.
Oh, Ash is chasing.
He wanted that, but couldn't quite get far enough forward. This time the drone couldn't identify Foxy's position, but
This is kind of nice
That should give
from
you some decent info,
Genji
actually.
at the moment, though. Still a lot of map control early.
potentially you might be able to either
Bane
try to set up for the punish onto Foxy.
realizes he's got to clear some of these question marks, at least, or at least take some space. There's smoke over
leaning in
towards B. Trying to see if he can get a free pick.
Foxy 9, but Foxy just gonna back away from that.
This
Doesn't
is
like
nice from
his
DRX,
chances.
though. Clear this question
An
mark.
angle there at that smoke
Get an
for Bane.
angle of middle. They're still worried about vents, obviously.
One way.
They lead with
And
the
they tried to
It's
get
gonna
info
be
over
Karen
towards
jumping
B.
across. It's situated inside of it. There's a fake out. There's Texture entering.
Oh my
Where
goodness.
did the showstopper go?
What?
Texture.
What?
Did it just evaporate?
No, he ulted behind him.
I'm not sure. Gonna have to see that back. He's able to plant his feet and find the rifle shot. What did I say about this round? Things are already getting weird. Freeing gonna be caught there on a time and trying to go for the iPad. Foxy 9 just gets him from the flank.
He tried to change his movement to make sure that he didn't get shot.
Over as the spike just now
And then he
planted.
ended up.
So confused.
It was like a complete brain melt. I don't know which version it was,
I
or
mean,
whether he
there might be
thought
a
he
save.
shot early and then
Maybe
flicked
Mako
away to
goes
get
for
his movement
something,
good, or he
but
saw the op,
yeah, looks
got
like
his
it's just a save
movement to
again.
try to dodge
I mean,
it,
again, 7-5 here
but then
for
clicked
GENG,
as well.
I think is acceptable. I need to see where that rocket went.
Yeah,
I
I
mean,
just didn't even really.
I'm pretty sure the
Did it
rocket
just
went
the
here.
notice. I mean, he was flicking for it, but
I'm pretty
just,
sure
like,
the
quantumly
rocket
entangled into
went
another
male.
round, or it's like we start the next round and the missiles just
it just comes, yeah,
I'm
it
pretty
comes flying
confident.
through. Just end up in a wormhole. I don't really know.
Either way, he's trying to dodge
Picking up
and make
two
himself hard
consecutive
to
rounds,
hit.
first time that they've been able
But
to do that
he's
so
also
far on this
fired
map.
the ult.
They now are in a chance, or now we're in a position rather, with the chance to try to rescue this half a bit. As he
shoot it under him?
I think he did.
Oh my.
Well, either way, planted his feet and was able to
That's
find the
so
kill.
funny,
So all
bro.
the same, worked out.
That's so
Come on,
funny.
I was hoping Texture would have a freak out there at the end of that.
I think if he had died,
Yeah,
if
yeah.
he hadn't been able to get that kill at all, then yeah, we probably would have seen one.
I was hoping.
Right, he dodged the shot. You
Freeing
got to
is-
give him that.
Really looking strong in this Tejo on this map. Back onto his agent that he was widely known for. His signature agent for sure in kickoff. Here in stage 1, back to normal. Oh,
All Texture just getting his legs swept out from beneath him. A little jump there and a readjust from Mako.
Whoa,
Collects
this
both
is-
duelists. DRX wanting as big of an advantage on this half as they could possibly get. Now well poised to go ahead and make this an 8-4. Yeoman sprinting at him with the dimensional drift in play. And realistically for Gen G, I mean,
who this TP is though.
you've got some
Karin's
good.
right here.
That's true, he is, but not able to spot him out. Still potential to go for this backstab as the flash gets sent out. Yeoman trying to flush out.
Oh my
Maybe
god, are they
Viper
going to
cannot
somehow win
stand
this
out
round?
balling. And suddenly they're right back into this round. Nightfall going to be
They
set.
don't
Ends
hit
up
one.
connecting onto one. Doesn't
They
quite.
spot the second.
It
They know there's
clipped
two on
onto Bane there
site.
at screens. Mako
Shot.
swinging out, Karon dead. Flash in, and that is just going to be them getting taken down as Free dies to his own salvos.
There's
30
his back of
seconds. The
sight,
pick is
has
there.
a lot
Munchkin,
of
he's
time
gonna
on this
sprint
one
for
as well. This is a round of all rounds.
Mid-round there by
A
Karan.
lot going on here.
Knowing that the TP might be
The original A
into
hit
the
was pretty
vents.
shocking.
That really broke things open for Gen G. Gives Munchkin a chance in the 1v1 against Mako, who's been
Just a
stellar
giant
in this
gamble.
round so far.
And it only comes to a 1v1 because Free governed himself.
Governored himself. We can't be calling
Governor
it
spotted
that.
Mako.
We
Faster
can't
on
be
the trigger. A
calling it that.
4K from the IGL. Captain gets DRX, an 8-4 lead at the half.
To be fair, Governor ulted himself.
That's true.
It was even worse.
more costly. And it doesn't get
I'm
cycled
sorry,
every 40
Governor.
seconds.
I'm sorry.
We love you and we wish you the best in the MEA.
Yes.
But it was very funny.
It was. This right here, just a great counter move to the Yoru wall by GENG, but
He's trying to trade out his
DRX there
teammate.
again. Oh man, Mako just so steady there. He had Texture's number on that half. Every time the Texture was going in, Mako was finding the perfect opportunity to just swat him out of the air, take him out
What
right
did
as he's
Governor
landing.
do? I don't think words will describe
So a really strong defensive
just
side.
how
and then
insane
the
it
real
was.
question
So
becomes,
you might have to try
there you
find
go.
it. You'll be able to find it real
win, eat
fast.
some
mate.
Just
Governor,
Yep.
Tay won't. It should be fine.
But
Go find it
yeah.
fast.
I mean, the real question is does this double duelist have legs on the defender side for GENG? And by the way, GENG on this map kind of likes to go to overtime. So you never know.
They don't look comfy enough.
happen.
They haven't had enough
My
time.
biggest question is, can they get a pistol?
I think
Because
DRX
so
is
far,
fine here.
they've not been able to. It's been 3-0 in DRX's favor.
It is a bit surprising, but you know, DRX has been really good about finding those first bloods. And then the clutches, of course, as well.
Governor will
Mako
be
and
known
Free
for the
on
ult.
those pistol rounds.
Dude, it's so brutal when this happens. It's like the Mystic Flash. No matter what they do,
Mom's favorite team.
probably their legacy in the
I didn't know
game.
what the second word was. I was trying to figure that out. It just saw something about their mom.
It's like the Summit Molly, yeah. Some of them are just too iconic that you can't
see.
shake it.
What they've got in store for us. This defender side for GENG. You doing okay?
Yeah.
You sure?
No, yeah, I'm fine. There's a joke, and I don't want to make it.
Can't say it?
Yeah.
Uh-huh. You can tell me later.
I'll save it for a safe space.
Yeah, mm-hmm.
But Mako gonna be under some
Yeah.
pressure, but he
Yeah.
is shrugging it off. Both duelists dead. Munchkin says,
The thing with
maybe
Mako
I will
here is
try my chances. And,
he looks at this
gets his
wall,
moment,
and he's
and
like,
then
well,
Doesn't pull the
he gets to back away. So
I've never really
Mako
seen
just
this wall before.
Massacres two outside of
And
A.
it's very obvious that
He's
they
able to
obviously
escape.
want to go aggro with it. So he's just
this
insanely ready for this
looks
push.
messy. I mean,
Because
GENG has an opportunity, but
you want to do something with this wall.
Mako's just better right now.
Like you're not
That's
not
all
putting
there
this
is.
down
That's
for
all there is to
pressure.
it.
Like you're not putting this down for this part of the wall.
Mako's just better. Everybody else just
Otherwise,
holding
you
the
do
line.
the
I
one
mean,
where you can
you
retake
gotta know
site.
this is A. Foxy's out in
He's
B
very
lobby.
smart to just realize that something's going to
nobody
happen
there.
here.
Finally, Karan's making his way over.
Oh, looking for the timing as that gate crash chasing forward. Paranoia goes across. Munchkin just able to tuck back away, but seems like, yep, didn't have the audio, didn't have
Yeah,
the
it's going to be an
knowledge,
easy
so
one for them.
still able to go ahead
GENG
and
look
go in
really
with the
rough on this
kill.
map, though.
Mako about to kill
Really rough.
another player from the same position.
Chad, what does GENG ban?
He's just undefeatable at the top of that rope.
Yeah.
It's actually a
Man's
pretty
doing his
bad
best
time
WrestleMania
for
impression
them
from
to
the top
reveal that
ropes.
they're bad on a map.
Well, flawless both in the round and in pistols so far. 4-0 to DRX in that regard, and now looking to go ahead and get their way up
Ban fracture.
to double digits.
Yeah, it's just quite interesting for the side of GENG. You know, you've got a prowler to clear the other side. You basically should know that you got a couple directions you got to look, but those ropes are a likely place for a player to be. And I mean, they were kind of aware, and Mako still just wins it. It kind of just takes the sails out of much hope that you have in that round. Once again, just a sheriff for texture. No stinger this time.
Yeah,
Ash
this is rough.
pushing very far forward. The Haunt going to give him the opportunity to grab the orb and TP out.
Like a thief in the night.
I will get the orb at first.
They have that old
Well, the tide for now.
Breach Teo comp. Yeah, that might work a little bit better.
Triple buy,
Roll-wise.
2 ghosts
They,
behind, so can't afford for this
that
to
was
get a
with
little
Yeoman
bit
and stuff though,
scrappier.
right?
The heavy stack for GENG on the wrong side of the map, seemingly. DRX with all that early util just saying, nope, we're going the other way. Too much. Don't want to deal with the fade. But GENG reading it pretty nicely. Just off of that little bit of information of the Prowler, they're going to try a different direction, and they're right.
So starting to rotate around. Gate crash going to be taken. It's Texture trying to get in on top. Gunman able to just go ahead. Shrug it off. Ooh, the turn back over for Karan.
Nice though,
Snappy.
dude.
Finds one, just going to be the singular casualty so far, but the Vandal is picked up. And as previously mentioned, even if DRX loses out on one more player, they're not going to be suffering as far as the economy is concerned, given the double ghost was brought forward here into the round. Mako, speaking of which, has the ghost in hand, and will go ahead and knock out Munchkin. So, double digits achieved for the side of DRX, as they are very much looking to take this across the line and into a third map.
Yeah, it's definitely a massive uphill battle that GENG has to fight the rest of the way through.
Maybe they just didn't think this was going to get picked.
Yeah, I mean, DRX looks so good on this map. I mean, you can see
why
maybe
it's been going okay in practice,
avoiding it at this stage. They haven't played it yet.
I don't think they will.
Trying to put together
with how they're playing the map
a little bit more efficiently. I mean, yeah, that's an eco round, so whatever. But
like, they got some cool strats, like the Euro ult fake over towards A score.
Doesn't seem like they've got some of those typical good ideas.
But people don't look comfy in their roles. And
set up some good combo plays.
A lot of their actual strats
is not finding the kill that he very much needed. Mako will be taken down, so one of the raid bosses eliminated here.
Like, I look at the duelists here, and I don't think they take enough space. They kind of just get sent into sight with no util. I think they have to at least prod a little bit more in some of these areas with the Euro.
That stops him from getting into the site, so the spike is not able to be brought forward here for a plant. Bane now just going to have it passed over as Foxy9. It's a great position to try to strike here. Hyunmin, if he continued to swing the angle, would be able to find that kill, and instead, he's just going to be able to spray across to find both. Hyunmin, however, still fighting back.
Dude,
there's now a 1v1.
Makes this easy.
Spike.
Bit of TP if you want it.
Get Crash at the ready, wants to go a little bit more of a reconnaissance mission here to start, but then opts to just go ahead, exit the ult.
Is he going to be ready for Texture to be that close, though?
Gun barrel spotted. He is not.
Very nice.
Didn't know that he was going to be into the site already. Texture able to bail him out. He's trying to find the spike. I think he ran right past. Maybe he thought
still,
that
it's like it's really good. It's really good damage on the bomb.
Where'd it go?
Yeah, where did it go?
They get me feeling good.
Well, round 15 will be GENG's. We're fighting back a bit. First round win in quite some time.
I mean, Foxy9 is really having some moments today. His back should have been watched by Munchkin. You can see there was a moment there with the toxic screen where Foxy was trying to figure out, because he heard the TP go past him, and he didn't want to let that create an extra angle on him where there was going to be a crossfire. And so he's like, okay, if Munchkin watches my back, I can move to the other side so that crossfire isn't going to be created. But Munchkin just misses the timing.
Garen gets the judge out.
And that almost changes the destiny of that round.
Oh, it looks like they might actually.
And Munchkin going to have a Guardian for this one. Karan with the judge right around the corner. Trying to play up into the smoke. Oh my god, that was close. Gave Karan a free ear piercing there. Very close. Ready for some kind of contact play in mid.
Portal closed.
But nobody on DRX making a move. They're grouping up in Ramen.
Wait, do they do this wall as part of their default on A?
It's going to be a double face, and it's going to be GENG suffering the damage here. Munchkin knocked down to 33. Texture trying to hold things here. Bet the wide swing though from Estrella. Completely offset.
It's a nuts swing from him to win that one out.
Situated here on the A site by himself for the moment. Pop flashes out, sending out another one, just trying to slow things up. Gate crash around the back of elbow, but Ash is down to timing, swings out from screen side.
Hey, this is a nice little play from them together though.
Finds himself a third kill, and now it's freeing by himself. And he cannot find it. Was looking a bit
Force them
for the
down
side
to
of
an
GENG,
eco.
but they manage.
When do we start believing,
Go ahead and claw their way back into the round. Now 4 away
at least
from
play
tying
together
things
here.
It's great presence of mind from Ash. Senses the pressure from A tower. Throws out a flash so he can change angles. Group up with Munchkin. And then they swing together from screens.
But their attack looks so their attack looks so poor.
Stellar stuff.
But surely
now you're starting to think that maybe there's some hope. It's going to be a weak buy, a bunch of stingers and a sheriff for DRX. But
truly need to nerf this guy.
But well, yes.
Make it more expensive.
I definitely agree. I think the stinger is a little too good, but I was just about to mention also that the ecos
we've got the Omen flash ready for heaven.
For DRX.
Yes.
So
yes. 3 Thrifties.
What do they want to try to do? Drone send it? Salvos? Omen flash into TP
A little bit of
claws.
crossfire.
Yeah, he's just...
Exits back out as well.
He's just in a pause that doesn't get hit by Utah.
Mako still trying to scale forward. There will be cut down to size. Foxy continuing to note the angle. Now
I don't know if this was read or anti or something, but it was a very nice setup from GENG. Bro,
for a second there is a
everyone from DRX is just doing the widest swings to get the first kills. No matter what, he gets breach for next round. That's nice.
Yep. That's a really nice moment there for Estrella. That kill was huge. And he's still got enough time to go to the other side of the map, and GENG starting to figure that out themselves. TP over. He sent the clone. Sent the clone. Just to check if Estrella was already over there, but Estrella's going to be a step behind. Foxy9 tucked into the corner. Now takes a peek.
Oh. Tucks back. Footsteps, however, heard. And we'll start slowly creeping forward. Can he interrupt the plant? The answer is yes. Has the headshot.
Do they time out before the breach short round, or are they okay?
3 rounds away, picking up 3 consecutive wins.
Dude, GENG actually have really good ults to counter this.
Smoke off the first kill, I believe.
And
I've got some big ults as well.
Heavy hold mids. You can stack one of the sites. You can retake with the other 2 ults.
Stupid stingers.
It's a good time to Viper ult over towards middle as well before that tail ult comes in.
Really good performances today. Termi, I believe, wants a timeout here.
See, I did find the Viper ult. So at least blocks the main 2 areas, at least on the floor, and then at one point they're going to go aggro.
DRX, but haven't been able to get some of that utility.
And we saw them go aggro on the pistol, but they haven't done it
early
yet.
picks to really set up those plants that they would like. So my guess is just talking about, okay,
and they might go aggro here.
What are the
because they have really good ults to retake over towards
especially
B.
in like Mail and Tower on the B side. If we're going to go for that, we need to make sure we're clearing that a little bit better. You might be able to hold on to it. But Foxy's done a great job. He's always been backpedaling. He's been finding those timings to make sure that that utility isn't landing. So it's tough.
Yeah, let's see what GENG come up with here. I would probably expect an aggro A retake B Viper middle on defense.
Not wanting
I think that's what they'll do, because if they're using this wall, they would want to do something. Yeah. Okay, so this makes a lot of sense what GENG are doing. So it's probably the same call I would do. DRX have 5 people here. But the problem is that it might be a little bit too obvious that they want to go aggro A just because the wall's been here the whole time.
Texture is an op as well.
Ooh, good flash. Chasing forward, flash pushes him off the angle. Salvos to try to push him out into the open. Texture. There's the blast back to try to reposition.
Omen flash for here in heaven to make sure that the TP is safe.
Swings back around the opposite side of the pillar. Bane is there scaling forward aggressively. Gets on top of the op before he can redraw. Foxy, however, still holding things down, finds Mako.
Comes the ults for the retakes, but they lost. They kind of committed a little bit too heavy with the fade. Or I would have rather they went aggro with the 3. But
Ash swinging around back at the screen, unable to find that kill. As it's now just Charon. Aforementioned, tagged up a bit and spammed through the smoke.
Nicely done from DRX. I think GENG mess up a little bit. I like their idea, but they commit so heavy with one of the ults that is for the retake. That because they do this, I think that everyone else needs to commit. Is in like 3 of them.
And it's just a press forward. And the GENG players aren't really in a position to shut this execute down. They aren't playing forward towards A main. They're playing back to try to protect the operator. And it's, again, that Tejo utility that breaks the initial
really
angle.
messed them up here.
So Texture can't hold there to watch the entry initially. Has to reposition, and by that point, it's a little bit too late. DRX is already flooding into the site.
Still an op in. Showstopper is well behind it here from Texture.
They bought down to 2 Guardians to make sure they could get this.
And Foxy is tagged to 9 HP.
Oof.
What in the hell happened? I didn't get eyes on it at all.
Maybe some
Must have been spam over towards mid, I guess.
Nightfall, that's going to be quite telling. And Charon going to be caught on a timing.
Like the idea is not too bad.
Continuing to just utilize the opponent's
Fade
ultimates
or Omen
against them.
TP into the corner.
Swings as it goes out. Gets rewarded with a kill.
They don't hear the TP,
and now they shut
but
that off. TP into back sight. Munchkin looking for it. Does manage to find the shot there on a Bane. Foxy coming away with 2. So
Karen's having a rough day, or he's having a really rough day.
Now we go into a 2v2.
This one's a little bit unlucky. Most people, when they get fataled, are not swinging. I'll say that much.
Just looking to send it. Point blank. This one landing right at Freeing's feet. This Hyunmin.
Position reveal.
Gives it away. Does have a dimensional drift. He wants to try to exit, sends to the flash, but doesn't find the kill that he so critically needs. The paint shell.
Will obliterate him. Dude, Foxy 9, man. Foxy 9's doing so much work. I can't believe they're still in this game.
Will keep the they will keep themselves afloat here, denying map point from DRX.
That's crazy. That ult from Texture is so valuable there.
How did Foxy get 2? Show me this replay.
Man, Mako just he does this all the time.
Mako gets fatal in swings.
Mows him down. I mean, Salvo's at his feet, gave his life for the cause.
I think the initial damage, I assume, came off of like maybe a breach stun into the Tejo salvos, because I saw the salvos already out early, so that's my best guess as to how he took that damage.
Possibly. Yeah.
That's my best guess.
Man.
Either way, he didn't care.
Nope.
And 2 rounds separating. Looking like we're going to have another timeout call.
It's DRX again.
Given the way that previous round went, it seems like the answer is yes. So it's actually going to be Termi calling both of them close to back-to-back, and GENG is now the team with the timeout still left behind.
Curious about this. Does this mean that Termi has a couple of just playbook executes where it's just like X's and O plays where the util goes here and there and you do this thing like we saw
behind
last time out where they're able to get on
admins,
A site quickly, you know, just punish Texture's op position. Or maybe this time they play a little bit slower. I think he might be calling for a change in direction on the map, potentially. See if they can use some of that utility to break through onto the B site this time. Curious about the ultimate situation. So Hyunmin, yeah, does have the drift.
Force them down to a low buy. Dude, it kind of looks like they're going to use the Euro into this. Oh, they are using the Euro into this. Low buy. Sure, there's only 2 people on site though. This might work.
Judge for Karan.
Double player spot here on the B side.
Yeah, the secure back of sight. It's a great armor flash. My guy is a judge though.
Get right in, up towards this garage. Quickly deals with 2. There's Mako now, last one standing in the blink of an eye. Snakebite not going to be able to find anything.
Dude, I love this though. Having a bad game, get the judge out.
Just the Stinger with 11 bullets remaining. Swings
in,
finds
boy.
It. Now we go into a 1v1.
Ow. Dude, he's all in this.
At the ready, but a paint shell still behind here from Texture. Here's the tap, drops down, swaps the weapon. Spike planted, and somehow just hits.
As soon as that plant goes in.
A random shot through the poison orb. Mako,
I mean, they're still alive.
Getting a taste of his
own
medicine.
They're actually still alive. They got the Euro all out of them as well.
To try to go for the clutch. GENG are now 2 rounds away from tying this up.
Ow.
And again, it's another fast hit off the back of the timeout
this
for Termi and DRX.
How are they still here?
But Karan so quick to change position with this judge to get in a point of impact. The impact he makes. I was just about to say it right before Mako swung that corner. I'm like, yeah, but Mako's got a stinger, so this is, you know, just one of those weapons where
again
just can have impact
with
it.
Nerf it.
3 pass and commit this time, and they want to go aggro on this. Want to try set the op up to the line into the drone. Mate, you can't get out of here. Wait, how?
Texture with a nice shot finds Mako.
Whoa. And there was a bit of a team stun, so they couldn't actually capitalize off of this.
This would seem to be the case.
Oh boy.
Good amount of damage in paint shell.
No way, the Yoru got him killed back of sight. He was back of sight and the Yoru was here. He shot at the Yoru. Yoru TPs away and Texture eats the bullet.
Don't have much just yet. If Ash gets 1 kill, he will get the dimensional drift. It's a matter of finding the opportunity for it. They're going to be quick on this retake.
4 pass and stack on sight though. This normally doesn't end well.
It is. Sent towards screens, but yeah, Ash arriving, finding 2, Karan finding another, but Hyunmin fighting back. But now is all alone. 45 health. The shots have to be on point.
Yeah,
He is not
they
prepared for the
can't.
first.
They can't do that.
Foxy will take him down, and GENG continue.
Dude, I hope we get a
working their way
replay of
back.
this. It looks so good.
Round after
Ash
round.
TP's out.
Now there's one more to go
Ash
to tie
TP's
things
out,
up.
and it's just perfectly
Track
in
by
line with
track.
texture. I'm surprised he got out here though. DRX did a little bit of mess
What else
up.
do you build stuff out of?
Sure,
Lego by
team
Lego?
stuns,
Lego by Lego.
Yeah.
and then
This is
Plank
just
by plank.
plank
it's-
by
yeah.
plank.
this is nice though.
2x4 by 2x4.
Yeah,
Got
that's
some
a
good,
little bit more of a mouthful.
That is a lot to put.
There's a nice little flash TP back to
starting
site.
to look good. GENG there, just a quick decision on the flood retake. Don't want to give DRX much time to set up for those post plants. I really like that. That's something that
They go for it
you know,
again.
let
It failed
DRX
so
get the
badly. Let's do it
crossfires.
again.
A
Well,
lot
it
of
didn't
these
really
teams
fail
hold
that badly
GENG
though. They
included
got
in
over
this
towards site and they
statement
seemed to
that
clean up their after
they're
plant.
so
So
efficient.
not sure this will marks. The drone
So well
didn't
drilled in
see
those
the op
scenarios.
heaven
Drone
yet.
doesn't scout. Texture doesn't go for the repeak.
I like this choice.
He just waits
Oh
and he
my
whips.
goodness.
Paint shell to cover his evacuation. Shifts over now towards the Raptors.
We'll never
Catches
go at
the
it,
glimpse, but
mate.
Cannot find the shot. Freeing, strafing forward.
Oh
Munchkin.
boy.
Tension tight. Towards the Raptors. Now Gimmin able to find Texture. DRX suddenly.
Yo,
They go
ace
for a
site
quick hit
is,
once again, and
ace
this
site
time
is
it
for
is going
sure
their way.
weak.
Weapons scooped up. Foxy, Karan. They just have to save. DRX, they're going to get up to map point. Unbelievable.
That first shot completely snowballs the round in DRX's favor because it would have been Hyunmin dead. And he's the one that gets in there, gets 2 kills. His clone buys the attention to save Freeing's life. That one missed shot.
It was a bit ugly.
is all it
The
takes,
whole
and
map's
DRX
been
is in
pretty
there, and
ugly,
the round is
to be
over.
honest. There's been like
And
some
usually
nice set
Texter's
strats.
like the most
There's been a
consistent player
couple
on
of
the
nice
planet in those
rounds.
situations.
But
He
overall, it's
rarely
not
misses
a
those.
great. Like, it doesn't look
just seem
great
like it just
for both teams on this
bypassed
map.
Hyunmin's head by a millimeter.
Doesn't find that one. Doesn't even get to
I feel
fire
like at the
shot.
moment,
They try to go for the,
if I watch
you know,
these
the one on
teams,
that peek in towards
Toronto
A
play
main.
some of the other regions on this map, they would get
This
wrecked.
is very
Looking a little bit like a EMEA Pearl.
shaky from GENG in this round. It's another thrifty from DRX. 4 or 5 now in this series as they get up to map point one more, and they're going to be sending us over to that map 3 of Ascent. As it looks like, okay, I thought we were giving Texture an accolade. So we go to the
Not
full
for
screen. I was like,
Pacific,
what
Elizabeth.
milestone is
Still
it?
need to
What did he do in that
see
round?
if I'm allowed to.
His second missed op shot.
I think we just didn't have a replay ready to go.
Now they're
fine.
Now they're gonna give Hyunmin the op. He has his ult too.
Okay,
Was Ash.
two chances.
So kind of a game of chicken with the Yoru ults. Impetus on DRX to use theirs first, most likely, to set up their execute. And then who knows, Ash for the retake potentially. Texture, a couple away from the showstopper. I mean, there's so many things that could have changed there. Texture just hits that one shot. He'd be either at or one step closer to the showstopper. Could be, you know, it'd be potentially 11-11. Let's see. Karan having a bit of a struggle here on split, trying to hold down the B side, but Hyunmin there spot him out with the ult. Estrella ready.
Dude, Karen, he's holding strong. I don't know if he can do that.
Cannot get out fast enough, and Fox
I
Nine
don't know
noted
if he
dead.
can play
They're
like
on the
that
Raptors. Texture arriving,
against
able
this
to find
comp.
one. Puts down the Yoru as Ash goes forward. Dimensional drift of his own. Just go ahead and try to scout things out. Identifies where the op is at.
Oh,
The paint
wow.
shell ends up bouncing off the corner. Texture absolutely beefs it. Doesn't get the interrupt on the plant. Doesn't get the damage in that he was looking for, and now he is just going to be shut down. Munchkin, a 1v4. Catching a glimpse on a 2. Drops down off the top, gets the haunt reveal. Still, however, a flank coming in from behind.
Yeah, I mean,
As
this is
DRX
impossible.
could just go ahead and leave it to the IGL and captain, but there will
It's
just be a white swing
it's an ugly
out,
map
an up shot
overall.
free,
I'm not gonna lie.
and a 13-10
Ugly, ugly
scoreline
map.
as DRX will send us
And
to
it's so
Ascent.
great about either
A
team on this
sturdy
map, to be
defender
honest.
side sets the tone for DRX on split against this brand new double duelist comp that GENG attempts, and it doesn't really have
Gotcha.
legs just yet. A punch back on their defender side, to be sure, but GENG not able to fully recover, and DRX with some quick executes after the timeouts from Termi. Some good decision making there off the back of that, just seeming to change their game plan halfway through that half. They come through with some brilliant rounds. And we will be going to Ascent next, which I am very excited about. even though both these teams, I think you would think this is a map
Sometimes
that
you're going to be able to win the ugly maps,
so
that's
this should
true.
be, I think, pretty back
I mean,
and
someone's
forth.
got to win it.
It has been. This
That's the way to
whole
go
series throughout. Tightly contested here between the two squads. GENG finding their footing a bit more over the last couple of matches that they have
it's
played.
a little bit worrying for GENG. I think
the Rocksteady players.
I think it looks a lot worse than
usually
their score
do rely
suggests
on.
as well.
See how Kara and Texture
So we might
look as
see
we swap over
them
there as well.
either
So,
like
what
heavy
DRX are going to
focus
be running?
this
The only thing
before
that I can really
playoffs,
rely
or
on is
it might have to be a permaban depending on who they're
Yeah, I
playing.
think we're definitely going to see that. I mean, I wouldn't be too surprised to see something not too different from what we've seen in these first two maps. Could be Breach Teho, maybe a Jet instead of a Yoru might be the biggest difference.
Well, time will tell, but for now we'll go ahead and send things back over to the analyst desk to break down all of the action from Split.
I mean, yep. Freeing on Teho and you get success, and that is
Dude,
part of the
they're
formula that
so
DRX
far
is
ahead on
running.
the fast
Of
kills
course,
in this
GENG, they did manage a
best
little
of
bit of
three.
that comeback, and towards those last few rounds, it got a little bit dicey. We knew this match was going to be really, really close, but that just showed exactly just how close these two teams are.
Yeah, I felt like this was definitely a better performance from DRX. I also, I think this shows the
DRX won
strength of the
both
map feature, right? They
pistols
took
on
it to
Lotus
split.
and lost
I
the
think it
map.
was
Is
quite
this also a bad
evident
sign for
GENG
DRX?
weren't
I don't
exactly comfortable
feel
here.
great about
They
watching
found it
DRX
tough
on
to
this
really
map
find
either
that
as well,
momentum,
man.
apart from, of course,
I
the
think
very
DRX
end.
are
There
struggling
was
a
a
little
fake
bit.
comeback in the end. We have to talk again about the first bloods. 16-7.
This was obviously a lot better than Lotus.
I mean, the
but-
Thrifties were crazy as well. I mean,
Yeah.
I feel like it's so much easier to play the game when you have those two stats in your favor.
It's 2 games in a row where you're getting all of the first kills, you're getting multiple Thrifties in your favor, and GENG is still able to take 10 rounds off of
Back
you.
in a little
they're
bit,
keeping
we'll
this
go
game
Ascent.
very, very
Surely
close.
these-
I think,
surely these
honestly,
teams are good on
I was
Ascent.
very convinced by mostly Ash and Foxy. I mean, I haven't seen too much of Foxy on the Viper. It's an
Okay, be back
agent
in
that
a
he
bit.
hasn't played too much. I think he's only had 5 officials on it in his career. And I haven't seen him play it on this GENG roster. Usually you would have Munchkin, filling that role, but in the double duelist kind of iteration here of GENG, you do have to throw Munchkin over onto the primary init. I do like the fact that they're playing the Fade, and then you've obviously got the Yoru as a bit of a pseudo init on attack. Didn't mind what I saw from Ash on defense either. I thought that he had a really good handle of what he was meant to do as the Yoru. It felt like he was really kind of targeting Marco outside of A main there, and had a good sense of like what was happening macro-wise and where he needed to rotate. But at the end of the day, DRX getting across the line with some kind of muddier strats, I would say. They made things a lot messier and just tried to kind of force out A at the end of the game there, and it worked quite well for them.
Yeah, I mean, that was their go-to towards the end of this game, right? Group up as 5, let's just slam a site and see if it works. And, when you run it back that many times, eventually the kills are going to go your way. So that was their go-to. But we have to talk about the pistol rounds in this series, right?
It's not only opening kills, but also they winning all of the pistols, which you can see they had 50-50 pistol win rate before they started this series. They're 4-0 so far. They're winning Thrifties, they're winning opening duels, but GENG is still incredibly competitive, and I think that just kind of shows you how shaky the current DRX are now, still getting used to these kind of roles and these different double unit comps.
So what do you think happens in the mid-round then? After these opening duels, what is happening to DRX that they can't seem to convert as well as they should be?
You see it in some of the rounds where things get messy. The perfect example was over at A-Ramp, where Texture, that especially when he's got the AWP, you know that he's going to be taking that opening duel, and over towards A-Main is the perfect position for that, and there's not really clear protocols or a clear game plan. Texture takes the first pick with the AWP there, and then you have Bane try to TP, flash him, Estrella stuns Bane. Like, they don't have a clear plan of what they need to do to kind of punish some of these plays. The util is very messy and a little bit too much on the fly, a little bit overlapping and all over the place.
Well, to me, it just kind of screams like they just need a little bit more time on these roles, They've had to sort back to this over the course of a week. So I think it's just finding their footing again. These are, good enough players. I think it's just a reps problem for me for DRX. But one person who we do want to highlight for DRX, especially in this map too, was Hyunmin. I felt like on the Yoru, he looked very, very good this game. Very comfortable. I think this is a great agent for him. And yeah, he really took over the map.
I mean, you need a really, really strong primary duelist who's going to be able to disrupt on defense, who's going to be able to be self-sufficient on attack and call around himself to some extent. And I think Hyunmin really does have that presence as a duelist in Pacific right now. A lot of teams do run it as a double duelist comp, including T1 or like you just saw GENG do on this map. But Hyunmin will get the MVP, and I think similar to what we see from Jemkin and some of the other really strong duelists in Pacific right now, having him as the solo Yoru is enough to get the job done when he's having this much impact.
Yeah, I feel like this is who DRX need to lean on today. With all these role changes, you know, they've had to make changes. You know, Freeing is back on the Teo, Foxy9 is moving around, Munchkin's playing Fade. The one guy who has been consistent this whole time on DRX is Hyunmin. He's been on the duelist from the very start, so nothing's changed for him. If anything, he has more help and is being set up more in this iteration. So I think he's the one that DRX really need to lean on in map 3 to help get the job done. Hence why we both, of course, put him in our own teams.
Yes, I mean, he was hard carry mode last week as well, and it wasn't enough for DRX. He had, I think, the kills of Mako and Freeing combined, so and they did not win. So they're going to need more than that this week, particularly as we move on to Ascent.
No, yeah, bring up the changes of DRX also. You're absolutely right. They might be falling back into compositions that they were playing a few weeks ago, but that doesn't mean it's still not a change. You know, there are still protocols that you have to get familiar with and wait, are we doing this or are we doing that? So there is still some of that hesitation, and that's really coming into play in these maps and in those very tight moments. Moving over into Ascent though, now that we're going into a map 3, I don't know I expected any less between DRX and GENG, of course, but this is going to be very interesting because, you know, DRX, they're likely to revert back into that single duelist, and GENG, they haven't really played this map. We haven't seen them on Ascent in a while.
Yeah, the only time we saw GENG play this Ascent this stage is when they lost to Boom in that week 1. You know, Boom surprised them with their solo Phoenix comp, and GENG was slow to adapt there. But, you know, it's been a long time since that. I'm curious if they're going to stick with this same comp or how they've managed to improve. I think this is a relatively big unknown for GENG in the same way Split was. So I'm quite happy with my DRX prediction here. I don't know about you, Pesky.
I don't think GENG need to change anything. They had suggest on the Cypher he was getting straight up bullied in that game. They've got Foxy back in the roster. He's going to be able to hold his own on the Cypher, I think. I see no reason to take Ash off the Teo, and the rest of them are on comfort roles from the GENG dominance era. So I think they could just run back the same comp with a couple of fine-tuned ideas and a bit more of a stronger Senti player, and things should go fine. For DRX, I totally expect them to run this Sova comp. Probably Bane on the Sova with Freeing on the Teo, and then you're going to have Hyunmin and the rest of the boys playing comfort agents. Estrella looked pretty good on the Vice on this map, and that was his DRX debut, and that was a promising debut indeed. So I don't see any reason for them to really do anything fancy here, DRX. I think they just keep the players on the comfort roles and roll with it.
Yeah, on the side of GENG, you know, you still are seeing
99.
that
Thanks so much for the 35
start, that
months.
iconic GENG slow start still
Thank you
coming
for
to
that,
play
mate.
here in
Appreciate the tier 1. Thank you for
2025.
that.
It's still something that they
Long-term
can't
support.
quite get rid of, that the players need to warm up just a bit, and then later on they'll probably make a bit of a comeback. But you know, going into this map 3, I hope that they don't stall a little bit when it's too late.
Yeah, I mean the
like
the
a
magic of last
TLDR.
year
Dude,
for
I was
GENG
looking
is
at
not there
Prodigy and
this
I was
year.
like,
You know, it is a
dude,
little
it
bit
was way
different for
too
them.
early in the
They
morning
are
for me to
not
be
the,
looking
you
at it
know,
as well. I was
the
just,
world beaters that
yeah, I
once
just couldn't
had.
even work it out, man.
Shanghai.
It's not quite the same team.
I've left
Things
it
are different
open
for
so
them.
that I
think
can
they
look
have
at
a
it
big target on their
if
back
I need to
after
as
all
well,
their
though.
success last year. Everyone wants
But
to
it's on
stop
my
the
second
game so
monitor.
strong against them because
But
it
mate,
is
I-
harder for them to
that
kind of
was hard
climb
to
their way
understand.
back
The
into
TLDR,
these
dude,
series.
even the
That sort of
TLDR was hard
same
for me to
mental
understand.
fortitude from their
Too early
lower
in the
bracket
morning.
runs of last year. You know, it's not quite there in exactly the same way, but it makes sense. You know, I
Year
think
20,
it's a different point in the
2032.
game,
Fox has just
but they
retired
do
after playing the game
definitely
for a
need to sort
whole
of
decade.
settle into
During
this
his
map
career,
3.
his bench
I
is
have to say I'm worried
reactivated
for GENG just a little bit now.
396
I mean,
times.
you can tell with the
The
players
reason
as well.
for each
They're not
time
the
is still
same. It's
unknown.
not the same kind of energy. It's a different
Euphoria,
kind of
thank
dynamic
you for the 1,000
with this
bits, bro.
roster
I appreciate
compared to
that.
last year.
I like the story that came with
I
it
know
as well.
fans can see it as well.
totally
that this
possible.
is, you're absolutely right. It's not the GENG that it was last
He's
year. It's
almost on
totally
par for
different,
it.
and it's still. You know, it's
Wizzy
still a
underscore
Tiger
Twitch as
Cub.
well with the
It's
Prime.
maybe a
Thank you so much, bro.
teenage Tiger
Appreciate
Cub.
that
They're
also.
in the rebuilding phase
Like,
at this point, and I think Ash is
he
looking
should be
better and
playing
better.
right now, no?
Foxy9, since he got put
Is
back
he?
in the lineup, has
He's
looked
playing now?
fantastic. I think
Appreciate the
here on
Prime,
Ascent,
thank you
they're
for
going to
that.
get to start defense first. They
What
haven't
I think
won a
about
pistol
ZETA
yet.
NONGSHIM
This
should
is
be
what you need to
close.
see from them. You
I
need to
still
see
think
them
that
win a
NONGSHIM are
pistol, 'cause
favourites,
they haven't
but
been able to do that this series.
I don't know,
Get
like
the
a
economy
60,
rolling early on.
40.
Get the op in textures
Maybe with how
hands, and
Zeta
he
plays,
needs to start
you give
winning
him a
some opening
55.
duels because, you know, honestly, that is something that he's very adept at when he's playing well. He's been
Problem
on
is
the Raze a lot,
10-10
and
should
honestly,
get
his
shut down
opening
a
kill
little bit
success
with
on the
how he
Raze
was
is really
playing.
not good. But I think if he's back
Hello,
on the
Yumpy.
jet or
Too
something
early,
like
mate.
that, and he's getting
Way
the op
too
out
early
a
to
lot,
be eating.
it could be a completely different game, and it could be something that GENG could really take advantage of.
Yeah, Jet's definitely a massive comfort for him. I would, of course, expect that to come out here, but we have to wait and see from when we get into these picks.
Whoa.
Has that been Jimmy? Yeah, you have been Jimmy. I
Hey,
saw
look,
Yampi.
is this the wrong way
Been putting
around?
in-
Gen
been
G
putting in
is
the
going to
work.
play Munchkin on the Sova, and they're going to put Texture on the Yoru, something he hasn't been playing too much.
Yoru.
So they have swapped a few things over, and DRX are kind of playing the comp
Then
that
they
I
go
expected
Cypher.
Gen G to play.
So they got the
DRX,
Teo to
we're not seeing that same
enable
Sova
some
from
of
them. They're playing
the
Teo and the KO,
the
which is
Yoru
a
to
slightly
get
different
fr-
variation here. But you know,
Okay,
Hyunmin sticking
let's stick with
the
this because this one's easy.
49 on the
We got
Cypher.
we got
It's sort of
the
similar, but I
Sova
think, yeah, Gen
is
G
out and we got the
surprising.
Teo
Texture on
instead.
Yoru is
So
not something we're
this
used
is
to
this
seeing.
is nice.
No,
It
definitely
still
not.
struggles
We'll
with
see
a
if
couple
he
of
can have that
things,
same
but
impact on the
this
Omni
means that
presence.
this
I mean, it's definitely
can't
something
really
that
do
you
any
can do
fast
at the moment
strats.
on
So
this map. You've
then you
seen
have to take a
monstrous
lot of
games
mid
from
on
Genkin
attack.
and a lot of different
Can
duelist
they
players. Even
get
Famous
through the
has been
choke points
mixing in the
easier with
Yoru, playing a
Yoru?
lot of these
Pretty much because
disruptive
the Teo
off-angles on
allows you
defense
to.
at the moment on the Yoru.
Well, we'll see. Perhaps Texture has caught on to that
Texture,
Yoru
Yoru, I mean,
craze.
he
We'll
can
see as
up
we step
here.
into Ascent and find out who takes map 3, DRX or Gen G. Achilles, Paper Thin, tell us who it is.
Here,
I don't have a damn clue.
you got some
Yoru
going
for
for some
the
different
first
stuff.
time ever for Texture here. He has never played this before. And he's bringing it out now versus DRX.
All right, let's see how his Yoru looks. Is he playing it like a?
Ahead of the playoffs.
Is he playing like a Yoru? Is he playing it like a
Better
Jet?
seed. Just
What do we
talked
got?
about it. We've been talking about it. Pistols.
Looks like
have
some set
not been
strat.
kind
Recon
to
for the
Gen G
back.
so far.
No.
We're gonna have Teo
First bloods have not
damage
been kind to
into
Gen G.
flash.
Texture -5 in that department, and they're trying to get him
And just smoke.
set up
Okay, so they
early,
just want to
using that
take B
Teo
main
util
and
to
then they
push
leak
forward.
out the
They thought
smoke to
about
get a
it.
kill.
They
Oh,
were
that's
out.
nice though.
Very
That's
nice.
really
Ping
nice.
Fring does get
Looks
taken
like you're
down,
just
so there
taking
you
B main
go.
control, but it leaks out a little
Step
bit and then
towards
the
the first
recon
pistol
lands. That's
Step
cool.
towards clawing back that first kill, first death ratio.
Yeah, a nice.
Yeah, you get a little 2 for
start
1
there
on
for
that as
Munchkin.
well.
This is also the 4th time
get the
ever
kill
that
and
Munchkin's
they got
played
the,
Sova.
I was just
Oh.
about to ask you if you had the statistics on that.
Yeah, and I mean, I have no idea what the official count is, if that's, you know, third-party event stuff.
Sure.
That's just what his VLR is telling me.
I mean, you got to think about it in his past teams. I mean, all of last year, you had Lakia, who was going to be playing Sova if you ever needed it.
Right.
So it's definitely not something that we've seen to be in his wheelhouse. We'll see if he's got a stronger. We'll call the first outing of the stage, I suppose, on Sova.
This is nice though. The recon.
For sure.
Normally at this time of the rounds,
Pretty
you
surprising. I mean,
save
after
the
that loss to
recon,
Boom,
but this
Gen
is
G
like one of
felt
those times
they
where it's
needed to make changes on
worked
this
out
map.
really
It's a
well
cool
for them.
trip.
Recon over towards B main doesn't
Gets the
scan
catch.
anyone,
It's gonna
so
be Gunman.
they can
Yeah,
heavier
Texture
stack
able to
over
find that,
towards
catches
A
the
with the
glimpse onto another
3.
one. Able to go ahead and finish the
This is nice
job.
as well. I kind of
Kills
like how
get
they played
answered
the
back here from
Cypher
the
here
side
and
of
like
DRX, but Gen G
selfishness.
will get their
My
first
goodness,
pistol win
going
of
crazy.
this series.
Selfless kind of set up with the
And of course,
Cypher.
that's
You're
got
not even on
Texture
the site. It's just
tackling like
enabling
a
everyone
child.
else. So the trips, no matter what,
As,
stay
He
up.
saw
He
the-
wanted that kill,
I
I'm
think
sure.
this
He
is
saw the
cool.
4K in his
I like
sights.
this a
He
lot.
had two more people right there in front of him, and he just couldn't quite make it happen.
He needs the 4K to secure the Gen G win. But this is just a great crossfire,
Dude, that
great
trip
setup of
was
the info
palm
utility,
up.
and that's one of the big things about this comp that I'm always looking at with teams that run Teo Sova.
The trip game
is those
too
double
strong.
drones,
I definitely don't
with the
see
Cypher in there as
teams
well,
do
the trip
this
getting a lot of
enough.
value.
Like
So
where
that's something that
they'll
Gen G
use
is
the
gonna be
trips to
relying on.
enable
Dogs are
others, and
free.
the Cypher kind of
Doesn't feel good.
plays a little bit more off site, and he's just there to enable the team. The teams that used to do it a lot, again, were FPX. I can't remember
Expecting the jet
when.
dash around the corner.
God knows what the year was, but he used to always have a Cypher, and he would like Palmer play in this corner on short or like here, and enable the rest of the team.
Finds the second. Quickly exits, moves back over here towards the A site. Khan. Yeah, he's just going to be looking for a little bit
Oh, no.
more. Runs out of bullets, but
bailed him
five
out.
shells, I should say. His Munchkin will be there.
Okay, well they know there's a
covering
judge in play
fire
though, so
through.
they gotta be a little
it's
bit
gonna be a
careful. You would
flawless as
imagine
Gen G
it's
start
on
things off
short
2-0
or
on the
aggro B
defense.
if they go B.
I like the ideas from Gen G, in particular the way that Foxy9 is setting up his Cypher utility, because you think back to the first pistol round, it's a low trip that catches Gunman as he tries to dash in. So on the B side, they set up a high one. In fact, Gunman dashes up, it's on the A side. The trip just isn't there. They have the other trip set up in tree. So you can see they're trying to already kind of play with
right?
Gunman's
Hemera
mind,
with
try to make
1,000
him
bits as
guess
well.
where these trips are going
Dude,
to
got
be.
two people
Make
doing
his
1,000
entrance
bits.
that much
Euphoria
more
and
difficult.
Hemera. I
This one he's
think
trying to set up
I'm
on the corner.
butchering your name. I
in the deep
apologize for that.
position on the
And
landing spot for Gunman.
Angeliax with 100 bits. Thank you so much for all the bits.
So I really like
Thank
these
you for doing that.
staggered ideas with the Cypher setups that we're seeing. And again, for Gen G,
Okay,
this
so
is
they
the
go a
information
little
game
bit
that they're
aggro
trying
over
to play
towards B. I mean, they know this
That they're trying to
judges
lock
here.
DRX
There's
out of
literally
his
2 pauses where the judge is going to be.
They've got quite a bit of weaponry still to back up.
And look at this read. They're stacking 4 players on this A site. They say Calron's got the judge. He'll be good for a couple. You know?
Drone goes
We'll just
over
leave him
towards
there on that
middle.
B site, keep
Kind of
all
looking
the
like they
trips
want
on
to
his A
fake
side.
short
Just
split
throw the
B.
TP over to the other side. You know, if Karan does have contact, he'll have plenty of time to
They
get
use a
back over
drone
there.
to clear wine.
Maybe challenge this angle. 2 for 0 on first blood so far.
For a little bit more.
Big duel that is, guys. Makes it a lot easier. The call did come in before this to split over towards A though.
Keeps himself safe.
3% hold for GENG.
Munchkin looking to play the closer fight. Just
Holy.
across.
Wait, this is nuts.
It will be Ash that goes ahead, scoops
Dude,
up one,
everyone
gets
with
the
these
follow-up on the
stingers are
knockout.
just doing the
And now they're
widest
strafing
swings
into
we've
the
ever
site, being
seen.
revealed from the cameras. Bane tucks back, but the spike
Dude, it's an incredible
is
punish
so
here.
far away from him.
Salvos,
Every chance, Foxy
salvos
just poking and
into
prodding, playing around
one
with his
wide, one
Karan.
close swing.
Swoops in,
Really nice from
arriving
GENG.
on the flank.
Dude, I've really liked all of their rounds so far. It's been really cool.
This
Really, really cool.
Has to be saved.
almost 100%,
Vasions.
yeah.
Dude, with the tier
It will
2
be
as well. New
a
member
bonus
with the tier
conversion
2.
from
Thank you for doing
Gen
that.
G. First one here in the
Vasions.
set.
Double S. Thank you so much,
As
bro.
they are off
Appreciate the
to
tier
a
2.
roaring start, and we might
Welcome
have
into
to
the
see a
Slug
very
Club, mate.
fast
Thank you for
timeout
doing
call
that.
from DRX.
Yeah, I mean, it's just these little trick plays, kind of these timings that catch
Like the
DRX
little
off
gamble
guard.
stack from GENG as well. They look nice on this map.
Got something
We've
in
gone
his
from
eye.
Sure.
we've gone from a split that
A
looks
tear to
really
the eye
rough,
after
to be
that
honest,
round.
Bonus
into
conversion, so damn beautiful.
So
some
good.
great stuff so
Munchkin.
far.
He's just had upset that he didn't hit Mako once.
Probably.
Either way, probably something in the eye. But hell of a start. Yeah, clearly I just wasn't upset.
The joy that he brings.
And yeah, he looks fun
It's
to play
just
with. He's
infectious.
It's like a, it's
a
like having-
vibes
he's
guy
like
for
literally
sure.
just a puppy.
Delirious,
He is.
thank you so
He's a
much for the
puppy.
prime. Appreciate the 4 months as well.
Sometimes,
Thank you for the
like,
prime, mate.
Gotta figure out how to walk right.
Okay, DRX
Sometimes
go
he
for the
jumps over
fast strat, and
somebody,
honestly,
stands right back
they
up, and
can
always
spam
joyous.
fast hits.
It's up and over the top.
It's
Gunman.
just
Shot out of the sky. Foxy, quick reposition.
just if they're actually
Texture
good.
Able to find one before getting taken down. It's going to be the one little trade out. And it's going to be Foxy
Yeah.
with a 3K to get Gen
Dude,
G
Foxy9's
up to
been
4.
incredible at the moment. It looks horrible to play
this is
against.
just
He's everywhere.
Really nice from Foxy.
Trips on the pistol,
Understanding how
got
his
camera
util
on
is set
the
up, and that
punish over
there's
towards
one
A
thing
to
he's
get them
leaving open,
info.
and that's the
He's
boat-
over towards B
boat
when they
dash.
want to go for a fast B.
Right over
They're
the
probably
house
going to
and
call a timeout, and he's
ready.
going to put over trip over towards middle or something. Maybe they have a
Running
punish on
gunning
that.
from there.
Like he's gonna. He's
'Cause everybody on
playing
Gen G
the,
knows they've got
he's
the
playing the
players in
Cypher
position to
great.
support him there.
It's the first
They
time he's
can
actually like
press
anchored
forward
over
and go
towards
for
the
those
site as well.
Crossfires. Just wipe DRX out, and you called for it.
Kiribo
Timeout.
with the prime.
Comes
Kiribo,
right
thank you so
through.
much as well. Welcome in also, mate.
Tough
Thank
to
you for
say
using the prime
exactly
on
what
me.
the ideas are going to be from Termi this time. Haven't seen much exploration towards mid.
Which days are
Yeah, my
worse?
guess
No
is this
APAC
is
in
some
both
kind of
Americas and
setup
EMEA,
for,
or
hey,
no
let's put some
EMEA
pressure
but both
at,
Americas and
Pizza
APAC.
and Market, see if we can
I
get
normally
through
feel
there.
better, Fio, with the 4
And,
hours
you gotta worry about
like
the op potentially
sleep,
coming
like the
out,
4-4.
if not this round and the next.
I normally feel pretty good with that. I always the worst days always
Still here, still believing, but the
Friday,
four-zero deficit
like
certainly
Friday
not
day
something
when you do EMEA into Americas, but I woke
they
up
were
like relatively
expecting.
early, and then I have to get up at 8. That's the worst day.
No.
Everything else is like pretty easy.
I need to get that bear again.
I have one.
I don't have one anymore.
What happened to it?
I gave it to
Addison,
Hotspots after he
thank
won.
you so much
Oh,
for the
well, that's
gifted to Ben
acceptable. That's
Affleck.
fair. Okay.
Thank you for
That's
that.
fair.
Every now and then he brings it out, so I know that he kept it.
That's nice. That's
Thank you
pretty
so much,
adorable,
man.
actually.
Thank you.
But I was like, you know what? I got something for you.
Of course, that one way being set up for Foxy as well. And look at the mid control attempted to
Ben
be
Affleck.
taken by Gen G. Texture is out for the operator.
Okay, big change up from Gen G. After the timeout, they want to
Wider
punish over
angle.
towards
He's
middle.
gonna
They know it's a
just go
buy round.
straight
They know that
forward.
they
He's
have
gonna get the
no
catch. No counter
turret
swing. Fast
to
enough
spot
there from
this.
top mid.
Really, really
Screen
cool.
Dead off the rip.
Yeah, Drone
Yeah,
couldn't
most
see him
people to
from
cover
there.
up the no turret over towards here will do the camera middle.
Nice counterplay.
But yeah, this is cool.
Oof.
Dude,
Oh,
timing of the
Bane, you
double
are so
swing with the
lucky.
recon. Wait, are we insanely drilled on this map?
That was so close. A couple different players had a look at him. There's that info.
Dude, why is no one shooting
Monto
trips?
Able to stay alive. Still held at bay though, and Hyunmin, because of that, he's left on an island. He's just alone here in the site, then gets taken down. Mako keeping forward over towards the door, able to find one Ash.
Spike down
Eliminated.
A.
But it's just Mako and Bane. The shock dart is going to be good for it. Munchkin. Just knocks it out
Damn,
of the
we
park,
look
and Texture on the
insanely
repeat.
good on this
Finds
map.
the op shot this time around. Timeout call, be damned. Gen G now up 5-0.
Everything's making a lot of
Yeah,
sense.
this
It's
is
a masterclass
such
at the
an
moment from
impressive
Gen G.
Composition that Gen G is bringing
not
on this
even- I'm not even
defender
mad at
side.
DRX
Again,
from-
so
with
much
what's
info
going
that
on,
you're
to be
able to
honest.
gather. A nice little outplay here Able to sneak
Like,
by
the only
that
thing I can be
drone.
kind of mad at here
Bring
is
is
like
no
maybe
hope.
the camera should be over towards middle, but there's
Util
been
getting
nothing
the
over
spot
towards
there.
middle, and they've been struggling to get the
For the
mains and
Gen G
like hold on
players,
to the mains.
able
So
to
they
play
want their
comfortably on the
Cypher to
back
start
of
being more
sight.
selfish.
Wait
And
out
as they do
Mako,
that,
who was able to find one off the back of his own paranoia, I believe, and
they're
then
popping middle with, well, not
tried to
popping,
push
pushing
forward
middle with
through
an op.
Gen, Stingers and Sheriffs.
Yeah, and now
trying to
DRX are just
Get
way
yet
more vigilant with their
another
actual
DRX
util.
ego to go, but this time feeling like it's going to be way more difficult. Oh, just
Yeah, he
barely
spots him
turned in time
close.
to see Hyunmin. So they're going to try tree this time. That short-range weaponry.
Look at this stack right now.
Like this
4
might be your
person
better
stack.
opportunity.
What is this read?
Exchange there.
4 person stack. We've got info of the camera. I guess we got a cross map recon coming in as well. Damn. Did Annie get scanned by the cross map recon? Holy, we are looking nice as well. Dude, Foxy 9's setups have been great. Every single time he's in the right position, right place. They got some solid reads.
Oh, they're just doing a great job reacting on the map, not giving DRX many opportunities off of some of those util dumps.
Was
to
this
get
read?
kills.
I mean, they had they had good info with the
Fallback
camera that
positions that
spots
Gen G
middle,
are
but
taking, especially of course with the operator in play, make it so difficult in these crossfires.
like
that
they're
Gen
so
G are able
confident
to
that
set up for
my
themselves. They're just
solo B
brutal.
player is using recon also.
And but again,
He's
it's
still screaming.
yeah. Some say
What is this?
What is this
are
one?
you doing, Munchkin?
Well,
Okay, it's a
it kind of
bit
makes
crunch,
sense when
but
you look
takes it
over
as a
towards
rival
middle and
tile
see
to
that
find
it's
one.
Vision
Munchkin's
Strikers
dunk
split.
walking in the main,
That's too
and the
much from
Butcher Buck
Foxy.
able to find one touch.
Even if he
Scream
wins
looks for
this,
a
that's
little bit
pure
more. Mako
madness.
able to go ahead and stabilize and
He's
we're gonna
really
head
trying to
into the
take a
madness
time
here.
in
At
there.
least a pause in it. It is Estrella going to be Reds back into the action. And
I
at
guess
the
he
end
has
of
to
it
do
all, it's
something.
going to be a 2v4.
But
Things got weird.
yep.
Just spotting one, cannot find Hyunmin, and that should be DRX getting their first round victory.
it was weird. This was the only round where, again, I still didn't mind this from Gen
You would
G,
think so, especially with
but I
the
think
door
their
not being
setup should be
broken.
different.
Now the identification from the knife. I mean, Ash wants to die here so he can get his ult.
Because like they called to do a Vision Strikers, right?
Like you were saying,
And
cash
that's
cow,
so fine, but the instant
no reason
reaction is
not
going to
to
be
go
to
for
hit over
something,
towards
I
A.
would think.
Yeah.
But you're up against a KO as well.
Worst case,
So
give
I think you
Hyunmin
need to just like
knives.
micro,
As,
like you need to
spotted three
change.
on the flank
I think I
and
would
Red
have Cypher
in
on the
nice and
push,
safe.
like as a 3 here.
Yes.
Set up trips on the 1. Can you
This
even
is
do that
weird.
with time? No, you can't do that with time. I'm just
This
not
is
sure I would go
just
for a push
Munchkin.
here again against the KO.
You know, you can take the player off the duelist, but sometimes you can't take the
Because like
duelist out of
the
the
problem
player.
with doing this against when you have a KO is there's always gonna be a fast reaction over towards the other side, right? And as soon as that ult
Walking
goes
into
in,
a cyber cage.
like Foxy just needs to play off site basically.
Yep. You know, he'll gamble. I mean, that's the thing about Munchkin. And when you're up 6-0, you can afford to do stuff
Because
like that.
no matter what, this reaction was always
can
gonna
throw around
work
away.
because of the KO.
Well, they're gonna be
It
looking
shouldn't
at
really
that,
go like that.
that'd be a
Oh my
regular
goodness!
occurrence.
Omen
Paranoia's
flash into
out
KO.
onto
ult.
Estrella.
Oh!
Oh my
Just
god!
knocked down
How's he
two.
done that?
Once again, just shrugging off the pressure.
Is that the best version
Pushing
of
to the
this?
smoke, Mako, good for another one. Cowan cannot
Okay.
hold the door.
We're probably going to see a timeout from Gen G. It's an interesting idea. Apparently, it must have been working in practice.
Spike planted.
And this is the worry.
Do
When
the
you
ult in
throw
the
her out of the
middle,
way,
so you can
and it
get
turns
the
into a
middle
second,
here, and the Omen
turn
flash
into
is
a
meant to
third,
make him
and
go
suddenly
back,
the floodgates are open.
and they get nearsighted, so they can't see the ult far
I can see that
back.
from
Is that
Mako's
like the
perspective.
idea?
Yes. That was fast.
I'm not sure that would work.
Ash
It
with
might
the
work.
420 score line, saying Happy Easter to everybody who celebrates. But wow, okay, yeah, back to back, puzzling rounds here from the
G
side
needs
of
to
Gen
chill.
G, trying to
Yeah, the
change
double
things up,
aggro
trying to
rounds
catch
haven't
the,
worked well.
DRX off guard.
Again, I didn't mind their round
And they
before.
just
I think they just
overcooked
shouldn't have
it.
done it against the
I mean,
KO.
Mako's just not having any of that.
And this one
I mean,
works in
I
practice.
don't mind it one round,
It must have worked
tried it
in
the previous
practice,
round, fine.
but I don't think that
but
works
2
against.
rounds in a row.
But yes, but it's tried to
I think there's something better you can do with the tail.
I think,
It's so good on this map.
Hopefully Munchkin is learning his lesson, because what has been really making things difficult.
Ooh, they'll get the
Hold on.
slow-mo and everything.
Oh,
Brother.
that's
Oh
not a
my
thing.
God.
That's not a thing, bro.
Well, the gentle giant. Just absolutely.
He's like, I
tears
shot
into
it like
pieces.
that. Yeah, I don't
If
know.
they lock
like,
them in here, though,
it's
do they not need to have a
going-
flash?
He's like, I just shot, is basically what he said. Okay, so play to the strengths of the comp now. for GENG. Texture back on the operator. Using the drone to try to set him up. Does clear, or well, hits the trip. And clears.
Okay, they go back to
up.
playing
Texture's
normal.
right there.
Definitely can tell. You
Should
could
be
definitely can see that on the
aware.
timeout that GENG told him to get
Really
like
trying
super
to make this
aggro. We had to push over towards middle. We had this
It does.
2 set strats
Spike
when
for
they did
now
the
gonna be
Vision
left
Strikers
behind.
push.
Is going to be cleared
So,
out. Gunman starting to work
The
his way
new game
forward
plan
towards
was
pizza,
to go
but three
aggro, but
players
I'm not sure they're going to keep
pretty
doing
much
that.
on this angle. One playing anti. and
Great shot.
Texture. Spot out the elbow. He's able to find the wall bang shot. 2 up kills here in the round. Still a dimensional drift if he wants to, if he gets into a point where he needs to use it. But there's the ping reveal. Estrella, staying tucked. Munchkin opts to not swing for this.
A small
It's Foxy.
good
Waits
note
out.
for
0
DRX
point.
there. Like they find the camera
On a
that's
swivel,
been
just
over
getting
towards
away
here. That's
for
been
that
giving them
peek.
info middle, so maybe they can start working out where there's been stacks before.
Flash out Salvos.
Which means that
Go
you'll
ahead and
probably see a
offset. Munchkin's gonna
default
be taken
from
down.
them over towards middle
Sight
next round.
opened up a
And then maybe
bit.
GENG will punish
Still
mid.
have to
We'll
try
see.
to work their way through
Damn,
Texture. There's the
Tail
TV
ult
across.
gets used in
Scarron does join in. 15 seconds
3v4.
remaining.
Wait,
Mako
that's
will find
really
one.
nuts,
Foxy
is it
nine will
not?
be taking
Tail
down
ult
the
gets used in
paranoia,
3v4 when 2
Going
people at
across
10
to try to save
HP.
them off. Texture finds the
With
shot.
15 seconds, 20
Mako hits the
seconds.
floor, and Scarron
Yeah, I don't know about that
finds
one
the
from
other.
DRX. My goodness.
GENG, a lot more stability here. Get themselves back
Desperate.
into the driver's seat, now up 7-2.
Yeah, love the
Yeah,
way
let's
that
see if
Munchkin
DRX
is using his
default
util
middle.
to make sure they can get that first one for Texture. Just making Bane mega uncomfortable there. Finds a great shot through the wall into Hyunmin. And then Estrella able to find some good util to
Well,
flush
initially, do you
Munchkin
think
out.
Paz best with Teo?
The
I mean,
ult from
Fade for
Free
sure.
actually forces
Fade's
Foxy
like the
out
good
as
middle
well from the
ground,
alley
yeah.
on the back. And
I
he
actually
has to
think
come
more
through, he gets
teams,
killed, and all of a sudden you
like
think there
if
might
I
be a
look
chance,
at this
but two
GENG
players in
comp,
Boathouse,
and there's definitely a
I have
world
five.
where teams would
Peek out
use a
Texture
Fade
gets
instead of a
his.
Sova,
Dips.
like with just for the
Towards
pure
in.
combo.
Here at
Then you
Heaven
had
on this
in a
A-site.
lot of punish over towards the A mains, and you still get like the prowlers, but it's just the fact that Sova's so good on this map because of the
they're ready
back
for
walls.
this. They got that jet.
Paranoia onto one, stun going out. As Ping does get the reveal, so they know that the op is here at Heaven, but Mako dead. They're still strafing forward as Karon holds down the flank. Spray through the smoke, flawless fashion, GENG right back to running away with this map.
Just a great read off of just a
Yeah,
single
I mean
kill.
the only rounds they've lost is when they went aggro.
Expecting
That's
that
it.
A would be the call without the jet available and no other mid pressure to be seen. It's good understanding, good map awareness. Oh, Mako, no. Great patience from Karon.
Mako, no.
And then Bane just has
He
too
didn't
many
check
angles
the
to check
corner.
when he walks through the door.
Yeah, the suspect that Mako attention was tied elsewhere, was paying attention to different things. Doesn't swivel, doesn't check. It's just going to be a quick exit from Texture.
This is nice
like
though.
this,
Actually
though.
default
Yeah,
over
I
towards
like
the middle
this
to
from
break this
DRX.
camera.
You know, you forced him off that
And
angle.
I thought this was going to happen last round,
Check
but we could see it
forehand,
this
but he
round,
swings
and
out,
like
he still hits
GENG
that
are trying to
shot.
punish them from
They're
finding
so
this
damn
camera.
fast.
Oh, they do the camera a little bit higher so you can't see.
Rest
So
of
they,
Flash is gone.
did they see him cross or not?
Aside from
There was
Mako,
there
who
was
does still
pressure
have
over towards
paranoia,
B
but
main,
now
so you might not have
pressing
checked his
out onto
camera.
Freeing.
Now
He
you've got a ton of map
might
control as
not.
DRX. You
being
can try
quick,
to
Hyunmin's
figure
in.
out which direction you want to go. Looks like A is going to be the decision, but with Hyunmin watching
Yeah, I like this
spawn,
over towards B as well. They
GENG could
leak
get
out
cut off
smoke.
in
They did a
rotations.
recon over towards B main to
Comes out
clear
to
B
Ash
main
here.
as well. Like they keep doing
Finds the first, can't steady for
they
the
keep
second.
doing
Bane.
smokes that are
Bit of a
for a
weakness there,
combo in
breaks
terms
through.
of recon.
There's an aerial theft revealing.
Yeah,
Foxy
they have
strafing
no
and
idea this
dead.
guy's
Hyunmin,
here. He took a great timing in middle
position
with the
to go ahead.
camera.
Get that interception. Karon,
Great
however,
shots.
still here at Hell, able to find Mako. Strikes him down as Bane is trying to bring the spikes forward to bear into the A side. Munchkin still a world away, taking his time. Not necessarily convinced, it would seem, but maybe his involvement isn't needed. And now he is, as Hyunmin does manage to find the 3K. Looking for the fourth. As he shuts the door and gets ready to plant the spike, but Munchkin now getting into
And a
position.
drone.
Spike planted.
Still has a drone, still has a recon.
hasn't used any of that util yet. Is he just going to try to clear everything dry?
Trying to quiet drop down the box. Hyunmin Eyes on the angled leg. Spotted, swings out.
Oh
restudies
my.
the aim, and does manage to get DRX over the line. A chance
Rounds around.
now at an 8-4
Rounds
half.
is around. Everything up until that moment looked convincing.
This is
Or like
this
more
is spicy,
convincing
but
from
I
him.
like this from DRX.
Yeah, this was good from DRX. They had to mid
Kind of
default
just
once they saw
challenging
this.
Texture, saying, okay,
once they saw this
we'll
camera,
have
they
two
kind
there
of
to
need
make
to do
sure
this the round before,
we
but
can
at
trade
least we
you.
got to see it eventually.
Karan starting to hit some shots. It's one of the things I was thinking about coming into this map was Karan. If he comes alive, GENG could just blast DRX out of the water.
And widely,
he's been pretty good. Yeah. I mean, Texture's been destroying.
Yeah, Texture's
Another aggro play
doubling
on this one. We got
everybody
one person
else,
to
and the
spot
rest of
top
the players
mid.
at
We
GENG
get the
are all
op
pretty
here.
tight-knit.
No turret again. And
Texture
as
once
the
again
camera's been
out here
used
in
over
mid,
towards
stealth
B, he
drone.
knows that he can be
Go
doing
ahead and lead
this.
the way. Will
That's
snipe
fine,
it,
dude.
now sets
But
up
the problem is,
crash.
is
The pressure,
did he
however,
not have a
comes in
TP at
before
the
he can
beginning of
really
the
react.
round?
Didn't have anything pre-set up, so Texture
Oh,
just
that's a mess up.
out on an island by
My guy
himself.
thinks he's on
Pick
Jet.
the pieces now. Two-player advantage. DRX are looking for that 8-4. The push in. Hyunmin instantaneous with the knives. But so too is Karan. Trying to hold down this site, but now he's going to be flashed up, blinded by the paranoia. Ends up getting taken down. Munchkin noted here by the cam. As it's looking to be a damn near flawless round here for DRX. Get themselves into a solid spot.
He didn't
Drone
see him
never
in the
checked
draft.
his position. Bane is there.
Yeah, DRX did pretty
8-4
good to get two at the end here. A
Honestly,
couple
not too bad for
couple of
DRX.
mess ups from
Is that how it
GENG.
started?
Yes.
6-0.
You've got to be feeling good. I mean, just an odd setup there for Texture. You would think that TP should be out if you're going to push that early in the round. Basically, as soon as the walls drop. But it was not. Yes. Yes. Maybe just a little overconfident there from GENG. They got away with some of those catwalk pushes multiple times, and that round, DRX very ready for it. Hyunmin sharp with those blades. Just popped a bunch of heads on the way through. So this attacker side, GENG's turn. Let's see if DRX can shut them down. It was a big pistol win as well for GENG. Are they going to be able to find a second? Maybe find that road to victory. DRX. Some good adjustments there. It's that finally at the end, able to find that open space in mid, start clearing some of that pressure that Texture was creating. Now you got to wonder, what is this Yoru look like
Playing
without that Jet
TFT
there?
right now. Yeah, it's a quick
Break some
40-second
angles before
TFT game.
You need
You're
to
right.
have some really good util. So those util dumps, especially from Munchkin and Ash, have to be really on point.
Billy,
They have to be
2-0. Dude,
identifying
Trace
who's
done.
where, so that you can find those timings to
Trace really got wrecked
safely
from
gate crash in.
Bind getting removed in the map pool.
We'll see, we'll see.
Nothing too shocking here. It's just going to be classic half armor here for the side of Mako. Same for Karan and Munchkin. Texture with that ghost. GENG going to be looking for their second pistol win
Okay,
of
so
this
GENG,
series.
honestly, GENG has some really nice stuff on defense.
They are going to be
I
able to
really
find
liked
it.
a lot of what they're doing, so
Gate crash.
I'm expecting some
Sends
cool
towards
stuff on
catwalk.
attack. And it is a little bit harder with this comp on attack. You gotta
TP out. Bit of damage taken there by Foxy.
think a
Knocked down
little
to
bit
50.
more with like halvings of the TPs.
Oh boy.
Oh, Foxy 9 got
As
owned.
okay, things are starting to get a little bit
Dude, look at that
scrappy.
damage. 15,
Texture down low,
41,
the jump in the
9.
corner, and that's gonna be Foxy 9
Dude,
coming away with
Foxy
zero
9's
straight
at
up
9
free. Both
HP
gonna
getting
fall.
double
Munchkin, the
kills.
casualty
He's
on the
done it
side of
again.
GENG
It's the
thus
same thing
far.
happened on
Mako
Split.
looking for a little bit more, can't quite make it happen, but he had been Bane coming alive.
Oh my
That's gonna be them
goodness.
holding
Dude, there
down
was so
the
many
site.
low HPs here. These were all
Denying
body
a
shots.
second pistol win. 5-1 in that regard. 5 rounds now for DRX.
That's
Just took too long for GENG there
a
because
really
of the
stacked
stall
pistol.
from the KO and the Teo. It made it way too difficult to get through A tree cleanly. They took a lot of damage. Yeah, Foxy finds 2, but everybody on GENG was basically weak at that point, making it pretty easy DRX to clean them up as they try to get in towards the generator.
Okay, this will
Now you
be
start to think that
oh
after what
the
looked like it was going to be a dominant map for
wine
GENG to
recon.
start, DRX may be able to change the tune of this song. Spray through by Mako.
Wine recon
the
after
Orbis
salvers,
picked up
so
for
you know
texture.
that it does, so they don't reclear
Foxy there.
this,
Oh boy.
and that
Has
you
to
can
run.
swing and
Spreading
disrespect their
away.
util. This is cool.
Bane
The spot.
Yeah, Yeah, just get spotted out.
The cheeky cam.
Ooh,
What
was
the
looking
hell?
for
Dude, imagine.
a Peng shot.
It was
but
close. It was close.
connection to be found.
Like the idea. Hyunmin, though, his outlaw making its way over towards market, so just that little bit of presence shown by Foxy has DRX feeling like this is going to be a B hit. Cam right above the door to get the spot. And this looks like it could
Just
be a
got
bit
destroyed
of
by
a meat
Wizzy,
grinder
went
for
47 to 27. Dude, that honestly, that's my fault.
The salvos are out to delay this even. They tipped
I was
their
saying he
hand
wasn't
in
going to
Bane
make
31.
champs
Yeah, Texture trying to TP
after
forward,
the
but
judge got nerfed,
being able to find it.
even though he made it last year.
Swooping in, looking for a target. They've already been widely taken away from him. Karon tipping forward over towards Switch, is able to find a second kill.
Take a little bit of blame for it.
Team and Munchkin, though, with classics and now very little HP to speak of. Munchkin gets pinged. Bane just trying to keep them in this one. Finds himself a third. We'll get the fourth as Karon falls. DRX now 2 rounds away from tying
Looking nice.
things
I still
up
liked
as we move forward into
still like the idea
bonus.
from GENG on this round. It was cool.
Yeah, really nice stuff.
They were
from
giving me
Bane
hope
there.
that they've got some
Sets
good
himself
stuff
now on
planned
top of
here.
the kill charts for DRX.
Like from what I'm seeing right
Great
now,
fallback,
it's gonna be a
positioning,
close map for
util,
sure. But I feel like
finding its
Yoru
moments.
or Teo
Crossfire set up
or
by
should
DRX, nice.
probably be a
Karan,
secured round for
he battles
GENG,
his way
just
out
with
of
how
a
drilled
bit.
they're looking at the moment,
Finds a
what they're
couple with the
showing.
classic, not bad, but
We'll see if that comes true.
Well, still feeling a little bit energetic.
it's a little bit crazy, he said, yeah.
Not out of the woods yet.
Yeah, the bonus
A lot
isn't
more
great
to
though.
go.
Double spec to Stinger.
As now we get the weaponry here into the hands
Going
of
over
GENG.
towards middle with the smoke
Using
deep.
those stealth drones.
Trying to see if
Just
anyone's
that's
following
like
it
Rain just
up.
bouncing his up
We
and
got
down to
camera
try to
here. Wait, honestly, DRX might
distract.
get good timing on this.
And timing on
Incredible.
the push. Hyunmin using the drone against him to fantastic effect. And just like that, DRX so heavily favored to convert this bonus. GENG desperately needs some openings. Otherwise, it might just have to be, you know, get settled down in pizza and try to go for a save. Still a lot of time to work through. This Hyunmin not jiggling the corner anymore. Now swings out, gets the headshot tap. Texture falls. Bane looks for a little bit more.
Hey, very, very nice. How many upgrades do they get?
Over towards Cat. One casualty, a bonus conversion.
2,
DRX now on the cusp of running this
3,
one back.
only 2.
Yeah, I think
Only 2. Still not too bad
a little
though.
bit of shakiness with some of these
Take
comp
this.
changes for GENG today.
Wait, did the HUD not show it?
Hyunmin,
This guy didn't spend any
using-
extra money and he's got an extra gun.
that Cypher cage against his opponents. Very nicely. Yep.
Close game. This still
you're
should be
stuck in
close.
mid.
And I still have
DRX just
I still have good faith in
knocking at the doors.
GENG once they
Have
get
to
these
stack it
ults. I
far,
think they
and
should
GENG
have at
getting
least a
thrifty
couple of
here.
good rounds.
Timeout has to be on the horizon. As DRX look to tie things up.
But yeah, DRX fully in
So long
control,
as not
especially with this
cold.
comp.
Any
Like
timeouts on this map.
they're
There's
set
only just
to
the
they're set to
one
win at the
lead
moment.
Used on split. Wiley has been relying on Munchkin and the rest of the team to find the adjustments needed.
Well, I'd like to see them
What would
try
you
the
do if
double
one of your
drone
players has to take time off his
to break into a
flashback?
site
I
here.
mean, it
with
is what
Ash
it
and
is, man.
Munchkin. Still have both available.
gotta-
We're gonna change
you gotta roll with the
directions. Made some
punches.
noise on one side, gonna
You
try a
gotta get
different one.
someone in.
So far, they've been pretty
Either
one-dimensional.
that or I'm dusting off the mouse.
Most of their pressure, once they've gotten
Getting that judge
the
out.
points of attack at a main, have basically been towards that site. So showing a little bit of a different
Going
look.
0-13
Estrella
every
jiggling the
game.
corner.
Oh, maybe caught on the timing here. Sends up the 0 point. We'll get the weapon drawn back up. Peeks the corner. Texture going to be the one that eats a bit of that damage there. As they get held up. Flash after flash. Estrella eating a little bit more damage, but Wiley is able to backpedal out towards safety.
This is nice from DRX though. Four
There's a stealth
people
drone.
here,
It's
good
free
amount of
now.
damage.
Moving forward. Texture eliminated and
Nice
Estrella.
shots.
2 quick taps.
Really
And
nice
on the back
shots.
end comes away with 3. As Hyunmin
Dude,
will
they-
find Karon.
They
So
were
a little bit of
fast
damage
with the
dealt
rotator.
Wiley.
Dude, it's literally
DRX
exactly what happened
still
earlier,
looking
right?
strong as they tie
Like
us
this
up at
camera,
8-8.
this camera is allowing
I
so
mean,
much in terms of the
For
rotates.
whatever reason, GENG's not able to
They're
find their
allowed to get
opportunity
4 here.
to punish Estrella. Some great flashes. Maybe the Teo util came and delayed it just enough. And then freeing in Hyunmin, cleaning up what Estrella started. Been a bit of a rough go of it today for Estrella. But that round, 3 big kills to double his kill count comes the tiles crunch.
The classic. Vision strikers say hello, but no one there to receive the crunch. Shock Dart not clearing out these trips, still are there as Bane getting noted here at Hell. A TP forward, Karen immediately going to be snatched up there by that trip.
For the TP popping, I like it.
Spraying across, trying to find
another kill trip of the clones to spot in them all.
Is Bane turning flash, instantaneous with a headshot. Karen does flush him out, but now falls as Mako comes away with one of his own.
Do they stay alive enough for Foxy to enable though?
Foxy 9 on a backstab angle.
Wait, Fring's on top of it.
Slowly creeping
Fring's on top of it.
Spoiling the plot.
Whoa, man, both of these teams are good on this map. We've gone from both teams looking pretty rough on split to both teams actually having looking pretty good in Ascent.
Run back win streak, 7 consecutive now.
Looks so hard to get attack rounds.
Across that midpoint of this map, they gain the lead.
Good news for GENG is we got a lot of ults coming.
Finally, I see the clock being paused, but.
Foxy stepped. I don't think he stepped. He might have, honestly. I don't have my sound high enough. But I think it was at least maybe comms from someone that they hadn't seen the Cypher, so there's a good chance there's a luck and no one had eyes on short. There's also a good chance he just made a step. He did run a little bit. I don't know if it was long enough to sound or not.
You know, again, you lost to Boom, but Boom's on a heater, man. Like, nothing to be ashamed of. And I think you're just seeing that there just isn't a lot of comfort yet. They're having a hard time following up off of some of their util. They're landing some good ones. We saw it in that round where Estrella just got blinded to the Nether Realm, but still there was enough behind it for DRX, so they were able to keep him alive. And then he finds 3 kills. This round here, they just can't find an opening kill. They can't find any entrance into a site. I mean, it has been rough.
Is DRX winning this? It's looking like it, mate. They're in an incredible spot.
Able to utilize texture on this
easier side of the map.
Exactly.
I think he's killless.
It looks like they got. I mean, they got good setups.
Take a look here.
Everyone's playing together.
Yep. I think
the only bad thing for DRX is they're about to go up against like all the ults, so this might get like a little bit closer, but I don't know. If you look at the buy rounds, they're pretty in control.
1 stinger, Sheriffs for the rest. Clear on the cam here in main.
The best thing for DRX here would be if this gets used on an eco.
The trip, at least identified and dealt with by Texture. Counter drone now. So Texture's going to try to create some space off the clone.
Who knows which one's fake.
Not able to really get through the doors.
Just has to stay tucked back. Now position recovered here by freeing. Shots out, so this position going to be noted as Mako considering a swing into A main. Saw Munchkin. Taron there as well, and Taron hits a hell of a shot. Salvo's immediately going to be sent here.
It's an incredible TP from Karen. He actually owned him. He just ate the flash.
Letting him know that he's tucked away in towards wide, but Estrella now going to be taken down.
God, freeing us to kill too.
Gets the shots connecting.
Whoa, TP under. That's nice.
And suddenly, GENG looking for a flawless Thrifty.
And they're about to get all their ults.
On the 2, Bane and Hyunmin completely and utterly noted.
Yeah, with the plan they get Sova ult.
Here. And keeping Heaven covered. A random turnaround here from the side of GENG. Texture. Picking up a second here. Tries to drop down. Bane will be able to find the punish. Maybe look for a couple more kills, but already
Best outcome here is for Ash to get the kill for GENG.
Drops down, trying to check in around Hell. Nothing going to be noted. Ash, seizing a little timing, will go ahead and finish him off. 9-9.
Okay, really close on these ults as well. Euro got used into this as well. 3 on the way.
What they're doing in the beginning of the round with their utility
close.
for
Well, they got
GENG.
KO ult,
It's
tail.
Foxy creating a little bit of presence with
Could be
this
solid
cam,
retakes, could be solid
Then it's a stealth
reclears,
drone
could be
through
solid
mid. Texture goes in to clear a trip,
set strat. I
and
have
then
no
throws
idea
a
what
clone
they
out.
got.
So it's really reading like B or mid.
The
and
tail
so
is
DRX has to
insane on
respect
this
that.
map.
It's actually a quick pivot over through tree and A main, and it catches DRX off guard, and that's why they're able to get through there. It's just a bit of a timing
Okay, they go for the A
issue,
main
and
default.
GENG finds their moment.
Salvos. Where do they put that other
Now
salvo?
maybe setting up for something.
Oh, close. Close with a smoke.
There's the ult.
Oh, this hesitation, almost. Dude, if he did this tail ult from close to far, like this way, he gets at least one, maybe two there.
Mako, I believe, still.
He actually made it easy for them to look at it and push forward.
I think you get the tag, you might send the Hunter's Fury there. Could not with the drone, so instead they're gonna change directions, change ideas, but there's an op waiting. They have no drone to clear that.
What are the good tail ults on this map? You got multiple. You got this to force them into A main. You got this when they're in A main with salvos over towards here. You got this one over towards B to force them onto site as well. Like you have so many. But you got to do it like left to right here, this way to this way, this way to this way.
Youngman has the shot. Might have seen Ash on the jiggle peak. He will just say tuck back over towards bench. But that's the spike, so he needs to be very careful. It seems like Youngman is damn suspicious about it. Now has it confirmed.
30 seconds
Opts to back away. Sights now turned towards A here from GENG. Down a player. That's freeing. Looks to try to slow things up. Sends out the concuss. Eats a bit of damage. His Albo's going to be sent. And Foxy9 streaming across them. Eats a headshot.
It's so insane for isolating people, the salvos.
14 seconds.
No time on this one.
Need to be explosive here, but it's going to be Ash taken out. And there you go. Round is done. Dusted. DRX.
Dude, GENG
just back and forth will reestablish.
Just didn't use any ults.
Flawless fashion. It's only Munchkin surviving.
Like GENG here, like they just needed to keep it simple, right? We're looking over towards A. I'm a little bit disappointed because I felt like their defense was really good. But like when you got a tail ult here and you got a tail Yoru, like your stuff should be so good. Once you take A main, you should just ult heaven, TP under bow, and then you can Omen flash send it.
You don't have much util left, so Texture has to take a peek.
It's like this should have been, once they got 4 people here and they had a luck with info, there's been tail ult here, TP into this corner, you're completely fine. Omen flash here, crossfire. Like it's just done.
As the economy just they didn't have enough to try to afford this. Kauron does TP down in towards boats, and he goes for a bit of a
They're kind of overthinking
swing.
it.
Just trying to challenge here and fight back against Bane, but Bane gets the better of him. Now sends out the neural depth.
See, they don't have a set plan with the tail ult.
The curtain on this attack. Straightforward, Texture dead. Spike on the floor is freeing. Looks for more. A third one going to be found as GENG.
Yeah, this is done.
Cannot get anything going on this
attack. But both teams have really nice defenses,
just
though.
So brilliant from DRX, and Bane in particular has been stellar on some of these side anchors. He has been really crisp today. Comes back into the lineup and is having some serious impact in some of these rounds. Then freeing, just tucked into the corner. Yeah, sure, you shock dart me, that's cool, bro. I'm just gonna step out there and not finish the round. And GENG just does not have answers. They just cannot get this Yoru to go. Haven't seen a TP either from Texture where he's able to try to get to the back of a site and break some angles really other than one round.
Yeah, it's that hell TP.
Yeah, and they do it back to them. They know no turret over towards here as soon as you hear that
outside B main, I should say.
Camera over towards middle, and they're starting to do defaults with it using camera over towards B even. You know the mid's free.
Checking his back.
So definitely need the info on B to make sure that you can call that later in the other rounds when they're starting to do like cage camera.
Just waiting around the corner, some deep trips to play
Same pushes for Texture, yeah, you're starting to see him will do it. Again, these teams have got some really nice stuff on defense. The whole
Foxy9 able to.
I mean, the Cypher setup's been awesome as well.
This execute has to be.
Seems very hard to play against Cypher Teo.
4v5 thrifty attempt to try to stop DRX from getting themselves up the map point.
You're getting delayed. You're losing map control. You're having to fight for map control a lot when they're retaking space. And then you gotta force in and send it. Yeah, nicely done from Hyomin. So it's still a pretty cool Ascent though. But yeah, GENG should have. This is the thing that's annoying me at the moment. This has been here since this.
Between these two Korean teams, GENG have only been able to find one attack round thus far, and now they need 3 to force it to OT.
Not much else to say. I mean, it's just, you know, DRX there, able to get into position to anticipate the breakout from B main, and there isn't anything to dissuade.
Dude, if they take A main and they don't Teo site, I'm gonna be so annoying.
After Yunmin backs off.
He's gonna go for a peek here.
Yep.
It goes out, nothing really noted. He takes a bit of damage, so opts to back away.
You know they want that dimensional drift. challenged for it a bit, but
Guys, you can
Gen
just
G
wait.
rise to it.
You got 2 insane ults.
Gonna try a bit
Okay,
of a
well,
different
they at least got a good amount of them hit from
They
the...
have the drift, they have the Armageddon. Nothing.
Wait,
on
are
the
we
side
on the
of DRX
fly
at the
doing
moment,
something?
bring
Dude, we're
one
on
away
the
from
fly
his own
doing something.
Armageddon.
Uh-oh. I'm seeing
And I'd like
pings
to
back a
see-
sight and stuff over towards middle.
Kind of some staggering usage of these drones.
Up is on a deeper and deeper line
Yeah,
here.
I mean,
Yeah,
Kamen's
I
going to
don't know
have
if they're
to
gonna be
move
ready.
away from this
Dimensional
drone.
drift gonna be sent to
Does he
C4.
swing?
The drone here on
He
the corner,
swings.
looks for the check and Foxy 9. He's got the angle held. Armageddon gonna be sent. Oddly, does go through before the scouting here.
Instant tail. Oh.
Dimensional drift will expire. Sector makes its
Yeah,
way
these
into both,
ults
and
can
for
be
the moment,
way
everybody else is
better, but
gummed up on
they need to
main.
get around, so they dump
Camera's still
everything into this
situated
one.
here
Keep an eye on the
inside
flank
of
fast
B,
behind,
and
so
Fring,
again, no
he's already
info.
hot on their heels.
Dude, freeing is here
Gen G,
so
they are
early.
far from being comfortable here, as there's a blind, and there's Fring striking from behind.
30 seconds left.
The Armageddon now stacked up. Sector able to find one, finds his second. Estrella on the floor. Now a 2v2 as the spike gets ready to be
Hector gonna
planted in main.
double there?
Finds a headshot. Ash dead. Munchkin. The last one standing is Mako. Swoops forward.
Hey,
and
very,
strikes
very
him
nice for
down.
DRX on this one.
13
Dude,
to
both
9,
of these teams are really
DRX
cool defenses.
will take down Gen G once
I was a
more.
little bit underwhelmed
Asserting
by Gen
dominance.
G's attack, for sure.
In a
The
rough,
default was cool, but they got
steady,
no ult
stock
strength.
standard 2-1 series.
It's just that good old blue-collar Valorant from DRX. But this defender side on Ascent was nearly immaculate.
Yeah, both
Just
of them are
one
really
round
good
dropped.
defense signs.
They just looked so steady, had such good reads, and you know, again, Gen G not seemingly comfortable with
Drips
the attacker
behind,
side with
yeah,
the
some of
Yoru
the
just yet.
Foxy
I
9
wasn't
util on
seeing
attack
some of those
was
kind of
slightly
TPs comboed
off.
with some other
Not
util
much
that
though,
would
but
really throw you off balance that a lot
It
of
was more
teams
the fact
lean
they just
into with the
didn't have
Yoru.
that
If they're
stuff.
going to play this map, it's like you're throwing drones and then you're TPing and then you're flashing or
Still,
some
dude,
combination
DRX
of those kind of,
I tell you what, DRX are insane.
you know, baby
They
steps
get
to
thrown so many
into a site,
curveballs
but
in
it
such a
just felt
short amount of
really
time, and
discombobulated.
sometimes they throw
Before the
their
side
own
of
little
Gen G, I just didn't
curveballs
feel like
of
this
just
was
like we're going
quite
to change
there
up their
yet.
comps,
Yeah, a
or
lot
our
of holes
comps
in
and
the
our
game plan
roles,
here compared to what we're used
and
to
they
seeing
always
from the Gen
always
G
look
of old.
good with a
Not
small
noting
amount of
that
time.
potential
Like,
for
they
Fring
make
to have
really
that quick
good
flank to
use
get
of their
behind
time.
over at B main. Moments like that ends up costing them very dearly. For DRX though, solid stability. You know, obviously forced to make some changes, forced to make some
Coaching stuff, yeah, they
adaptations
got
as of
good
late.
coaching stuff,
Doing
for
their
sure.
damnedest to bear through it. And
It's
here
impressive
today,
what they do at times.
it's able to get them the win. The solid performances across the board here from this team.
And again, you know, credit to the staff to be able to put this team together as quickly as they needed to with the
Yeah,
roster
no,
changes.
that's the main thing here,
Well,
for
we'll go
sure.
ahead
To
and
look
get ready
this
to hear
good
from
in this
one
short
of our
amount of time.
victorious DRX members now on the stage, so we'll send it over to Bella.
And they still had
for
some
our
rough
players
maps. I
review.
still think that
I'm looking for
they look
Mako.
rough for both teams. But
고생하셨습니다. 일로 함께 인터뷰 만나보도록 하겠습니다. Hi guys, it's Bella on the stage for our post-match interview. I'm standing with DRX's Mako. 승리 다시 축하드립니다.
감사합니다.
Alright, Mako. Alpha's second seed going into the playoffs goes to DRX. You took that win against Gen G in kickoffs, and you do it again in stage 1. Your performance today was immaculate. So, how was that, taking that reverse sweep today? 젠지와의 경기 킥오프에 이어서 오늘도 DRX가 승리를 가져갔습니다. 패승승으로 오늘 경기 가져간 소감부터 한번 들어볼까요?
일단은 저희 팀에 많은 일들이 있었는데 그럼에도 저희 팀이 극복해내고 승리를 해가지고 다행이라고 생각합니다.
승리해서 기분이 좋다.
네.
맞죠? I'm happy that we came out on the second. We're taking that second seed in the group Alpha. So yeah, I'm happy that we came out today with that win. And you guys made a few changes regarding your comp, the double entry. Now you're back on the single entry. As the IGL, does it make it easier for you when you're making the call orders, familiarity-wise? 아무래도 요원 조합을 이전에
Chat, we're sticking with
익숙했던
Pacific.
원타격, 투타격, 다시 원타격으로
There'll be plenty of
돌아왔는데
people stream the EDG game.
IGL로서는 조금 더 이제 익숙함에 다시 돌아와서 편안한 점도 있을까요?
사실 오늘 IGL을 제가 안 했고 에스트레아 선수가 했고
오,
사실 그 변화의 이유는 투척 코드를 기용을 해가지고 오히려 좀 더 조금 천천히 운영하는 거를 좀 맡겼던 것 같아요.
Actually, I wasn't the IGL. It was Estrella on that call order. So, and regarding the 2 entry ones, I think it actually alleviates the pressure off. And yeah, Estrella made all the calls, taking that win today. And next week is what matters, that playoffs and the tickets to Toronto is on the line.
He's back doing the IGL.
Are you excited? Can we get a word what your mindset is like going into
they
the
change
playoffs?
so much up, dude, every week.
가야 되지 않습니까? 플레이오프 다음 주입니다. 각오 한마디 부탁드려도 될까요?
비록 1등을 좀 놓치게 되어서 아쉽긴 한데 뭐 어쩌겠습니까? 해내야죠.
또 이제 가서
네.
더 잘하면 되죠?
게임 더 많이 해가지고 또 올라가야죠.
I'm a little bummed that we didn't get the #1 seed, but hey, it is what it is. We'll play better in the playoffs and make it into go to Toronto. All right, thank you, Mako. DRX fan meet and greet is going to be happening in the lobby, so I'm going to send him off to that, and I'll be back after match 2. DRX 팬미팅 1층에서 진행된다고 하니까 제가 마코 선수 얼른 보내도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
Okay.
감사합니다.
Shall we be back in a little bit for the next game? That's interesting to do the Estrella's IGL and then. Wonder if he wanted to do it or if he was forced to do it. Yeah, for people that want to watch EDG, there's loads of streams out there. Loads of people that are watching those games.
Final map, lots of firsts in there, and as
we
we
always
just heard
kind of
from
prioritize
Australia was IGLing
specific.
Yeah, I mean, strange to see them kind of change that, but I do think it did end up working out, and you know, I think that's probably partly why we didn't see Australia on that kind of sentinel role. That
The game didn't mean anything, we would switch, but it's for
a lot easier, so I think that makes sense. But this map 3 was a real game of 2 halves. We saw both teams really dominate on the defense.
Yeah, I think both teams kind of struggling to find the right calls on the attacking side. I mean, GENG did exactly what I wanted to see from them.
I mean,
they got that pistol,
they
got off to an insane start.
I think just let people find their own way.
Was looking great on the
Either that or you can link multiple streams of people watching.
Opening duel and getting the AWP out nice and early, just doing everything that
you
want him to
yeah, we're
do,
gonna watch
but
that.
then once they moved over to their attacking side, similar to what we saw from DRX, there just wasn't really a lot there, and DRX just scraped a couple of attack rounds towards the end of that half together, and then once they moved over onto the defense, they were able to close out the game. But really, this was a very tight game. Like at 9-9, this really could have gone either way, honestly.
Yeah, I have to agree. I don't think this game was necessarily the best from both teams, right? I think we saw uncharacteristic mistakes on both sides that they will look to refine as they head towards playoffs. But I suppose that's the good thing for GENG is you will still be able to go to playoffs.
I mean, DRX, they win 4 out of 4 post plans. So when they did get on the site on attack, those were the only rounds that they got at the end of the day, interestingly enough. I guess the rounds where they're getting disrupted by texture, they're losing those opening duels, they're having trouble with the Yoru, things are getting hard for them, but when they're actually able to get on the site, they were very consistent at winning those rounds.
Yeah, a true yin and yang on Ascent. And again, both of these teams are still adjusting. They're probably, you know, test running a few things that we will see in playoffs, including this force time on Yoru, right? But we also saw Munchkin, for example. He did bring out like the Fade, and even the Sova. We don't really see him play that too much.
Yeah, not too much Sova from him. I mean, this comp, honestly, from GENG is probably my favorite Ascent comp at the moment, but on attack, they just didn't have the ideas that they needed. I don't think they got enough of those rounds that you'd want to see out of the Yoru, where you're actually getting in there with the dimensional drift. That can be really good to kind of get you a couple of attacking side rounds across the line. So, yeah, unfortunately, wasn't enough for GENG at the end of things, and DRX take the dub there. But it was still a very, very shaky game from them. Bang did pretty decently on the Cypher, though.
Yeah. But I think if we go back across the textures, Yoru for a second, I feel like it was good on the defense, but how you play on the defense is quite simple. He picked up the AWP, was dominating those lines, getting the kills and getting away. That's very, very easy. I think GENG struggled a lot more on the attacker side because it wasn't quite as fleshed out. They couldn't get texture in the same good positions that he can naturally take for himself on that defense. So I think I do like the comp. I like the direction that they're trying to take. They're trying to adapt to this new meta, but I just think it needs a little bit more work.
At least we know that there's something there, right? And as we mentioned, this was his first game on Yoru. How do you guys rate it? As well as, you know, Bane on the Cypher and Munchkin even on the Fade.
I mean, I'd agree with that. I think on defense, fantastic. It looked like GENG were just going going to roll them and win the game. He was amazing. He was winning opening duels, something he struggled to do on other agents like the Neon and the Rays, for example. So it was great in that regard. But on attack, I mean, I don't know if I would necessarily pin it on the Yoru specifically, but there were rounds where they were looking borderline lost. Like the Cypher was entering out B main first in front of the rest of the team. Then you got a weird Yoru TP into boat, and they were just getting ripped apart by Teos, salvos, and disruptive utility. And I think at the end of the day, some of that, it is down to the timings being mismanaged, but also, there's some things that can really kill the Yoru momentum. Like if you get hit by a KO knife, for example, from the defense when you're trying to kick off your execute, it can completely mess up your timing and basically lose you the round. So
yeah, I think that both of these teams, as we mentioned, they are still the Tiger Cub on the side of Gen G is that teenage Tiger Cub, and DRX doesn't really have an animal to be associated with. But both of these rosters, it's encouraging to see that they are willing to adapt at this stage in Pacific, right? Especially since we have playoffs coming up as well, and because there are circumstances that are beyond their control, especially for the side of DRX. I was worried about the potential inflexibility of this team, but it looks like, hey, they are ready to handle it should it come their way.
I mean, you said DRX doesn't have isn't associated with an animal. I mean, I see one on the screen right here. This guy's unbelievable.
A beast.
He's just absolutely carrying them in every damn series. This guy's unreal. Hyunmin, I mean, he was arguably the best duelist of kickoff if Jemkin didn't exist, although Jemkin didn't make it as far in the tournament, so you could still make the argument for this man. And once again, here in Stage 2, regardless of how shaky the team is looking or what kind of comp they're playing, this guy is locking in a duelist and he's getting you frags.
Yeah, I mean, he's the one you can always trust for Hyunmin, and he showed that once again today, and I mean, I think we're both very happy.
That's true. That's true.
On the
I mean,
team.
overall, we're about to jump into the second series. Are you guys happy so far? Feeling confident?
I'm feeling
What
good.
are you thinking? You're
I'm
feeling
feeling real good.
I'm not feeling good, but
You're not feeling too
got
good.
Foxy9 and Hyunmin, so I imagine you're feeling great.
Yeah.
Great day.
I mean, I got Texture, Munchkin, and Mako, so I think it's there, but hey, we'll find out. We will find out much later, of course. We still have another series to go. It's going to be NONGSHIM versus ZETA right after this very quick break, so don't go anywhere. VCT Pacific, we'll be right back.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back once again to VCT Pacific. We finally got Ben Affleck on the couch. No, I'm joking. But we got another next best thing. We have... We've got William Chobra back on the desk. Hey, man.
How'd you know I was working on looking more like Ben Affleck? It's really been a project ongoing.
It shows.
Wow.
It shows.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
the progress really shows.
The NONGSHIM noodles really help.
That's the secret. That's the secret.
But how many bundles have you sold?
How many bundles have I sold? Actually, At least 10.
At least 10.
Oh,
At least 10.
Hey.
Zelsis, I'm coming for your job.
That's a cause. That's a cause for celebration. I mean, Chober, you've been here watch partying as well. Of course, here to support your team right now.
I mean, the only team really worth supporting here. Just kidding. Just kidding.
You have changed so much. He's changed. He gave him a bread and black and the noodles, and he's changed so much.
What a sellout. Unbelievable.
RRQ did not deserve for Rex.
Jonathan?
What the hell, man?
Jonathan?
They're good now.
Wow.
No, but going into this match, of course, we have NONGSHIM versus ZETA. How are you feeling about this match? I mean, it is a very important match for this group.
Yes, I'll be very honest. I mean, I think along with everybody else, after looking at what ZETA looked like last week, this is now a much more exciting match than maybe a lot of people thought at the beginning of the stage, right? A lot of people probably looked at NONGSHIM's schedule at the beginning of the stage and you thought, oh, they start out okay and they should be fine. But, ZETA turns it up to 11 last week, so I think this is going to be an absolute banger.
What's the win condition, do you think, for NONGSHIM today? What do they need to execute today in order to get them across the line?
I think, first of all, don't ever hit B site on split if Sugar Zero is there. So that's one. But more importantly, I think as long as they keep their eyes on 1010 and always assume that there's someone with him, right? Yeah. The way that ZETA's been playing, they're supporting 1010 so well. So as long as you're always ready for the trade, I think that's going to be the really big win condition.
That doesn't sound like Francis 40 bomb in 2 maps. That's a weird way of saying
no,
that.
No, today is the day that Domby.
Okay.
Oh,
he's gonna
no,
go around,
that's too far.
He's going to drop the 40 bombs with the Whaley on the Bucky, all right?
Oh, but that head-to-head's going to be so exciting, right? Dambi versus 1010. That is going to be so fun to watch. And of course, ZETA is just renewed because of this new addition, right? They were talking about how if Challengers Japan wasn't happening, they might have gone with the Japanese duelist. But as fate would have it, they have 1010.
Yeah, I mean, 1010 joining this roster seemed to be a huge boost for them last week. Able to slot into the team so easily. I felt like he was a massive, massive addition. And of course, they managed to upset Talon, keeping their playoff hopes alive and ready to take that all into today. This is a much more improved squad that are looking to really, really take it to NONGSHIM.
I mean, he slotted very well into the team, but he's played in a lot of Japanese teams back in the day, you know, over multiple different seasons. So I think he's been a really, really good addition, a convenient pickup for ZETA, somebody who wants to come and, take some good form into this stage. And you can see it from his statistics in the game last week against Talon. He was key, but I would say the rest of ZETA really stepped up around him. I mean, you mentioned Sugar Zero there, Will. He was fantastic, but I think it was a very well-rounded performance from pretty much everybody on ZETA, and I think 1010 might have been a small key to unlocking that and streamlining everything to get it running smoothly.
No, absolutely, because they were also talking about how 1010, he's also their hype man. Like, before every round, he would count down like 3, 2, 1, let's go! And that would just, turn around the confidence of the team. Just give them that massive boost.
Yeah, you gotta have a hype man. It's good if 1010's able to join, immediately bring those good vibes, bring that positivity. That's kind of what this ZETA team needed, man. We've seen them look down and out several times. Once again, the graphics people are doing way too much.
I love how they dragged Meteor into this.
Dude, what did Meteor ever do?
I know. Somehow he's here. 1010, by the way, that is actually how he looks in real life. I did see him walking down the corridor.
We of course, photoshopped Will's body there, cooking up the NONGSHIM ramen.
Wait,
see that on his watch party.
I'm always cooking.
This is Photoshop. This is not real?
Well, you know what? You're gonna head on over to you're gonna have to head on over to Chopra's watch party to find out if it is real, because I do hear that he does cook indeed on stream, and he has that exact same pose on your watch parties.
Yeah, all the time, all the time. I already have a pot ready here at this venue as well, so don't worry about it.
Yeah, I mean, we can see NONGSHIM has got the head-to-head, and it was a pretty convincing win in kickoff, but that feels like eons ago at this point. Like, this current ZETA roster looking very different, and I would say NONGSHIM have looked a lot shakier in this stage than they did in kickoff. Like, they're losing some uncharacteristic series and maps in fashion that you really wouldn't want to be seeing. So yeah, I mean, this head-to-head is not a NONGSHIM versus ZETA head-to-head, but I think 1010's done a very good job stepping into the very big shoes that Depp has left. But what I will say is it does actually change up the way that ZETA plays. Yeah. You can see it there. The op is getting pulled out a lot more for ZETA, so that's something that you really wouldn't have had to prepare for very much playing ZETA in the past that now you really have to keep in mind.
Okay, the face card for Depp, though, I just have to point that out. Look at that.
He's like an idol.
10-10, you're gonna have to step up.
he's just happy to be here. It's his first series. Give the guy a break.
Yeah, there's a lot of expectations here.
Deb's been practicing for ages.
He's a superstar.
Like 14th picture.
This is how you be a duelist. This is how.
This is how you pull your shoulder out, pull the moves.
Yeah,
sorry.
I wasn't sure if I would be allowed to make that joke, but thank you.
But you know what? You bring up a good point about NONGSHIM, right? Because, sure, they were a little shaky, but Chobra, they did mention in the press con how the match versus Team Secret, let's put that aside, let's put my bias aside just a little bit, but there were several breakthroughs. Like Silkanon mentioned, there were several breakthroughs that happened in that match, and he was actually quite happy because he's so confident with the team now going forward.
Yeah, and I think that's something that maybe you guys have mentioned a little bit or hinted down the desk as well, where it's like, okay, well, they experimented the way late, great, it didn't work out. Now you're back to the Neon, but you are adjusting that to the current meta, to the current pacing of a lot of the other Pacific teams, and I think we definitely saw that. Now, I will go ahead and say I wouldn't put that much stock in the actual performance against Secret either, because you should have won that match.
Lexi,
I'm sorry, Mika,
thank
but like
you so much for the
I'm gonna leave now.
22 months.
You take over.
Appreciate the prime. Thank you.
However, that's a good place to learn these
So
things.
all the
It's a little bit of a
streamers
safer
me.
space to be like, okay, we actually
Thank you
do
so
know
much,
how to
Lexi.
do this. Now you have that confidence going to a very important match.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. And the thing with NONGSHIM is that they're like these four crack players who are just orbiting around Danby. And no matter where,
Streaming from the venue,
you run
all
into
that makes
so
sense.
many different levels just because they're just able to flex around so much.
Well, I don't think Danby's the star. We just saw them Francis's stats from the week against Team Secret. There's a reason me and Pilsky both put him in our teams. I mean, I think...
I had him on my team too.
Oh,
yeah.
Well, see, I think Francis is the player that stepped up the most
Yeah,
since they
Max,
joined the specific league
RQ
for me. He's been the one I've been by far the most impressed with. Seems to be the
ZETA
most
will get
consistent. Really
second.
leading in the front from that calling position.
RQ
For me,
win, they
Danby's
win.
no longer the
If
star
ZETA
of this
gets
team. We're not
second-
on that
wait,
old school
what?
Neon meta.
This is
We're
where I'm
changing it up,
confused.
and it's the support players that are really getting it done on NONGSHIM.
In Ascension, it was all Persia Danby. That was like the opener and closer in the round. But since kickoff, Francis has been the best player on NONGSHIM for me.
Yeah, I'm confused on the first line,
This is a KPR
Prodigy.
competition, and Francis is the dirty Teo abuser. He's killing everyone with util. So you could go look at the KPR stats for yourself. This man is spamming Teo, and he's killing everyone with missiles. It's beautiful to watch.
By the way, Chobra, I see you, checking out Pilsky and Big Time teams over here. What are your thoughts?
I'm just going to say, I don't see 10-10 on here.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we're like talking and we're bigging him up. We're saying
If RQ wins, ZETA will get second with a win no matter what.
He's not leaving a mark, is
If
he?
ZETA win 2-0
Yeah, okay.
and RQ lose, ZETA
everyone's
get
listen, 10-10
fast.
looks great, etc.
And
You
if
know who
ZETA
did win
win
Challengers in Korea and even won
2-1
Ascension?
and
The
RQ
NONGSHIM squad. You know who
lose,
didn't win Challengers
RQ
Korea
get
this
first,
past
ZETA get
stage?
second.
10-10.
Unless they
his own
win
team to win
30-0.
Challenger. You think he's gonna win to go to playoffs in Pacific?
And
That's
RQ gets
insane.
stomped.
It's a different
It's better just to wait for
environment.
tomorrow,
It's a different
surely.
team.
He wasn't even the top scorer on that team.
Oh,
You think he's gonna carry this team?
This is crazy. This is crazy. You got to take the jacket off. This is too much. There's too much
It would go
bias.
to rounds and
almost
stuff, dude. That's kind of crazy, though.
If we take off
It's
the
that close.
jacket, what kind of will do we get? It's,
Oh,
kind
it's
of
actually like
it's a Jekyll-
slowly getting molded
it's
into my skin.
It's a Jekyll and Hyde kind of thing. He has a NONGSHIM tattoo on his sleeve and everything. Jumping into the map draft right now.
Oh, okay.
We noted some very interesting things here.
ZETA banning Haven seems like a huge question mark.
Yeah.
For me, because
They let
we're gonna
Pearl through.
yeah, we're gonna
right?
see NONGSHIM pick Pearl.
Surely. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
So-
of course.
ZETA are a team that change their bans based on the opponents that they play against. They like to take
But
out
maybe
their
it's like a
opponent's
thing with
strongest map.
10-10 as
So
well.
To see them ban Haven
Time to
here and
comfort.
not Pearl is somewhat confusing, no?
Yeah, I agree. I think, honestly, Lotus Pearl is the two opening maps here. They are down horrendous. Like, Lotus is not a bad map for NONGSHIM. They like to play that. They played a lot of reps on it, so I think they're going to be very comfortable with this veto. Split, it could kind of go either way for me. I think it's been pretty decent for both teams, for the most part.
Yeah, but I think the most important thing for NONGSHIM is now you're playing 2 out of the 3 maps you've already seen from the new ZETA roster, right? You know kind of the tendencies, you know the style, you know the speed, you know the agents, because that might have been a question mark. So that's good. So even if ZETA does anti the Pearl.
And you know you shouldn't put Ivy on ISO now.
Yeah,
That's definitely not a move.
Which, yeah. Look,
No, defend that one. Defend that one.
No, I can't defend him on this one. Like, he plays it well in ranked, but he did not play it well on the stage.
Well, hey, I think that Pearl is going to be very, very telling. If I'm a Zeta fan, I would be very, very worried about Pearl. I mean, the guys over here, to our side, the casters, of course, are all in Zeta. So I don't know. I don't know about that Pearl, man.
Listen, I saw your prediction. Can I just have
You're
one last
wearing
word?
your prediction, yeah.
All right. These punks can't take the heat, Chobra said while slurping his NONGSHIM spicy noodles. He then spewed spice at the analyst, who backed away. Japanese noodles ain't got poop. Bros can't take no spice. Dombi stepped onto the stage. NONGSHIM 2-0. Chobra spewed his hot take before swallowing the last bite of noodles. Get good, Zeta. See you next split. NONGSHIM 2-0.
I'm losing my mind on this.
Wait, what is that?
I can't believe I'm the only one who predicted Zeta here. I feel like you're all going crazy.
Wait.
This is a Zeta win today.
That is a massive mic drop. We're going to have to send it to the stage after that. This is way too spicy for me.
It was a Chobra copy paste. Okay. Dude, it was good. I thought it was like some AI recap or something. What chance do I give Zeta to win this? 45%, I think. It's a close one. 55-45 in my head. I think 10-10 should get punished with how he's playing, but you never know. He's a bit of a beast. Did Chobra get his job back?
Rise Pacific.
Nice. He's streaming from the venue.
NONGSHIM REDFORCE.
The spiciest team in Korea are looking to cement their spot in the playoffs, but lately it seems as though their signature NONGSHIM style has been broken in by several Pacific teams. Is Zeta Division going to be one of them, or can NONGSHIM rev up once again right as it matters most?
This is a team that we've seen have to go through many changes stylistically.
Yeah, Vision, it's pretty cool.
Of course, coming off the back of that Ascension win.
It's a pretty cool story from them.
The team to beat, but Pacific has damped them down a little bit. There is still a shot at playoffs for this team, but they have to win today, no holds barred.
Oh, absolutely. None at all, especially since Zeta Division, they have a new look, and this is bringing in new energy for the team with the addition of 10-10 to the roster. We saw just how dominant they looked last week, but my big question is this second win a little too late for the Japanese squad?
Yeah, kickoff was pretty shocking for Zeta, but I have to say with 10-10 coming into the roster, it's like there's a new breath of life in this team. It feels like all the boys are on the same page, and quite frankly, if they can beat Talon, I think they've got a pretty good shot here against NONGSHIM in their head-to-head series, and they have a pretty decent shot at advancing through the playoffs despite not looking competitive against them in kickoff.
Hey, it's like rock, paper, scissors of like NONGSHIM, Talon, and Zeta,
Noodle,
right?
yeah,
Noodle, Phoenix,
scissors.
whatever. I don't know, trying to. But if Talon can beat NONGSHIM and then Zeta beat NONGSHIM, something.
Big game here.
Something.
There's a lot on the line for this one.
I do think Zeta showed a very good level last week. That's the one thing that's unarguable, is I think they stepped up in that individual capacity. We are seeing this veto again though, and I do think this veto is a big question mark for me for Zeta Division. I'm very surprised it went this way. I do feel like they have a good shot on Lotus, and if it gets to split, they've already shown prowess there beating T1, but letting Pearl through, I feel like such a huge risk for this NONGSHIM team that have been so good on it.
It definitely is, and I mean, NONGSHIM already owned real estate on Lotus at this point, right?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they've lived there for long enough. They're basically squatting in this map. I think at the end of the day, like I look at this veto and I see 3 reasonably comfortable maps for NONGSHIM that they've played quite a lot, and I see 2 for Zeta, and I see a big question mark in Pearl. So really, they will have to show some good form on Lotus and split for me, or pull out a massive surprise on Pearl. And I'm going to trust NONGSHIM's Pearl. They're 5-0 on this map. It is a reason why most teams will respect Bandit against them.
Oh yeah, and even some of the best teams have banned Pearl against NONGSHIM just because of that. So you have to wonder what Zeta has planned for it, since they let it through, and since they're daring to actually go into this with them.
Yeah,
Dap, nice injured.
Lotus, we get the agent comps come through. For Zeta Division, they are staying with that ISO 1010 on the Neon where he was so good last week, not making many changes.
NONGSHIM, this is honestly a very classic look for them. The single unit of Francis on the fade with the deadlock on Ivy is something that was kind of their signature a while ago on Bind. Yeah. And I think
this can work pretty well if they go super aggro on defense.
We saw Talon play against the double duelist ISO comp that T1 was bringing on Haven, and that worked very well against them. It's just very awkward to play against Deadlock with single unit Sova and double duelist. Like, it's going to be a bit of a nightmare to attack into this.
Yeah, Zeta have double duelists, but none of them are really great at breaking through those hard gaps. You can't Yoru TP, you can't satchel over these traps. You have to run through this Deadlock. So I think the Deadlock is a really nice change for NONGSHIM here.
Yeah, I think NONGSHIM, like, they are used to playing this single fade with Darby on the Neon as a bit of a space creator. It's a very, very classic look for them that they're going to be well and truly within their comfort zone executing. So I'm actually quite excited to see this comp come into action here on Lotus.
Yeah, I don't know about you guys, but if I'm a Zeta fan, I'm feeling a little bit nervous about this map, Vito. Let's pass it on over to two Zeta fans, actually, who are going to take us through Lotus. It's Achilles and Paper Thin.
Him I can get. I'm just a Zeta predictor here today. I'm a fan of all of my teams equally that aren't named Team Secret.
Yeah.
That's...
And, you know,
yeah.
So I don't see why you got to be throwing bias my way.
I mean, you're kind of like attached to me with this now. I have been predicting the Japanese teams pretty belligerently.
Yeah, but that's a good word for it.
Yeah,
in fact,
it is.
Some might think there's something involved.
Yeah,
but,
no, there's not. I just really think they can win today more so than usual.
Look, I'm there with you. I think that what we saw from Zeta last week was damn strong.
Yes.
And not only could Zeta make it to the playoffs with a win here, they could go in as the first seed if they're able to find a 2-0.
Yep.
And then RRQ get 2-0'd by Secret.
It's the same for both teams.
Yes.
Which is crazy.
Yes.
El Schlumper, thanks so much for the prime.
Very, very crazy.
28 months.
This is the series
that we've been waiting for
a lot on this. All day long. Let us hope and pray
it's pretty cool.
That
It's all kind of come down to this.
As we get into Lotus, Zeta going to be first here on this defense.
Yeah, I mean,
nothing crazy. We've got NONGSHIM on attack. We've got ZETA on defense.
It's do or die, win or go home for this stage.
And it does feel like the ISO comp since the nerf of the, well, nerf buff, whichever way you want to look at it. Since the single double damage, it's been not as good on this map, because normally you would do double damage over towards A to set up teams to go aggro A, but then you have another double damage for if they hit over towards B or they hit over towards C. And not having that does feel like it changes a good amount.
But the real big thing for me was how
just
good
on defense,
Zeta
really.
was at reacting to contact. How good
like it looks like it's a little bit
was
harder to go aggro and a little bit harder to hold on to the,
he was all over the
both
map,
these sides.
oftentimes mirroring where Clues wanted him. And Clues is going to get some information here very, very shortly.
I like this from NONGSHIM. It's going up against the no info sentinel, and I kind of want 10-10 to tuck in if my ISO's doing this, but I thought they were going to bait it out pretty heavy, or just absolutely wreck everyone.
Not much damage suffered either. 74 health remaining here on the Neon. As the plant does come through on the A site. Zeta looking to play Reed, taking a 5v3 as Dombeat takes a forward position, but immediately will get scouted. Looking for the close angle. Now swings in, but she'll be able to find that in reply. Time starting to bleed away a bit. Shield popped here. Mix the L as Dombeat going to be paranoid up, slides over to the side, gets himself across towards stairs. Here for the moment. The fuse now being started. Widely
gotta commit to see that spike.
Come through. Margaret does manage to find one, but right back onto the fuse they go.
Very nicely handled from ZETA. This was cool though as well. Making
yeah, you're already seeing a bit of a different look.
Making good use of the fact that they have no info sentinel, pushing over towards B. This is very, very nice.
A lot of the game plan for him last week was to just kind of mirror some of his teammates' movement.
It was good as well because it was like
they
just took the space after they realized for sure they had lost A control. Right, as soon as that recon got shot over towards A.
And of course, you got Zeta guy there.
They have us on the
I love it.
That's so funny. For people that don't know, the guy that was kind of close here, he goes crazy on the reaction cams.
I will be getting in contact to the best of my ability to fly Zeta guy over here.
Yeah.
For the playoffs.
But basically, if they make playoffs, Achilles said he'll pay for the guy. He'll fly him over. He'll get him a ticket. He'll fly him over. He'll pay for the flights. So.
And 10-10.
And dude, this guy's so funny. You'll see him on the replays today. He goes crazy.
Looking for the weapon, and XDL not quite prepared. Slide forward. Gun scooped up, doesn't manage to make it around the corner. Reaggresses back down the stairs. So that will end up getting picked apart. XDL able to find one more here.
Hold up.
Things a little bit chaotic, but it's still going to be the numbers advantage for the side of NONGSHIM as they look to tie things up 1-1 very quickly.
Has to clear this wall. That's why it was so key in the previous round to get rid of that deadlock early. Able to break it open. Space created, but this is going to be challenging.
They didn't pick up any of the guns.
Riding the wall forward. Split across the ways. Francis here in the smoke. The double tap about to expire. Paranoia goes across. Sugar Zero just cycling a smoke, but now going to be stunned up as the tap comes through. Push out the back. Francis finds XDL.
Nice,
Sugar Zero dead simultaneously.
Did he not mess up a little bit? Heard the
the
sonic sensor, but then got shot by it. I mean, the mess ups before here, but
yeah, they go for those sheriffs and they work a treat.
I think he has to break that when he hears it early.
Again, you know, 10-10 trying to play off
microphone,
of the contact from
it's
Clues.
sure something. I don't know what
Pays
it's
the
called,
price.
but it's sure
XDL
something.
trying to get there and do what
It's
he
like
can.
the standard one that
That
everyone
deadlock
uses.
until so annoying to
Yeah.
grab net as well.
I don't know what it's
Just slow
really
Sugar
called.
Zero up. They hit the stuns
Yeah,
in the
that
back
one.
line. And
The one that Lee
through.
Meepy
Now
said.
they've got some
Yeah, these
potent
ones.
firepower here on the third round. Just classics for Zeta. Nobody able to feel comfortable to buy up. And again, Clues stuck behind this wall. Immediately 10-10 shifting over.
Okay, devastating start from Zeta.
Not sure if it got cleared or not there. But yeah, everybody from Zeta
money is
leaning in that direction.
money's insanely good for these three right
Still
now.
no follow-up. Well,
I also
Margaret
like.
waited with the
Okay,
outlaw.
do you know what I really like here from NONGSHIM?
Caught XDL jiggling.
It's like they won this, but then instead of treating this like a full buy, they're treating it like a bonus. Like they get they buy a Spectre and they buy a Outlaw on top of it. And there's a lot of teams at the moment that even though they know the enemy team are going against a full eco, because it's like the next rounds, they don't do this.
NONGSHIM
So
correctly
this is cool.
identifying the weak
It's
side,
a good
but
sign.
Doors open already.
Tap it.
It feels like a standard thing, but I'm telling you, I would actually say like 9 out of 10 teams won't have these and will have full guns in this round.
Ivy now noting Shota is just going to tuck in behind the mound, goes up over the top, tries
Okay,
to find
convincing
something.
round as well.
Does
Very nice for
nearly
them. They're
kill,
going to
but
get the
it's gonna be
plant
flawless from
also, so they're going to get that a little
as they
bit closer
gain
to
the
the
lead
fade
2-1.
ult, get that money going.
Yeah,
Nice
really
start from
clean from
NONGSHIM.
them.
Bacan, hello mate, 51
Working
months.
the map
My
really
goodness,
nicely.
Bacon. He just left this
I mean,
one
they're
going.
already getting, I think, a pretty good read on how Zeta wants to run with
Just getting
10-10
that
as the
salary
neon.
money.
The way he's going to play off of the early aggression to try to be the guy
Thank you so much,
on the
Bacan.
spot to kind of bail out Clues or whoever it is when the pressure is applied. And they're changing directions very
Got
nicely.
Bulldog Spectre Vandal from
So,
second round. They got
Zeta now,
Vandal Bulldog. There's
full
only 2
rifles in
people.
hand. Pretty decent buy though still. The NONGSHIM's able to put together.
Oh yeah, I mean, they're in a very good spot as they effectively go into their bonus.
Yeah, I mean 3 rifles, a Bulldog, an Outlaw.
Oh wait, is that right?
On Francis,
Did they pick up,
45
maybe
on
you're right.
Margaret.
Maybe they did pick up the
They're going to be
Spectre.
quite all right for sometimes 6K even.
Okay, either way, the Outlaw buy is nice.
So economy-wise,
No, I think you might be right. I think they did pick up the Spectre.
Broke it down.
Yeah, that's my bad.
He's got the overdrive, so can pull that out in a pinch if it's necessary.
I like this default though.
XDL.
Surprised they didn't see the
so
trip get in
outfield there.
placed.
That's the ISO,
Seen
that's
some
kind
cool
of
stuff with the
something you can get
deadlock
away with
on
sometimes.
like proactive defaults,
Still does have the
and then
shield
just
at the
punishing
ready.
teams for retaking
Looking
space.
for the vice wall.
Trying to spot it out, but
Question mark
not
created.
quite just
Oops.
yet. Situated
Question mark
over
created. Question mark
towards the center
created,
site.
and they go a little bit proactive, but they should consider that someone is holding this because obviously someone has to hold this for the trip to get value anyway.
Gonna clear things out. The undercut does come through. Margaret strafes over the wall.
Margaret
Here, a jiggle
with an
peek, gun barrel
Outlaw.
not spotted either. So the backpedaling making some noise here as he knows the pressure is coming his way. Overdrive now going to be popped, and Ivy
A
finds
nice
the kill.
ult. They got a lot of space. They got a little bit of
4v4,
deadlock off the
XCL
plant
close
util.
by, but Spike does get
Has the
planted.
Gravnet as well back up. Gravnet Molly.
Now they got to play
Omen Flash still?
A bit of util to use, still the relay.
Dude, they still have an Omen Flash. My Omen's playing here. I'm not sure about that.
Has his shield. Paranoia. So a lot to work with.
Hasn't said it quite just yet, but I'm starting to bleed away. Diving forward here. 10-10 going to be taken down. Scouts out here for the squad, but damn, on this turn of the corner, instantly deals with XDL, shield and all. Might be tagged up, but it's just Clues left standing. Swaps the weapons, is frantically searching for a target, but not to being able to find any here. Very limited. Dambi will go ahead.
Very nice in the end.
That's going to be 3-1. NONGSHIM starting to stretch the lead now.
Yeah. I mean, they're doing a really good job.
I think when this wall goes off,
Zeta's mind.
I think I gotta see some confidence on the reclear.
Against Talon. That's because NONGSHIM is
Johnny with the prime, I think, for the 21 months.
Moves that is keeping Zeta guessing, and you can even see there with the positioning of that Vice Wall, because of the toxic screen, you don't know if they've gone to the other side or not. So that's something you need to rethink with that wall. It just isn't going to work in that spot because of the way that's all set up. Unless you're going to have a player in stairs for sure to cover you.
Nah, I can't do that one, Prodigy.
When that wall is popped on the A site. So I get the idea of wanting it there to show a different location for it that might catch your opponent off guard, but there just wasn't much to follow up off of it. And I think quickly here, Zeta, right to make a timeout.
Is there a real reason why many teams pick Lotus?
Seems
just like it.
Come in with a game plan.
Been in the map pool for long enough
Zeta
as well.
Really off balance. And the deadlock is, you know, annoying, and it's going to be even worse on the defender side potentially.
It's been doing well for him so far. He's got a little checkbox going through here.
The comfy map, yeah.
Looking to finish with a win, looking to make it to the playoffs, and looking for an Ivy MVP.
Yep. Could happen. I mean, a lot of those things are very, very possible.
I mean, so far, like you said, impact from the deadlock has been felt.
For sure. And it's only going to get worse. 6-1 for Ivy, but you know, so much of that has been like grab net pressure, the wall to gain information. Stuff like that is super annoying. I'm going to throw out the vulnerable to back NONGSHIM up. Immediately clear the wall.
Okay, change up from ZETA, aggro over towards A. They invest the double damage, they take a bit of space. In reaction, NONGSHIM looks like they might just send it with Fatal.
Too far back. Margaret again with the Outlaw. Keeping track of Rubble. A lot of times players will jump up on that rock to try to get info, but Sugar Zero keen to just do a little jiggling.
Oh, there's the jump peek. Gets the spot out. And now this space looking to be taken over here. Swing out from 10-10, immediately going to be shut down by Persia.
That's from NONGSHIM at the moment.
On the board.
Everything's really good. It's just slow, methodical, take space, hold the space, wait for them to push back, re-clear areas,
40 seconds remaining. They're going to start working
look for a reaction. Everywhere is like prepared and ready for a reaction.
Right.
And yep, the door gets tapped, and that's
door opens over towards A. They create a little bit of pressure with the smoke that goes up as well.
Understands Clues' tendencies.
Margaret finding one, finding two.
And these are freebies.
Round after round, putting them down. As the spike now gets planted, Zeta gets the bad news.
Well, this one surely done. Just how much damage can you do? Again, that wall going to slow up Sugar Zero. It's going to take a million years to break through that with the Stinger, so may just be a die to the spike scenario. Or TP past it, that's true. You can do that.
Oh.
Yeah, it gets up forward here, but just not going to be able to have any kind of advantageous spot coming out of that smoke. Dambi will just go ahead and run down XDL with
this guy
the
is
flawless round. NONGSHIM.
Guy is fun
now
to watch
4-1, 3 rounds the lead. Get another
NONGSHIM pretty much reaching max money on 3, I think, maybe even 4. I didn't get to check the other.
Struggling mightily over on that A side control. And Margaret's been fearsome with that Outlaw. Catching players in rotation, all according to plan here for NONGSHIM. Just pulling Zeta across the map into different directions, catching them in over rotates. This time, big time Rebel fight.
Okay, what we got?
Coming through, but with all that util comes Thunder's Fury.
Does get attacked, does get a kill. Francis going to be
that could
taken
have been
down.
a lot worse.
Further damage found as XDL. Ooh, the shield is already popped.
Oh my goodness, 10 HP.
Headshot there on the down. 10-10 at the same time, going to be eliminated. Sugar Zero again. Felled as Margaret. Continues to be a thorn in their side. Just looking for the wall bank shots. Takes him down very low. Shock dart out. Clues is eventually able to find Persia, and that gives a player advantage as well as the HP here to the side of Zeta Division.
Well, there was a moment there where I thought maybe Zeta was just going to immediately back off of that A site, but instead they hold the line. NONGSHIM just happy to try a different direction. It's going to be the Vice wall over there. But my guess is
yeah, we can remove that bacon
2-1. Yep.
for sure.
3-2-1 get their way through. The Thorn's going to be late on the pop. Wall set up. It's going to be a full approach coming around from that mound side. Maybe a split in towards the door, but spike planted, hit and play. Margaret, he is looking to maintain dominance here for NONGSHIM.
Ivy's got the annihilation. This is actually very, very difficult.
This is a hell of a setup.
Yeah, this is brutal.
Defender set up from the attack. Ivy tucks back, looks for the shot. XDL a little bit faster. And
11 HP, I mean, that's impossible.
Swings out, falls.
Okay, they use a lot of ults, but a round's a round.
It's going to be a very nice round victory.
This, though, is going to be a nightmare to go up against. Going to just see all of these ults used to make sure they can reset.
Very well could swing into NONGSHIM's way, but they weren't able to really get a lot of comfort off of that ult. It's kind of an awkward timing for Ivy to be swinging around that box. Huge win here for XDL. That one, he got popped in the head by that Phantom, down to 10 HP. Was able to get the aim back under control after the aim punch. That's huge. Yeah, let's go.
There he goes.
Love this guy. There we are. Just we're there in spirit.
Yeah. Chilling at the hub.
That's right.
Running Senna, yeah, he came out to get that seat. Wasn't giving that seat up.
Clear the haunt. Him and Sugar Zero trying to take control of Mound. A crossfire attempted.
Yeah, go for it, Lexi.
Control set up by Ivy.
Tap on the Paranoia immediately coming through. As swing out, Sugar Zero going to be good for one.
Whoa.
Turns back towards Mount, finds another.
Damn, this is nice. I mean, it's a bit of individual greatness, to be honest, but it's a great round, especially on the round where they have all these ults.
As Zeta look to get within touching distance. Unless Margaret has anything to say about it.
From Zeta, they didn't want to sit and wait to get ulted on. They go proactive.
Yeah, now they're starting to get good reads, but even
no
more
matter what, I
you're
think they wanted to punish.
A lot of this is
well, no matter what, they had like a good reaction for the B pressure or C pressure. Yeah.
He turns for a great
so I think B's
second,
gonna help out C, C's gonna help out B, no matter what, with the wherever they see people.
Towards pillars is cleared. You're kind of feeling a lot more comfortable then to figure out who the hell opened that door and to get them dealt with.
PTSD when Sugar Hero appears a little bit. There was that split game where he dominated B, and I was like, man, this is too much.
Individual effort from
too close to home.
Now you have an operator for 10-10.
Just too good at it.
So immediately, actually was at C, but
yeah, repositions.
Couple smokes.
Okay, so they still have a lot of money, and on this one, Zeta don't go aggro, so.
Swing in comes through, and that's a collat. Dami and Francis both going to be taken down.
Dude, I noticed that. I feel like teams at the moment.
Fantastically done.
And maybe it's just today.
Yeah, very well poised to tie this up, and whether it was 10-10,
and maybe it's a Pacific thing as well. But dude, we gotta have. When you got ults like this to cover up some of your util to hit sites, we got to be using other bits of util to clear the angles to get into the positions to use the ults.
Margaret.
Maybe it's just because the Ascent game was annoying me as well, where they weren't using the ult. Oh my goodness.
It's a little bit whippy at first,
Dude, doesn't expect it though.
And confirms the round. 10-10 just
you think it's a specific thing? Yeah, maybe they don't.
35 seconds remaining.
Maybe they don't
on the lurk.
Have as much set strat ult rounds, and they kind of just rely on the IGL more for it.
The operator.
That'd be huge.
It would be nice.
I know RRQ for sure have set strats, like ult strats, but it's not just a Pacific thing. But why is it so common this year, Bacon?
The economy.
Man, look at how aware 10-10 is.
He's back now. He's looking to just.
Nothing but a jiggle. Yeah, exactly. It's just a jiggle, just a check. You know, some players might just try peek that angle and pay the price. Instead, he's just confirming. Doesn't want to give up anything. Knows how valuable that operator is in his hands.
Is I more aware of it? I feel like I was pretty aware of it last year.
Very, very good. ZETA bouncing back.
Just like that, 4-4. And
like I've been aware of
starting
it
on this defender side.
all the years, if anything.
That is a decent enough position.
We wouldn't really let our team do that, Bacon.
Well, now they're starting to find their
Like
moments.
everyone
They're
had
being a little bit more proactive.
2 rounds that you do
this
with
time,
your ult.
NONGSHIM isn't
Fnatic,
kind of setting
similar
up
thing.
contact and then moving to the other side of the map. Last couple of rounds, it's been, they've made contact, and that's where ZETA is already ready with their weaponry. So
No,
my
we had set ults,
just, hey, let's go back to what
you
was
watch
working.
our ult rounds,
Let's try to
it was like
mess with their
relatively
heads
easy,
a little
not
bit. Let's see
easy
if we
to
can keep
anti,
them off
but we had
balance,
2
get them
set
over
strands
rotating again.
for each ult.
Start.
That's quite the pose.
Wow. Just the thumbs up, the side lean. Very nice.
Hair's a bit different compared to these days. But, I mean, Shota was one of these players that, upon pickup...
Suzuka, thanks so much for the prime. Appreciate the 12 months. Thank you, thank you.
But during kickoff, wasn't really able to deliver on it too much.
No,
But these last couple weeks, he's been leveling up.
he's been getting there. I mean, I think he's
okay, let's start,
one of those players that...
Let's start using some ults.
Well, I mean, not today, but...
Dude, XDL already has another ult though as well.
Gonna leave him alone to anchor that A
NONGSHIM
side.
call a timeout,
It's
so let's
not
want to
his
go aggro
individual,
again.
Like mechanics that have ever been in doubt for me. It's just sometimes the decision making, not just from him, but from ZETA as a whole, was a little bit off. Oh, got a peek.
Little bit of leg spot there. As Overdrive does get popped, and 10-10 immediately gets shut down.
A little late on
Multiplayer
that.
stack up here, as that's going to be the draw in. XCL, I was going to say, go to the kill contract camp, please.
Oh boy.
Top wins it out. XCL going to be taken down, and Zeta's attempt at the crunch.
Yeah, and we don't have any way to trade on this.
Op still set up here from Shota. As Prowler.
Still like the original idea from ZETA. It makes a lot of sense. You want to go aggro, make sure these ults don't get a chance to exec on you again.
Get a hit in at that range, but instead will redirect them over towards
Should
this B
this
site with
be
Sugar
a little
Zero.
bit better? Recon goes
drifting
in.
away.
Once the recon
that's
gets
kinda one of those
broken, then you
moments
flash.
That I was just alluding to. He has tremendous skill, but
It's not too bad.
decision making there a little bit questionable, and this Nightfall sucks.
Smoke cycle to the back, and that's going to be Clues taken down. Down B.
Okay,
nearly
finally using the ults as
eliminated,
well
but
then.
Still able to survive. Wall set up
This
here.
is what they wanted to do the run
Cutting
before.
off Shota and Sugar Zero, and given they have the op in play, it's looking like it might just be a save as NONGSHIM look to regain the lead.
Well, this is just great understanding of the situation by NONGSHIM and their coaching staff with those 2 ults available from the duelists. They were so ready from the beginning for that attempted crunch play, and obviously getting the early info on 10-10's movement kind of gave the game away. And then he popped the ult a little bit too late, swinging the corner, and was trying to get the lasers out, and
yeah,
it's not quite there.
A lot of things could have changed there. Could have just backed away.
Well,
try to take
with
the
this round,
aggression.
everyone's money is
But
incredible.
They commit in for the call. ZETA Division paid the iron price. NONGSHIM break that minor little win streak, get themselves back on the horse, and now back into the lead by 1 round.
Again, just great recognition.
I think the idea of this round looked good,
Today.
but I
Like
think
said, that Nightfall not good for Clues.
it looked like when
Now it's coming out. Downbe's running at you.
it
What
looked
do you
like
do?
when they cleared here,
Pretty difficult.
they didn't know what to do.
Still though, op and play rifles.
Because
for
it looked like
everybody
once
else.
they got this part of map control and
Again,
they
they're gonna
hadn't
go
got a
back to
kill, they hadn't like
10-10 and
experienced that in
Shota, or
prac yet,
excuse
so
me,
they
Sugar
didn't
Zero
know
at Mound, but
what to do once they
again,
had
it's
this
that
map
same
control
early
for
smoke,
free.
That same one way, and 10-10 immediately moves. As
Because
soon as that
then
one way
they
comes
slide
he knows
out,
it's not
they
gonna be
late
OC.
omen flash.
He's gonna go to stairs.
We didn't peek
but
from B
NONGSHIM is
or drone from B,
taking
I'm
their
pretty
time.
sure.
They want, I think they're trying to figure out where this op is and then do something else.
It just looked like they didn't know what to do once they had successfully got this. I imagine in prac they'd have had 4 people
Persia
here.
there at B main. Margaret, statuesque here at Rock. Wall to go ahead and just cover them, cutting across over towards the door behind this rubble position. Not giving sightlines over to 10-10. Seems like they have a very solid understanding of where he's going to be positioned. Then again, Margaret will end up falling. Slight little attempt at a shot there. It's a slide across. Damage is very much something. That's going to be taken down. Intent looking for another one there. Blind. Nothing more to be found. Annihilation does get sent. No one grabbed up. It's going to now a 4v3. Dambi. He's getting the one tap there, point blank. Wall to try to lead down the rope.
Sugar Zero.
Not finding connection.
I was going to say, is he going to be aware of this?
Back here by Francis over at stairs. ZETA Division. A very difficult task of trying to get their way back into this one. Right now, just breaking down the wall at backside. Time starting to bleed away. Swing out. Dambi on good for a third. Clues eventually able to find some stability. Cleans up XDL. Finding
the deadlock after plant stuff is so strong.
Doesn't know which way to look.
It's so strong.
Francis will swing out. ZETA make their
surely. Uh-oh. Long one. Is it just me, or?
Around the way that this ZETA comp is set up, it's you have to take a lot of contact. Right?
To be honest,
you don't have
in
many
terms of
flashes.
timing,
you have the paranoia and you have
bad.
the arc rose. That's it. So Dambi can play angles like that because he knows that they don't have much utility to clear him there. And so he's going to be able to punish any attempted peek outs. And they're doing such a good job. You know, early in the game, they were working the map really nice. And they are now starting to find
refresh
their
it,
moments.
refresh
And
on
this game's just great recognition of kind of how ZETA wanted to position the operator and where to go after that. So ZETA this time going to slide 10-10 a little bit further forward.
Surprised that I didn't go for aggro A on this round.
Considering going for the drone, and I think that had he, it would have been absolutely slaughtered there. Dambi would not be dissuaded
by the thorns.
Just going sliding forward, trying to catch him with that util out.
I'll find you.
Wants in towards the back. Blues looking for a setup. Recon quickly cleared out though.
Okay, we've got to keep an eye on the luck, and we've got to keep an eye on Shota getting to this pause to use his own. Because you would imagine that NONGSHIM have some kind of plan.
Peeking over from Waterfall. Is that shot on the Persia just narrowly misses?
Well, there goes the Is that not the whole retake done?
Would have been a critical pickup.
I think that's the whole
now
retake
this
done.
Backstep gets closer and closer as Margaret continues wandering forward, about to wrap around over by Waterfall. Waiting for the strike. Ivy holding close. Sugar Zero finding one with that op. He's in a committed position.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the whole retake completely crumbles. When the whole reason they were like fighting, well, not fighting on C and to leave C was because of the because of the Visor.
Having just tremendous impact on the Neon. And, you know, when you put the operator on the Neon, makes things a little bit tricky,
unlucky,
so they pass it over Sugar Zero, but 10-10 just swings around a corner and dies for his troubles. And as the side of NONGSHIM, you can just hold that tight angle looking towards C Hall and just spray it down, and very tough to get through there. Again, not a tremendous amount of util for ZETA to really clear through some of those spots. You know, you have to get it done on rifling. Maybe a good vulnerable, maybe a good paranoia can open a little bit of space for you, but you're gonna have to do more off the back of it. XDL covering. Try to push up off this drone. Is Ivy gonna be ready for him to be this close?
No trips behind at the moment.
No, he's got insanely good timing here.
Yeah, there's
so he's just slowly continuing to walk in behind, sees where the op is dropped now.
Yeah, and that delay is great.
Spots out the first, pulls
Does
the trigger.
he
Persia
pop
gonna be
his shield,
down.
keep
Clues
dueling, or?
Here behind the door is able to find one. As Dambi goes sliding forward. B-site now looking to be the target. This is ZETA. Oh, XDL melted at range. Shots flying here at 10-10, trying to line him up. Can't make it happen, but player advantage still established. Paranoia not connecting. Margaret's position previously known. Spike here on the floor, but they're looking to fight together. They're looking to fight forward. Oh! Now they're segregated. They're split apart, and Margaret looks for it, and he has it.
They
the Red
really
Bull
stole
clutch
this.
to get NONGSHIM up 8-4. Colin Thatcher, this man is a tyrant.
7-5, not bad. Yeah, there's a reason I didn't say it. It wasn't like fully secured. Not that it stopped me in the past.
This is a massive blunder by ZETA. You have the spike down on the B site.
Yeah.
There's better ways to hold that. You could fall back to C lane. and cover from gravel or something. I don't think there's any reason to split up there and give Margaret those 1v1s. I mean, credit to Margaret to take advantage of it. Great job.
Yeah, he's not wrong.
That's a tilter.
Rough one. They really needed that 5.
Brutal. From looking like they were going to be in a good position to get back into this half here. Ends up being an 8-4. Now, Zeta Division needing to take this right step forward, because remember, they picked up the pistol to start off this map.
And then immediately got ecoed. I mean,
yeah,
be like that sometimes. I mean, this is such a different map for them. Like, you think about
there's too many
challenge.
He's not wrong though. There's too many big rounds that they lost to win this map. You would imagine.
10-10 came out on that 3rd round, had a tremendous triple kill. This time they're just shut out. And it's so difficult. You can see that Donby is giving them absolute fits. They don't have a ton of util to slow him down either. You know, the Vice stuff often just not in play when it matters. You know, credit to NONGSHIM. They're all over the map.
Dude, what's going on?
Hey, when it matters. You know, credit to NONGSHIM. They're all over the map.
Wait, that's your stream dead? Oh, the actual stream's dead, fully. Chobra's at the event.
Holy.
There's still Chobra.
Very, very patient. Clues trying to figure out what the setup is on the C site. Ivy still has his wall. They're making it in terms of just macro game plan. Trying to figure out what's going on. Contact on the other side.
What are we doing?
This is a little bit tough for NONGSHIM to read.
Let's stick with Chobra for this round.
But there's no reason to overextend. Okay, you heard the shield. You heard the shield. Don't fight it. Don't fight it. Don't fight it. I mean, now you have to fight it. You don't have a choice. Nice.
What
a leader. What a leader. Oh, the cover. It's beautiful.
Not looking good for Zeta to try to
stay the whole time.
Take that first step towards running back this map.
They popped the double tap and they just felt like they had to go.
Okay, I mean, just chill, just chill. We don't know where the rest. Okay, nice, nice. Play the numbers. Play the numbers. Isn't this so refreshing, chat? We've seen so many teams this past week.
It's going to be a flawless pistol victory.
Let's go. Let's go. Flawless pistol.
Get up
Easy work.
That's so funny,
TMV's
bro.
watching my stream, and Sliggy's watching my stream.
Zeta has an opportunity.
Shout out to Sliggy and TMV. If any of you guys have any Prime subs lying around, feel free to drop by my channel and Prime sub, and then you're free to go back to Sliggy and TMV's chat. Thank you very much.
They're just shutting that down. I mean, I don't mind the idea from Zeta. You've got the shield pop. You use
Is it good to lurk on pistol? I mean, that just depends on how you play it. That just depends on how you play it.
10-10 there, just peeked around, had to check the other side of Rubble, paid the price.
Shameless, you gotta respect it. You gotta capitalize on that kind of stuff.
Sliggy's watching, Donby.
Just classics.
Don't make him pull the red cards back out.
Dude, Danby has like 3 to be fair.
Margaret's fine here.
Drop down. Able to find one, looks for the transfer, and it does connect. It's just an absolute meat grinder.
What are we even worried about? What are we even worried about?
They'll take him low, but they cannot take him down.
Oh, man.
Yo, 2 Akuma 2.
It's now 10
I think it's just Akuma.
Zeta.
Thank you for the gifted sub.
Go into their buy round.
Thank you so much. Thanks for the support.
See if they can slow it
welcome.
down.
See you soon with the resub, the tier 1 resub. Thank you.
We'll leave it. I can't see the
Rhythm
content.
Valorant with the Prime sub. Thank you so much for the support. NONGSHIM will remember this. Thank you very much. Oh, thanks, Rhythm.
Dude, where's the other stream? Don't even have it.
Really appreciate it.
Dude, I get rid of it.
Time to go
By the way, there's an O.
Go sub to Chobra. Dude, that's so funny.
See if they can slow it down NONGSHIM, stop them from converting this bonus, because if they do, this map is as good as over.
Man, done sold his soul.
Margaret really doing well today.
Yeah, he's getting it in, dude.
Finds that little corner to hide in.
That was good.
Just spray down with the Spectre, has to switch over to the Ghost after he runs out. By the way, there's an Odin here for NONGSHIM.
Oh boy.
And this A-Rubble fight might kick off.
Well, looking for the C's, 10-10, able to avoid that.
Pretty sure the server lagged and it's not just a neon.
Zero is there, Persia. Getting taken down as Donby around the corner just in time to avoid elimination. Gets tagged up and has a regen.
It actually does look like it's lagging. Maybe we are going back to Trevor.
Margaret the whole time. He's been just pushing space.
Slowly creeping forward.
The timing though, he might be stepping out a little bit early.
Oh, has the ghost, and it will be noted. Looks like they're gonna just try to leave XDL in a forward spot here. Have him play for these flanks. Prowler to check. Seems like quietly NONGSHIM reading that this is likely going to be just a lurk rather than the full forces.
Fake.
Especially as 10-10 starts firing off shots over here towards C. Snakebite will hold them at bay for the moment.
When you've got the
It doesn't really make
B, so
sense
yeah, you can
what they just
get
did.
a little bit extra to the C hold. Still, you don't have any information on A Rebel though.
Oh boy.
Oh no. This grab net. Oh.
Sends it, shorts it. Sensor did get triggered now. Trying to push their way forward. Margaret swinging out from
you can kind of just
corner.
shoot your way through.
Solid reply from
It was a little bit weird
up.
over towards A, I'm not gonna lie. They did double damage and shot the fade out so they wanted to hold one over towards its great pressure. And then at the same time they instant recon, so it's like they were creating pressure here and here at the same time, so all they're gonna do is, like, the only place that was gonna be weak was B. They still just forced their way in though, and they got the kills, but
XDL will be able to go ahead.
a lot of the times it's not going to work.
Win out that fight. So
Dexter, ideal with the Prime. Appreciate the 11 months. Thank you for that.
Given the Odin investment, it's a bit more costly, but still enough money to go ahead and pick up another one here for the side of NONGSHIM, given that the first 2 rounds of this half are flawless.
Yeah, that's a huge pickup there for Sugar Zero. Able to keep 10-10 alive so he can keep pushing that space. Just able to get ahead of that util in time. Very nicely done. But XDL looking still okay on the ISO.
Yeah.
I mean, it hasn't
Can
been
they
as
get
good as
2
it
in a
was
row?
against
Money's
Talent,
really low. If ZETA want to do this, it's now. This
Need to
is
see
their
him
map
win some of
pick,
those
so
kill
this
contracts
is
when he gets
pretty
to
much a must-win round. Like, they've actually got to win this round.
That's not fun for
Fade Eye goes out, that clears all the way over towards A. So instant reaction from losing A when they wanted to fight. It was to 4-pass and walk B, where they meet a
I don't think ZETA
wall.
should press forward with this anymore. It's a little obvious what's going on.
Ooh, that's a good amount of damage. XDL just trying to jump across
regen
towards the
armor, though.
side. Get to 59.
Let's have the regen shield.
Does.
Where did they use the drone?
And it's 10-10, taking a bit here from the Odin. Taking even more from the Odin. This is just massacring him, and he hasn't even seen a single person. Francis comes up with 2. 10-10's at 5 HP. Persia's on top of the rubble. Does manage to go ahead and
I do like this game plan though. This game plan's good. This is like dude, Odin over towards here. I mean, I've been speaking about this for like 3 years. It's crazy underrated against how a lot of people like to really clear over towards A.
XDL trying to break things open. Dambi just breaks the shield, slides in. Sugar Zero now.
Especially when a team struggles, especially when you got like an ISO. So say like the drone would come out early, right? It would get shot, and then ISO's going to pop his shield. Like that spam is going to take that shield down real fast.
NONGSHIM not allowing for ZETA to string
but I think they messed up.
so far.
They used their drone when they wanted to go over towards B.
So
oh yeah, it went above here.
In situations like that, with Francis out in the open, you don't have anything to really clear it unless you hit a great paranoia or a great vulnerable. From the ISO,
As soon as they use that drone over towards B,
Francis can
I'm not even
just
sure you
sit there
can
and
re-clear over towards A.
You can just hold angles. I mean, the coordination
Especially once
here
you've had the
for ZETA
Odin.
starting to crumble a little bit as well.
You got to use the ISO
Players
wall.
trying to take some of these individual fights.
Then they used that with their original A hits. They kind of just had none of the util to get back out.
Not quite there.
I'm in a flaming mood. I'm not in flame. I've been nice today, Boo, I would say.
Crumbling at the hands of NONGSHIM's oppressive
gameplay. They just messed up.
Back onto their old comfort picks.
You know what they did.
Ivy on the deadlock, Dambi on the neon. And you can see why they were able to get here, why they were able to win Ascension last year on the basis of using
that means you
managed
to watch your own game or the stream of your own game
really
as well.
They're using that deadlock util on this side of the map to
watch the game after your game, maybe.
Where ZETA's going to be, how to shut it down, and then how to rotate base off of that. They're making great reads. Francis does such a wonderful job preparing for these matches. Meanwhile, ZETA still trying to get a hold.
Oh yeah, it's the long stream. You're right.
Not much room to maneuver now.
Yeah,
not much room for mistakes. Sota just a sheriff. As he bought out
stream striving, yeah, it's got the phone up for his own game.
Dambi, got a judge.
Gets the judge out.
The entire time. And now
Judge Odin.
Break some hopes and dreams.
Prowler spots one over towards B.
Pleasure
is... He might just face this now because his mate died. Surely gets traded.
We're going to be tapped. XDL, however, able to find one. The judge now striking. Downbeat comes up with the elimination. But XDL continuing to look good. Finds himself a second here in the round.
God, if you could grab Dombey with that ult, should be a pretty easy win.
And he swapped over. And he will be
they're
able to
not
go ahead and
messing
get the
around.
grab.
Beautiful.
25 advantage as double tap. Not sure what's going on with that one. Shield's been broken.
Boy.
Downbeat wins out the
Oh,
fight.
he grabbed a Vandal.
Yeah, headshot comes in. Yeah, he had swapped out the weapons previously. As slide forward. Would have been a hell of a transfer there from 10-10. Can't quite make it happen. This is still going to be costly regardless, but right now ZETA very well
No
poised.
chance. Dude, he
Quick look back
checked.
from Ivy, giving a
Damn,
thought to
he
this
checked.
flank is the shot.
I
Takes
respect
three,
that he
but
was
third
even
time's the
considering
charm.
this at one point.
Shota will arrive right when he's needed.
All right.
And
Force
ZETA
him down
now
to an
get up
eco,
to
though.
6, still 5
It's
to go
still
to try to tie it
doable.
up.
Crazy. Just XDL there. Good shock darts to keep the players behind Mound off balance. And immediately got Dombey swapped over to that Vandal.
Enemy C. Last player
Ivy
standing.
able to react to the push out from 10-10, but got a nice kill sliding through. Well, okay. Need a little bit more of that. I mean, I'm glad you're very happy, but you're still 5 rounds behind.
Okay,
Yeah,
Outlaw.
there's still a hell of a lot. It says, okay, no judge this time, but a Bucky.
Outlaw and can
Still a
one-shot
classic for
everyone.
Dombey. It has another
Danby
drive
gets the
behind
Bucky out, and we've
Everybody
seen
trying to be
some
Mr.
mad
Fallen
things
now.
with a Bucky this week.
Ooh,
So
paranoia.
there's no way they want to punish with a
Monstrous
Bucky.
tap at the door.
My God.
Ends up sending it. The slide forward. Dombey misses the first pump, so Shota's able to find him. Takes him down. Ivy is able to find another one as it's just complete and utter chaos here in the round. Suddenly a 2v2. Sheriff's in hand. The paranoia across. Francis doesn't know where the hell he's at. And
Oh,
Morgan,
God.
he's hitting him in transit.
Oh,
and he
no.
gets the headshot on the
There's
slide.
no way, man. How?
What in the hell just occurred? NONGSHIM are now up to map point. They've got 4 ultimates. And I don't know what's been happening. It's a thrifty.
I mean, it just gets a little out of control, and that's very nice. I mean, look at they're bouncing
No,
across.
they're both
You can't
jumping
do
out.
that there. You got to peek that corner. They're going to punish you if you do that stuff.
Yeah, they're
Margaret
both
is a
jumping
tyrant.
out.
I'll say it again.
He is.
This guy's
But you can't give them those opportunities.
absolutely insane. Pick
6
now in
chances,
play.
and they got a lot of ults.
Sonic sensor set up within this one. There's the drone. Blind
Oh, he's
shot
got good
attempted,
timing,
but
he didn't
tucks
see
back
him.
in. Has not been spotted.
Oh, well.
They just spam that corner. 10-10 might just go down.
Cleared all of A. Fade Eye goes out, clears all of close A as
They're gonna
well.
back off of it.
Dude, yeah, Zeta have to
Just
go
seeing if
re-clear
maybe
over towards A.
Could bait a
But
reaction.
dude, we used our drone
Out of
again.
NONGSHIM
How are we
there.
meant to
Maybe you could
re-clear
get
anywhere?
The wall to come out from Ivy. But the discipline, it's been off the charts for NONGSHIM. Dombey, him and Shota in a standoff.
It's going to be a
Thank
timing
goodness.
here. Gets that
Hello?
across on a 3. Looking for the relay bolts on now. The overdrive going to be popped on. But turns his sights back in towards B main.
What is
the
this,
paranoia
bro?
is absolutely gorgeous. And
Dude, he's
Dombey
unstoppable.
is absolutely
My
shredding.
goodness.
Attacker spawn.
Picks up the 3rd. Looking for the 4th. Looking for the finisher. Sugar 0. Will deny that away from him.
30 seconds left.
There is no denying
Well.
this map from NONGSHIM.
Ah, they use their drones so
13 to
freely.
6, a one-sided affair, and ZETA's map pick. NONGSHIM
Nice
are
of them for
looking
NONGSHIM,
hungry,
though.
and they have their eyes set on the playoffs.
Um,
No
look
doubt.
convincing.
They are just well drilled today. I mean, you could see in that last round the preparation, the coordination, the experience that this team has together really shining. You know, just having great reads on their timings. Obviously, that's got to be frustrating. Now, Sugar Zero late to get away from that computer. I'm sure he's got to be feeling the pressure. Again, one of the few players, well, the only player in this match who's been to an international event, who's played in a playoffs, even at the regional level.
Okay, chat. I will be back in a little bit.
In Tier 1.
Yes.
Let me make sure I'm clear.
Needs to try to lead the team to a bounce back. NONGSHIM, one step closer to make it to the playoffs. Still is possible for ZETA Division. Can no longer make that first seed dream a reality. They still need to pull off a reverse sweep here in this best of 3. Pearl is on the horizon. I'm suspecting that we're going to see plenty more Neon v Neon, but we need to see a bit more impact, a bit more oomph behind the shots. here from the side of Zeta, as well as having their heads on a little bit tighter because these rounds got chaotic. They got frazzled. And NONGSHIM, they thrive in that kind of environment.
Absolutely. No, this is all according to plan for them. They love this. Let Domby do Domby things. Good luck.
All right, well, good luck indeed, as we will go ahead and send things over to the analyst desk to break down the chaos that was that Lotus.
Yeah, no, we need all the luck in the world because those last few rounds, you couldn't even really understand how it got to the points that it did. I look over at Chobra's stream and they're just arms flailing, by the way, from our point of view, and that pretty much sums up, I think, what went on in this match.
If you're a viewer in the third person or you're like POV switching to people and you can't tell what's going on, imagine what it's like for ZETA to play against that.
Yeah.
That is impossible, man.
I think chaos is the right word, but this is what NONGSHIM always did, right? They were the kings of chaos, and it's so great to see that kind of get that little bit more return to form.
Every single NONGSHIM trend came to reality in this game.
Yeah.
This was quintessential NONGSHIM style. Danby was owning everyone on Neon, sliding around everywhere, creating chaos. You had multiple thrifties won. Like, Margaret's got the most sheriff kills in the competition at the moment. Danby's right up there with the shotguns. You saw that all the time at Ascension. You saw these half-buy wins, and it's why NONGSHIM was able to win so many games. Because half the time, they would just go on to sheriffs and Danby on a shoddy, and they would end up winning half of those rounds. And you saw that against Zeta multiple times where they're able to pull off thrifties and completely demolish Zeta's momentum. Like, Zeta, honestly, once they actually got control of their economy on the defensive side and they started to make some adjustments, they came up with some pretty good rounds, actually. Like, especially fighting around front B, they got 10-10 on the operator. They were starting to actually look good on that defensive half, but apart from that, there really wasn't much to this game for Zeta.
I mean, they weren't clinical this game. That's a big thing, right? When we look at this, they got clutched on so many times. We saw the Margaret 1v2.
Yes.
We saw Persia be able to pull the one off as well in the B site when, you know, the two of them just walk one by one into Link. I felt like the Zeta team weren't in sync with each other that map, and they kind of deserved more rounds, but they weren't able to execute on it. That's the big problem there. And now we're heading into map 2, which is going to be NONGSHIM's pick, but that's a whole nother world. But I think this NONGSHIM team, great to see them back. Exactly what we expect.
Yeah, and you guys said it exactly. This is what NONGSHIM does. So the question for Zeta on my end is, what were you expecting? Like, NONGSHIM is that team that actually doesn't change much. You know, despite what the meta might say, but despite what everybody might say, they're sticking to their guns. What else were they expecting?
I mean, when you go back, like, look at some of these replays, the thing is that NONGSHIM went back, they threw it all the way back to their absolutely patented style. You had this round won by, like I said, you know, Danby gets the opener, you get the Vandal in his hands, half the time he'll buy a shoddy though, and then some of the boys get the pistol going, and once you get the deadlock in this post plant, this is what makes this comp so strong.
Yeah.
And this was what was such a win condition for NONGSHIM on that OG bind comp, man. You get Ivy in the post plant, you get a bunch of these backline players into the post plants with the space created by Francis and Danby. You get that deadlock util down, and it's a nightmare to retake into.
7 out of 9 post plans won there for the NONGSHIM side, and that's exactly why they're one of the best teams with this deadlock. You know, they defined that old school meta on bind. This is what this team was so good at. It's great to see them using that deadlock again. I think it's a thoroughly underrated agent, and they're one of the best with it.
And I think it plays great into this style, actually.
Yeah.
Like this meta style that everyone's running. I mean, less so with the Rays, but particularly if you're running Neon ISO or Yoru ISO. I think Yoru a little bit better because obviously the clone will trigger a lot of the traps and things like that. But Neon ISO in particular, when you're playing into a deadlock, that is a bloody nightmare, man.
That was really
I mean, speaking of nightmares, the guy who everybody was saying has been a nightmare to deal with ever since, you know, you step into Pacific and you have to deal with Danby.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I actually hate this guy. I'm gonna come out and say, like, he's ruining the game I love. That's how I describe it. I had to play against this guy all last year, scrimmed against him, and nightmare is the right word. He hasn't quite been on that level in this stage 1, but this game, I felt like he took it over, felt like he was playing free, he's sliding and getting all his kills, he's a danger when you pop the ult, and I mean, he's just horrible to go against.
Here's the thing, like, this is probably one of his better games on the Neon in the Tier 1 into Pacific. It hasn't been as impactful because number 1 is nerf, but number 2, he gets punished a whole lot more, and teams have learned how to play against this a lot more in terms of this Neon style. but I don't think it needs to be that good. I think for me, the Neon for Danby is good enough. Let's not try to run the Waylay or anything outside of the realms of what is actually played in the meta a lot or what has found success for them. I think even if you don't get a 300 ACS game from Danby and he just has average stats like he has most of the time, he's just dropping 200 ACS, he's getting his entry on attack, he's getting some of the other players into the game and creating a little bit of space, and you get a tiny bit more output from him on defense. I think that's good enough for NONGSHIM to be a decent team, but when they're playing the Waylay, they're not even a decent.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, that final round that, you know, NONGSHIM had when Danby decided to, you know, just use his ult and just run into ZETA, that was quintessential Danby. That was quintessential NONGSHIM. You could just see how he really put them through the meat grinder.
Yeah. Oh, God. Okay.
Like, the one thing this team always did so well is they were so good at being aggressive. Danby was so good at running it down in your face. And you say it's like playing with confidence. I feel like hasn't always been his best self, so it would be easy to lose confidence. So it's really nice to see him on top.
The thing is as well how well they play around it. Like you saw it on front B there, where he's stalling for so long and he's so unkillable that it creates so much aggro and the other team's focused on him that other people can start to set up a bit of a play that wasn't there before. Persian's literally running over there with the paranoia in his hands. He has like 8 seconds to get a good paranoia off. They're just trying to kill Danby and then they just get blinded. He slides and kills everyone for free. Like, that is the kind of thing that you would see much more in Tier 2 because they have so much of a tougher time punishing it versus the better teams in Pacific here who are also sharp and well drilled.
You're absolutely right. There was also one round wherein I believe 10-10 was like, okay, so he revs up and then he starts the entry and then he just hovers around because Danby is there. And then he backs off.
You gotta be scared. Just carrying out.
He's like, nope, maybe not here, maybe we go somewhere else. And then they end up just hovering around there. And of course, as you mentioned, NONGSHIM can do whatever they want to do. Now, going into Pearl though, speaking of whatever NONGSHIM wants to do, if there
they want a big Pearl.
They do. And so this is the big question for us, and you know, looking into those map vetoes, because big question mark. Why on earth would you pick one of your opponent's best maps, especially since you haven't played this in such a long while?
So the only reason you would let Pearl through when you're a team like ZETA is, number one, you know they're going to pick it. Number two, you understand how to beat it. They could have banned Pearl today. They chose not to. So that means to me, the coaching staff are going, we have your Pearl figured out. Now, they have shown a lot of Pearl in the past. This map has been very good for NONGSHIM. So I need to see clean answers here from ZETA. Show me why you've allowed this through.
I mean, NONGSHIM haven't lost on it yet. They're 5-0. Even some of the best teams in Pacific haven't been able to figure out NONGSHIM's Pearl. Although, given some of those games have been quite messy, from RRQ in particular, where I felt like those were winnable games, but then they got very weird and messy. So I wouldn't say it's not figure-outable, but I just say I don't have a lot of faith that ZETA's going to be able to do it.
I don't know, we haven't seen him on the map. I have no idea.
This
used to be the perma ban
though,
right?
They have not played this map at all. In fact, they've intentionally banned it in some series. So that just begs the question. We saw the Haven ban. This used to be a great map for ZETA, and it's been a map that they've even played in this season, but they've thrown that in the ban section, which it's been a shakier map for NONGSHIM. It hasn't been a fantastic map for NONGSHIM or anything like that, and they've let Pearl through. I think this is just going to be the end of ZETA, to be honest. I put my bloody house on it.
I need to see why you've let this through. I need to see very, very clear reads, very clear anti-strat. That's the only reason I think you would be okay with this as that coaching staff.
And guess when the last time ZETA won on Pearl was? Apparently it was in 2022.
Wow.
Give me the number of days though, Mika. I need the exact number of days. How many business days were there?
Some 600, I'm just guessing over here. But that's not very comforting. I mean, sure, you might hold a lot of secrets on this because you haven't shown it in quite a while. But this is a very, very scary team that is already vetted on this map.
Yeah, I mean, NONGSHIM, their comp is well established at this point. I really wouldn't be expecting them to change. And indeed, it looks like they're going to stick to pretty much the same comp that they always play. So no changes for NONGSHIM. And they're going to get to start on the defense here.
Oh, Killjoy, Vice, Teo, Astra, Yor. I mean, it's very good on defense. The problem is they got to start on attack, and this is a really rough round to get it. It's a really rough comp to try and get attack rounds with.
I'm not sure if that works out in ZETA's favor. I don't get the impression that there's a hard read from this
This could be. They need a good start.
They need a good start. Clearer for this ZETA team and see why
it could get
it's
really
going to be
rough.
an incredibly slow game for the attackers for the most part, particularly ZETA. I think it's going to be hard for them to get a clean exec off unless they can get get the perfect Teo util. This is going
honestly,
to be
both
a very
teams have
lurky game
a
of
rough
Pearl,
attack.
and I think that the onus falls on ZETA to find timings and find gaps on the map and find good ways to attack into NONGSHIM's comp, especially because they've seen it played so many times.
I mean, they might have one of the best watch parties in the world, but you gotta wonder why on earth they would want this map to come out. I don't know, maybe Kilias Paperthin, maybe you guys can tell us.
Nope.
Nope.
Not really sure. To be perfectly honest, I think you guys kind of summarized it pretty damn well. I think the most shocking thing about this map overall is that in VCT, they've only played it 4 times. This is the 5th time.
To answer the desk question, how many days has it been since ZETA won on this map?
I was going to calc that.
875.
Yeah.
Ooh.
That's a lot of days.
Well,
that's about as many years old as I am.
876 days is the charm. I guess. I don't know. We'll find out.
Okay, ZETA on attack, NONGSHIM on defense.
One victory on this map in VCT. One in an off-season
Yeah,
tournament.
875 days since they won this map is pretty devastating.
GENG.
Silas 42 with the Prime. Thank you for the 13 months, dude.
So not since
what is it? What's the little
champs,
lag that we just had?
22. Yeah, they'd gotten a victory here on this map in VCT. Let's see what happens though.
Instagram there. Yeah, I'm not sure about that one.
There has to be something.
I like where we're going.
Not
sure we need a Teo buff, but
Spot there, but gotta get through this crossfire on the A side.
that is absolutely devastating. This is also very nice from NONGSHIM, right? Over towards here. You're going to split, they lose art. In reaction to losing art, they want to get info to see if they are splitting, how far they are up over towards A. And
trying to keep some more interest here. And
I mean, they get info that they're this far back, that no one's following the drone. It's so nice from them.
Down in towards water, see if he can hear anything. Turret, however, just going to be set up, so still Margaret a step ahead.
Oh, the long.
Yeah, they're going to be long control. I mean, we're going to see some duels.
And Francis. A lot to consider for ZETA. Got to win some of these duels.
Right now, no peek out. Over towards this long angle. They are just scaling forward. No eyes on this whatsoever. 10-10 taking the first fight as a backpedal, but now they strike. Here comes the approach from Long. Shota able to find one more. The drop down from Ivy. Delivers a kill here onto the Killjoy. Is now
kind of low HPs, 2 of them.
Last one standing, 7 bullets remaining. Everybody rushing around the back there of Hall.
It's nice from NONGSHIM though. It's a good reaction from what went down.
Low, but cannot be taken down.
This drone to replay here once they lost art and heard the drone was everything.
The right idea to rotate, but
like the whole plan from ZETA got completely wrecked. They're trying to drone and create a lot of pressure. There's loads of people following up the drone, make it look like a heavy split, but then there's actually like loads of people that are in terms of 4 of them. But
through your spawn, they're just coming at you from every angle, and then at the end just group up, and he's got to hit the classic, or excuse me, the ghost triple kill of a lifetime there. And especially when you just run it down right-clicking with classics. Good luck. Judge already for Margaret. A couple bulldogs and a stinger. They're already pushing forward. Gonna be claiming control of that orb again. It's gonna be fast-tracking some of those ultimates.
Judge here within the smoke. Margaret pinging this out.
Well,
here comes the push, and here comes the slaughter.
It's one of those.
2 more shells loaded in, pushes, and there's the follow-up looking for an ace. And Clues
Dude, he's actually gonna, he might give it to him.
It's a bit of a pause, and right now it's all just a question of can he make it happen. Now has the Bulldog to try to deliver it. Domby, he is willing to go ahead and bait out for it.
Nice.
There you go. Predator ace going to be gifted over, courtesy of Domby. To
Same
Margaret,
spot, different
who continues
shotgun.
to be just an immense force here across these 2 maps thus far.
Yeah, he's really shining today. This one, though, not too tricky for him. Nobody checking that angle. Everybody walking through that smoke looking at something completely not him.
Yeah, gonna shout out Danby for that one.
And he's gonna stand up and let him know. For sure. Nicely set up. Now a very, very important rifle round, it feels like. How things have been going for ZETA.
Goes back to the same pause with the Judge as well.
Maybe one of those
Perma Judge door.
If you get
What a
bonus
nightmare.
here,
Okay, big buy run for ZETA,
put yourself
obviously.
at such a massive deficit.
Killjoy ult's online pretty early, but still 3 away.
Slow you up.
Okay, as we can tell by the minimap, this is just fake pressure.
They're going to try to get through.
And every single time they lose art, they insta-drone and clear all of this.
Site, they're just going to be able to crunch down on top of you
they
again.
know they're not hitting the site every time they do this.
Okay.
Oh, that could have been way worse. 39 HP, 14 HP.
NXDL down dangerously low on HP though. It's got to be on the swing out, unable to find the kill there on the 10-10. Just going to be forcing the gate crash back over into Art.
You got to try to put a little bit of pressure over at B.
Yeah, this round's going to come down to Danby.
With that,
dude, they got to create way more A-main pressure, surely.
Get some info on that angle instead. Just going to double down on A.
Swing out.
Great flash with a lovely stun to enable this.
Find one more, but 10-10 now going to be lost. 3v3. Vandal in hand for Danby. It's 25 seconds remaining.
No way.
Unable to find the kill.
No way. You got to win that one.
Monstrous advantage now here for the side of NONGSHIM as they look to get a bonus conversion. The spike will get planted on the B site. And Sugar Zero just setting up the Nebulas here.
Spike planted.
The plant now in play, but weapons scooped up. It's gonna be full forces coming at them here.
They passed the rifle over to Persia. Got full HP. Just let Danby lead the way.
Yeah, and at the moment he's just making a lot of sound. Right, they're trying to buy a lot of time for this flank. Time might get pretty low on this.
Right up against him. Dodges out those bullets from the Stinger. Concuss connecting, but does safely get tucked back in towards Halls. Sugar Zero just trying to hold the line. Time is starting to tick here on the spike. Sugar Zero finds the headshot. Finds the follow-up.
Dude, that was a nice shot at the end here.
To pick up the 3K.
Okay, good recovery, because that that duel over towards A main made me insanely worried there.
Yeah,
it would have
there needs to be
a hard one to recover
to deal
from.
with this A main control, though.
Knowing that you lost the round because of that.
This is not a recipe for success. You can see that they can just throw util into that crunch.
Francis took so long. They thought they were playing down long.
Sentinel util to delay to keep you from walking down that ramp from Link. That was a necessary step up from Sugar Zero.
Like they thought they were for sure playing pretty much in this area somewhere, at least one.
Operator though for Danby. He's gonna plug up the arc gap.
Okay, ZETA though somehow get the first ult online with Sugar Zero going crazy. So they got Astra ult for the big round that would reset the econ, or at least make them down to an
Everybody
eco.
can just slide B, they know.
Let's speak about the money for a little bit. We got 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 that can't buy 3 and 5.
Not falling for the clone here.
But ZETA taking a pause.
Dream is like 20 seconds behind. I think Chobra's just at the venue, so he doesn't have the delay basically.
But you can keep leaning B. Your alarm bot hasn't been tripped in Art. The stealth drone just cleared deep into A.
Cosmic Divide does come through. It means they have to pay credence to Persia's potential position here behind the screen. Couple shots flying through, looking to try to stave them off. Danby finding one.
They didn't
Persia comes up
clear
with 2.
backside.
Lose a 10-10, both get taken down. The spike now. Stranded. Sugar Zero doing it, trying his damnedest, but just absolutely hounded down. Only the 2 kills found. NONGSHIM.
The thing with like this, you normally lose after plant.
Well, you can see why nobody wants to play them on
the good thing about this ult is you normally get over towards site.
The
problem is they didn't clear.
The tendencies were early from ZETA Division.
How?
You know, ZETA just kind of kept hammering away at Art.
Because it should be like, it should be wall goes in, salvo, so you only have to worry about close left.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they definitely got a timeout this. Did they put the wall up and they didn't have the salvos because they defaulted? So they did the wall too early, so they didn't let the salvos have time to
putting
recharge.
pressure over on the long B side,
and
very
then they didn't
difficult
even
because
clear the left.
Aren't necessarily sure if it's going to be there or not. So Sugar Zero's
going
to have
a Yoru, right?
You know, if he is going to be able to work that, use some of those smokes and things like that to create some disruption in the information game for NONGSHIM. Because right now they have everything. They know
not even like a stun or anything for this area.
The whole round.
Same position, a little bit of a different path to get here, but the 3-1 score line to start off the map. Timeout call from ZETA. Danby hitting.
10-10 hitting Danby.
Danby with a baseball bat.
It's been the other way around.
Dombi clearly is, maybe it's him like dodging.
Or maybe he's just like so strong it just is bouncing off of him.
This is abs of steel.
Yeah. All that running with the neon. Gotta have great core strength.
What the?
Might go for a solid wood bat instead of an aluminum one.
Yeah, oh yeah.
A little bit more oomph on it.
Okay. So some respect being shown, but Clues just backs off. He doesn't have anybody else there with him, and they're right back to this art game, and there's a vice wall
They
there
got
this
stopped by
time.
smoke and fawns. Yeah, but that's always going to be there.
There's a vice wall set up.
You gotta at least flash
Make out
this
Ascent to go
after.
for the trip, and head spotted, but Dombi not quite able to connect the shot. He's considering if he wants to go for a repeak.
Like, if you had a layer behind this where you had like 2 players with Clues at A main, oh god.
Shot the dead. Sheriff's still in play. Persia just swings back.
It's the same thing though.
Expects maybe a bit
Pressure
more presence here,
over
and would be
towards
correct
R.
about it.
Insta drone re-clear over towards A. They spot nothing over towards A main again, and they just have this map control.
Just taking a pause.
It feels like
mid.
when I watch this map, ZETA thinks
You've given yourself the ability
that they
to pivot,
can just
but
exec from mid
wherever you go,
and not take anywhere
Nongshim's gonna be
else.
waiting.
Bit of
And
damage
that's
found
insanely
there.
worrying.
On to Ivy. The
'Cause I
Salvage
promise
to try
you,
to
you can't.
flush him forward.
30 seconds left.
As the Thorns do get popped, swing out, goes in for the fight, spots another one, takes down 10-10.
Because then you gotta just even
Clues plays
like even if they
quietly,
win
gets
this
in around the
round,
back,
it's
and
just
10-10
one of
hits a hell of a
one of
shot,
those where they
Dombi
hit like
dead.
lovely shots.
And that's the main presence now. Denied away.
Ooh,
The
did he get
Armageddon
the-
coming through. Sugar Zero giving his life for the
Dude, the
cause.
Astra
Trying to
suck on
sprint
top
out,
of that.
cannot
That's
escape.
awesome. Okay, they should
Blast
know that
radius
they
will
would have
consume him.
should know that they would have gone for the guns here. So
Clues
they
now.
actually might
Pressure
have a
on
good
his
idea where they
shoulders.
both are.
Lone player forward here into the site.
No? Okay,
Spots
well.
the gun barrel, waits for a little bit more, swings out, strikes, finds the first, but Margaret takes out 10-10. Salvo's now set. Margaret looking to try to disrespect them, pushes forward, ends up falling.
Huge
And
round,
Clues
dudes.
finds the
Huge round.
4K
I mean,
to
they
get the
really
Red
hit
Bull
some
clutch and
shots.
get Zeta
They
the
really,
second
really hit
round
some
win.
shots.
Oh my.
Couple of things if we're just
That
looking
is
at
absolute
NONGSHIM, the
madness.
stuff that
I
they
wanna
did
see the
wrong. We'll
shot
wait
from
for the
10-10.
minimap so I can kind of show you a
Persia
little
there
bit.
just playing anti-lurk. Profits, Ivy being so annoying, but Clue slips the net. Gets through the smoke, gets around the backside. Woohoo!
Right off the corner.
I mean, it was a good smoke.
Clues has been really good in clutch moments during the offseason and had a couple here and there in Pacific. And that's maybe his best one yet, his most
Yeah,
important
there was some
one
nice
yet.
shots there. I'm still worried about
That breaks
ZETA. I
the
still think that they
economy,
need
and
to
that
have a
gets
little
Zeta in.
bit
I mean,
more focus
the
on
Red
A
Bull
main
clutch
when they do want to
supersedes
head
the
over
Thrifty,
towards
but it
A.
was Thrifty fashion for them to be
They
able to find
had a nice smoke though that
10-10 now sprinting
stopped the
forward,
crossfire
dimensional
here
drift
and then
in
took a
play.
timing.
Nothing going to be spotted. Here's Persia.
But I still think NONGSHIM have to
Tucks back.
play this pause when
Rotations,
they were
however,
doing
already
that,
beginning.
or full back.
As
but-
plant out into the open comes through.
Yeah, this
Dude, that
the
wrecks
best
the
thing
money.
here for
Force them
NONGSHIM
down
would
to
be
an
to get
eco. They
results
got some
out of
ults on this
Zeta's
one as
hands.
well. Speaking of
coming in
ults,
with
they
the
pop
ult.
a
Ivy just looking to try to level the playing
they
field.
pop
fifth,
a
but wisely
Visor
doesn't steal
into the
much.
eco.
This down beat with the tap, baits out. Gravwell coming
Dude,
through.
they're popping all their
They're
ults in the
committing.
eco.
However, Pincer in from the back.
Hey,
Denies away
NONGSHIM
the
are really
lockdown.
messing up.
Takes that tool out of their hands here on the split is XDL. He's going to be left standing. Guns down 3, pretty much blinded up. Francis
Okay,
will
dude,
be
this
able
is
to
a
pick them
giant
up,
win as well
stop
for
them from
ZETA.
being a
It's 2
flawless
insane
potato.
rounds. First
Very
one,
solidly did
for
not fall
money,
into the
made
same
that
trap they
incredible.
sprung on NONGSHIM in the
Second one,
previous. Thrifty cannot be found.
they
Now we're
got their
tied up
ults.
3-3.
Yeah, this is starting to look much better for Zeta.
They
in
just
that
put 2
round.
ults into a
They've got
round where they
plans to
had
deal with some of the setups that
Stinger.
NONGSHIM wants to bring, and NONGSHIM even invest 2 huge ults. They use the Steel Garden and the lockdown there. Then both are either avoided or dealt with. Very, very nice from Zeta.
I mean, I guess they got the
I'm
table
a
out
bit
of them.
surprised that NONGSHIM went for it with as many ults as they did, but I mean, the confidence has to be flying high. They've been
Oh, dude, if you're ZETA right now, you're
today.
thinking you can win.
maybe a little bit
Still, overall
overconfident there.
macro play, I feel
This
like
time
if
they're
they don't
gonna get
take
so
A
deep
main,
with
they're
the
going to
Vice
get
wall,
wrecked.
they can
but
just play a little bit further back.
Their
They
comp
don't
is
wanna
still
try to
very
set up for
good
the
on
pinch. They're just
defense,
gonna try to
and
get aggressive.
they probably only
A
need
little
like
bit more
5.
further forward, see if they can catch Zeta off guard.
Flash out, Dombi swinging forward. Shota going to be taken down. That's a spike now dropped here in Art. As Francis just sending out the concuss. Keeps him stunned here in position and trying to rescue this spike is going to prove to be damn difficult. Shots flying, Steel Guardian going to be coming through. Full flash into the face of Dombi. Back pedals here with the overdrive in play. Just continuing to try to zap here whittle away at them, but Wiley the space does get regained. There's going to be a TP out over towards Club. Get that spike on the move. XDL, however, pressure still coming his way with the double face in.
With that though, it does look like they're going to be able to get a free sight.
Two-player advantage now here for the side of NONGSHIM with Persia watching the B site.
It's a rough one, man.
Great timing.
Star set up, push forward though.
It's a great kill. Might be doable. Oh my goodness. Yeah, Francis decided to peek out while there was an Astra Sack here as well.
Dabby out over the top, finding one. Back in with the advantage, 10-10 dead on the swing. It's all now on Clues.
Unlucky, he swung out as they swung him.
Too many to choose from.
Well, this kind of went the other way around as well now.
will find some more stability.
He's
get themselves back in the lead by one round.
Yeah, and now you're starting to see NONGSHIM kind of
Pacific today has been really rough with Ults, man. Really rough with Ults.
To push further forward, to set up their congestion deeper in towards Art this time. Instead of waiting for ZETA to push through A-Link, they take the fight to them.
Bacon, obviously, I'm going to say chicken.
ZETA packing, where they have to use the TP to get over to the B side to try to get the plant down. Sure, they get there. Sure, they get the plant down.
Oh my
and
goodness,
a few players kind of make a few odd decisions in terms of going for some interesting moments, but still able to recover nicely, get their kills through. ZETA this time showed his own, or excuse me, XDL.
NONGSHIM still aggro A every single time. They are not getting contested on A main.
Weight in towards B.
I like this change up. They get an aggro wall here so they can feel stronger about heavier rotating. Killjoy ult goes in.
As given the Nebula no eyes on this, and Margaret is able to safely slide out towards safety. The spike still needing to be brought forward here.
That's nice timing because you know the Tejo is on the other side of the map.
Show to my
the salvos were over there at A main.
Thorns got locked in, I believe, on the plant spot. I don't think they were cleared out. I think that's why we see Clues just widely sitting still. Pop flash out, 10-10 trying to take the round into his own hands with Margaret. Able to find that kill. Shook up, coming up with a second as Clues joins in the fray. And it is just a firing squad between these two. Persian out, last one standing, just a judge in hand with the Cosmic Divide committed into the round. Things continue to be a bit wobbly here.
Yeah.
For both teams.
I mean, they had a good plan for the they had a good plan for fighting on site against the Astra ult. So this was nice from ZETA, prepping against the defensive Astra ult for the retake. The flash through was... It wasn't great because of the one-way, but again, it's still, that was part of the plan.
I think I'm starting to piece together the ZETA game plan a little bit, in that a lot of it is contact at A, pivot towards B. In this case, it was pretty much a B send from the beginning because of the lockdown. XDL was over there a little bit to kind of get info for them. But B site seems to be where they feel like they can take advantage of NONGSHIM in their comp. There's Oda in there with ZETA guy.
Japanese caster and host Oda.
Yeah, Taiga last week, now it's Oda's turn.
It's a good time.
Japanese casters got to make their
appearances,
make their trip to the hub mecca.
I feel like both teams could use a timeout
well,
in some mad rounds here.
Timeout call. Oddly enough, in the exact same position that NONGSHIM called one on Lotus. We are basically repeating the same script. As it, we get the 4-4. Oh, nice.
Yo.
This Omen is actually chilling.
Why so get off your phone?
Is there someone in there, or is he just...
That cosplay goes hard, so... Both do. Amazing.
Well, the Omen was just not moving. It could have just, honestly, could have just been a mannequin dressed.
No, yeah, it might just be a mannequin.
Just carry that into
the
put it there and like,
insanely still.
That person's great at cosplay.
You go to the taxi driver, you just got like a body slung over your shoulder. No, it's just a mannequin, I swear.
Oh, yeah, Soul Station, please.
Okay.
Yeah, don't worry about it.
Down to another eco. This was the first round in a while where I felt like no one really messed up and we actually saw like good Valorant. Because ZETA had a great plan for the Astra ult here. Even though the flash through the one-way is a bit too much, it's still like they know they got to do something.
Like counter rotation in terms of NONGSHIM then re-clearing back towards A main, trying to re-establish control. It's been a tendency, so don't mind this play from ZETA.
Ever since the timeout as well, this is like the first time we've actually explored over towards A main with 2 people for ZETA, so I like that the coach as well is getting involved and telling them that they need to take some of this space.
That's going to bring
Dude,
Domby back
they got
over.
a great amount of rounds already. Like, I feel like anything above this is a bit of a bonus, and obviously they're against an eco here, so they should
Not
get
necessarily
5.
reading that there was 2 players in this position. Now knowing that, NONGSHIM still do look to keep just Domby here on this A site. They're not trying to reinforce it here for the moment, especially given that that alarm bot is still situated over towards Art. So 10-10 gonna go in for some reconnaissance. Spots out 1 player and honestly isn't really gonna be able to spot too much else out.
It doesn't have a gate crash, so has to just walk all the way back through. Oh my, okay.
Able to find 1. Ivy, however, swooping forward, puts this thing to good use.
15 seconds.
Opportunity to try to find some damage. Just Domby out from Halls.
10 seconds, what an absolute nightmare this
very
is.
limited. Still a bit away here is 10-10.
10-10's pretty far away.
Spikey being committed to. The plant now in. Noise being made. Spots out Sugar Zero.
Oh.
Goes for the jump.
No, the mouse bug.
Ooh, the mouse wheel.
Yeah, the mouse
Sugar
wheel
Zero
jump
will
bug.
come up with a
Something that I liked here from
Zeta
Sugar
gains the lead
Zero
5-4.
is he knows he's here,
this one,
and he goes
a
for the
little bit
plant in the
dicey.
corner. And he's making cover
again,
him
just
from
that-
here.
that push out
In
from
about 1
Francis
second, his mate's going to get to the angle to
convinces
cover him
Zeta
from
that
here. He's
A
actually
site
going to
just
get
isn't
traded if he does
clear
go for the
enough that they can
spam. This is
continue
very
forward
smart.
there.
Oh, nice shot.
They run into the strong
This is
side
very smart
of
in the
NONGSHIM.
situation with a lot going
Take
on.
some damage, but yeah, sigh of relief there from Sugar Zero.
The accidental.
Knows that
It's
Domby
just
had an opportunity.
like it's when you have up or down on your mouse wheel to jump, and then you're moving your mouse so fast,
4 rounds to be
or
played
like
out.
you're
Neither
swinging
team
your
having
mouse
the
and it
healthiest economy.
clicks the mouse
That
wheel,
wall
so
again,
you end
both
up
teams
jumping.
Putting their vice.
There's loads of mice that do
Thought
it.
for a second their vice walls right next to each other. It's just some pings from ZETA. Trip this wall. You can work the map a little bit more. Drone just gonna see Shota.
Spots out 1. Killjoy not going to be the most telling target though. Oh, Armageddon.
Yeah, they're trying to set up.
Try to flush the
if you
forward.
can hit a relay bolt here.
Yeah, the combination could be devastating. Domby at the ready.
The
Meanwhile,
Neon
the
player
attacking
needs
grid
that
come
mouse
through
or
onto the
jump,
A site.
that is
There's gonna be
true.
a gate crash in behind here as the push
Whoa.
coming out. 10-10 trying to go for the jump. Only going to be a tiny bit of damage there on the Dombies. Now the Armageddon. Red carpet gets laid out. Shota and XCL, however, able to find some kills here. Keep things even at a 3-3. Cosmic Divide committed. Margaret trying to hold the line from Art. Re-swings, gets a tiny bit more damage in, but is wary and worried about an approach from behind. Plant coming through, the spray across. XDL trying to return fire. Neither getting tagged up.
Now that Cosmic Divide's gone.
Just tapping frantically.
how's he meant to plan here?
XDL down to 1, finished off. Ivy able to find that kill. Sugar Zero now needing to fight his way through. Picks up the spike and Margaret finds the timing
Okay,
on
I kind
the
of think
swing. We are
NONGSHIM need
once
to get the
again
last
tied up
2.
at 5-5.
Because it's a great half from
Yeah, I
Zeta,
like the
really.
game
It's an
plan
attack-sided
from
map,
NONGSHIM in
but
that round,
look at the
trying to set up
comms.
that
Double
trap. I
Sentinel.
mean, ZETA does what they can
Double
to try to
Sentinel,
break
and
through
you've
it.
got like a Neon and
Sending
Solo
10-10 ahead
Yoru.
with the TP
They
does
shouldn't be good at
essentially make
getting
it so
anywhere.
you can't get stunned into
You can see Zeta have a good
the
idea,
Teo
though.
ultimate.
They want to be
But
splitting
still,
all the time. They're
trying
using
to
like
fight
a
your
lot
way
of mid.
through
But
these crossfires is so difficult.
still not enough on A main, really.
And this time, I mean, A main control established, but not really able to do much off the back of it. Even with the Cosmic Divide there, NONGSHIM's so far ahead of it. Margaret finding a great timing to step in. TP, gone.
Oh, just absolutely dismantled. Began aggressively the spray, looking for a little bit more.
It's one of those things where you think it's safe. You think you've dumped enough util that you maybe have backed NONGSHIM off. No. Domby doesn't care. He's happy to take those fights. Spot on some util, yeah.
Bit of the kit there. Alarm bot's still situated though.
I'm out of here.
It's actually just going to be stacking the alarm bots on top of each other.
It's a little alarm bot
Oh,
party.
good luck.
Yep, this is where alarm bots come from.
I mean, he locked down door earlier, but he had the better gun with the judge.
Margaret under pressure.
God, it's
Massacres
just
2.
insane at holding down door.
And Clues both eliminated. Sugar Zero. Able to find just the 1 kill for them here in the round. 2v4 with him knocked down to 33. NONGSHIM well poised to move up to 6. Guaranteeing at least parity, if not the advantage at the half.
Oh, for sure. They're just back in control again. You know, Zeta's able to throw a few curveballs at him, get a couple rounds where they've got some decent reads, but NONGSHIM just
I mean, they got the
right back to
they got tail ult, and maybe that was one of the reasons why we saw them go so heavy over towards A. They want to do the classic tail ult.
Which, again, if I'm Zeta, I'd be happy to keep.
Or you can do it all this way with this.
B. I mean, those are the rounds where you've been finding your success.
So you might see the exact same round play out, to be honest.
Won the round.
Last round in the half.
Few and far in between.
Yeah,
for sure. As we go into last round of the half. NONGSHIM now with the advantage, and they have still some very critical ultimates online. Margaret.
There's a good chance that's a try force over towards A main again here.
Get that lockdown at the ready.
Oh, Clues has a Guardian, so the economy a little banged up. Operator for Domby.
I've not bad, no. I think Zeta done really good.
Steel Garden. You have an Armageddon for Clues.
Might have to. Okay.
Whoa.
Just gonna be an aggro lockdown
Dude,
off the rip.
NONGSHIM thought exactly what I thought, by the way. That they're going to go super aggro over towards A main and try to use this all back aside.
Finds Domby. Gets out.
Great read.
In the end, this little set play coming through. It's biting them in the rear.
All
Now that the
back
lockdown's
O's?
committed, they can use the Armageddon as freely as they want. They're going to be sending it
Force
here
them out
over
into the
towards this B
site.
side.
Oh
Clear
my.
out. No, Persia just
Big great trade through the smoke, though.
forward.
Double forms mean they can't get over towards site. Visal for sure means they're far back here. And get a little reset.
Some space. Keep things opened up here for the side of NONGSHIM. At a player disadvantage, but they have information. 2 stacked up here on B.
The point of the Killjoy ult, they wanted to get A control. NONGSHIM were really confident that they wanted to do the tail ult that I was speaking of, I'm pretty sure, so they wanted to make sure they couldn't get A main control and set up the op here.
Ton of util. Oh, no.
Was it an
Wall,
op?
the turret.
I think it was an op.
Margaret. Yep.
Margaret is here.
Dude, this guy just locks down door. Oh my goodness, he gets at least 2 every single time they go door.
Can no longer afford the jump. Wall will fall, and
Oh my
Margaret collects the
goodness,
ball.
bro. Nice little jump peek to get info as
Jumping out
well.
his 20 seconds to kill
Gotta get that
everyone.
spike somehow.
To get the spike.
Oops.
There's an op on a deep line. The
Dude,
swing in the
Margaret's
corner in this
insane
round.
at door, though. That's
Very
nuts.
much gotten away from Zeta's hands.
Well, look. If you want to have some kind of
I know exactly what you're going to say.
double sentinels.
Yep. Double sentinel moving in the defending side.
Yeah, I mean,
Sentinel, but
they got
then
5
you could say the
rounds.
same thing for NONGSHIM, so they have a neon, which I think it depends on how it's used, but generally I trust in Donby to be pretty effective on this side of the map.
I think we know how it's going to be used.
Yeah.
Just send them at them. But 7-5. All in all, like you said, could have been a lot worse here for the side of Zeta Division, but also could have been a lot better.
Yes.
A couple of these rounds, especially that last one, just narrowly getting away from them, slipping through their grasp.
I mean, I think, like, if you want to create that AR pressure early and set that conditioning, then there needs to be other ideas, more adaptability, adaptability behind it, right? Like, you need to be able to go and then recontest A main. Like, you have the pivots to be sure, but you need to have a little bit more of a game plan behind some of those ideas. I kind of get what they were trying to do, but sometimes they were just like,
it's not a mannequin, or it's a really good puppet.
Yeah.
Face is a little off kilter.
Yeah.
Oh,
Omen's feeling a bit down. I like it though.
That is really sick.
I wonder how comfortable it is, and what are they seeing?
How can
they
he
actually see out of
like
it?
just the big light in his
with
face?
the LED kind of shining through it?
Yeah, that's cool though.
I'm not sure. But here we go. Diving into the second half, Zeta pivot across now to the defending side.
Did that Omen cosplayer just permanently flash himself like with that in his face? I don't know. Anyway.
A little bit of an aggro push towards B main.
Okay, A main control for B main control.
In the meantime, 3 from NONGSHIM, knocking at the gates of this A site.
Well, if that was what NONGSHIM was going to do, but NONGSHIM's been very tricky on their attacker side. They'll very much convince you they're doing one thing, they're actually doing another.
Margaret making some contact here. Shota swinging through, and they are able to go ahead and overwhelm. Damage not going to be suffered either as the spike sent over towards Sugar Zero. It's just jiggling on the angle, spots them out, backpedals immediately, calls for reinforcements.
Oh, goodness.
No reason to challenge that.
Late flank, and XTL wins it out. Ivy going to be struck down.
As long as they kind of stick together, they're all good. Danby's an absolute madman, but he needs to try to get a kill, so I get it.
Persia has to basically take out both of these in a high-low stack.
Last player standing.
And then turn back
Ooh,
on the
nice
rest. But
clean
no,
pistol.
flawless fashion.
They're
Zeta
looking
Division
alright.
will tie things up
They're
2-2
looking
as
real
far as
good,
the
to be
pistols
honest.
are concerned. Question is, can they close out the anti-eco? Is that's what bit them in the rear back at the start of Lotus.
Well, this looked really nice. I mean, you're winning some individual battles all over the place, something that you've kind of had a tough time doing. Sugar Zero there, just making the right play, seeing Donby and not messing around with it at all. Not taking a shot, just leaving and waiting for the reinforcements. Because you know where Donby is, there's other players not too far behind. And XDL winning a huge battle against his vice counterpart,
map
Ivy.
too? Maybe a map 3 for everyone.
Clean stuff. So, real hope for Zeta. Just gotta have a solid anti-eco.
What's the third map for that
very
game?
nice coming into this half. Looks like NONGSHIM just gonna, again, take A main control. Couple players stacked right up on top of each other here. High-low for Zeta, yeah.
Yeah, when they scout that out, quickly look to back away.
And you'd love to have them come through mid doors. There's KJ and Vice Util along with their agent counterparts sitting there together. Astra Star 2.
Well, at least they can get get double orbs.
Just be Margaret with a
Make
sheriff.
sure Francis can get his ult early.
There's 2 sheriff spot.
This is nice. Get a little bit silent.
NONGSHIM.
Insta drone, clear the question mark that was created early. Drawing back. We've got an orb here, so Francis gets an extra step closer to his ult. Maybe even. You have to get a plant. We'll see. Danby's going to do a lot. Does have his wall.
Popped there. As Thorn's going to be lobbed in, sent immediately.
Yeah, it's all about the wall and Danby trying to make some space.
Here. Now things going to be a little bit more frazzled here for them. Shots from the Outlaw going to be whipping, but XDL certainly is not. Guns down 2. And Margaret, going to be noted here, I mean, needs to die in some fashion or another. And for Zeta Division, they should just leave him. Say, yeah, no death bonus for you.
Yes. Don't make that mistake again where the spike is on the ground and you can just hold.
10 seconds remaining, and there's a swing out. 10-10
Very,
says,
very
I
nice.
want that ult orb. I want a little bit of extra money.
No wall? Yeah, I mean, I thought, did Danby not throw his wall?
Zeta Division this time, not dropping
Maybe
the anti-eco round. They tie us up at 7-7 as we go into the bonus.
No, yeah, he didn't. He just absolutely sent it.
Just a flood through. I mean, Donby, so annoying with a talented sniper player like 10-10.
He didn't buy the wall. No, I was talking about
Let's see
I was
if they
talking
can
about this
make the
wall.
bonus happen.
Like I thought
They
he had
do. I think
to
the roof's
do
gonna
some
fly off
kind
the hub
of
there.
neon wall.
For everybody who doesn't know, the hub is the name of the pub.
It is. It rhymes too.
Yep.
Okay, NONGSHIM. We got the
Francis does
ult.
have an
It's the
ultimate
classic.
to use. Again, though,
The absolute
because you have
classic.
to
Every
buy
team
those
does
full
this at
armors
the moment,
as much
though.
as you can.
So, looks like Zeta were okay
Go down
to
to a
leave
couple
site.
Guardians. Half armors for Ivy and Margaret, though. They're
Oh,
gonna try to keep
hold on.
themselves hidden from the Outlaw. 10-10 in mid, though. Might have the read. Oh!
Nice shot.
Margaret with a shot.
And they got a
Puts
bit
him
of
down.
a punish for if they want to re-clear over towards
Solid
A as well.
advantage here to start. And Shilta just cycling these nanos here. Would love to inch forward to try to find that weapon, but it's just not going to be able to do so. Far too risky. Decides to stay tucked back. Shifts away as the Nebula ends up falling. Triple push now. Heading down towards Sugar Zero. Francis. Armageddon's going to be sent. That clears out all. Sugar Zero just staying in position here for the moment. The relay bolt connecting. It's the headshot, but cannot finish the job. Donby stays
It's a
alive.
great stun, though.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, that stun saved Donby's life. This is Tough retake, though. A couple Bulldogs and a Sheriff. And NONGSHIM knows they've got the long-range weapon advantage, so back up into long B.
Widely from here, it's going to be about trying to deal some damage.
That's an incredible move from him.
So they can go absolutely crazy, but Dambi, yeah, forward into the smoke, able to find one. Looks for that transfer to get the
Nearly
fourth.
got another.
Will not be able to do so. So far, just a lone casualty. It's Clues trying to see what he can find, but it's just going to be a flash to the face.
Okay, convincing round though from
They put him down
NONGSHIM.
out of his
Was this a
misery.
bonus
NONGSHIM
though from
reestablish
ZETA?
the
It's not
lead,
too bothered.
deny a bonus
10-10 has
conversion
enough money for his
while
op,
holding on to 4
so
weapons.
he might be getting op out.
Okay, this is where it starts getting very real. Tournament life on the line for Zeta Division in the second half. I think I saw an operator in 10-10's hands. But man, I love the way that NONGSHIM just is so aggressive to take space against you, whether it be on A main or post plant. They will keep the pressure. They will keep you guessing. Make it really difficult to react.
Op in play now here for 10-10, solo anchoring over at B.
So every single time they A default and then put the wall here for the reclaim. And so far, it's 2 times that they've had
They're always doing the same thing over and
Vice
over at the beginning
ready
of every round.
to punish them reclearing.
Try a different direction.
They're about to push into the operator.
It's nice from NONGSHIM though. They're like controlling the map well.
See how 10-10 fares now.
It looks like they know that in double sentinel they're gonna not wanna fight for much of this map control, so they're just taking everywhere for free within the first 40 seconds.
Set up as he's gonna go a bit more aggressive here. Up on top of the screen, and
Great,
he's rewarded for
dude.
it. Dambi
And in terms
down.
of people that you take down as well, that's unbelievable.
To knock Dambi out of the round really slows down this NONGSHIM squad. We're going to try a different direction. 40 seconds on the clock to work with.
It's still kind of nice for NONGSHIM. They could, I know how I always say that people won't do this, but they definitely could 4-pass and hit from ARP because they know 100% that they haven't recleared over towards A. Well, like 99% probably. Someone could have got close and had it and not triggered it, but...
Triple approach through Art. Persia working his way over towards main. Sugar Zero. Tucked here at dugout. And he's just going to get spammed
Got the
down.
plant down. We got someone over towards A main.
Just
keep an eye on Francis when you get his salvos back. Pretty sure just using to get over towards side itself. 25 seconds. We got Astra Star on the spike for Astra Star.
Push forward. Clue's going to be struck down. The turn to the side though. Shota XDL able to find one apiece.
That's a massive kill.
Breaks through over at Art.
No tap of the spike yet, right? Okay, they did. Sorry, 1 tap.
2v3. Steadies the aim. Shota dead.
Did the stream without them? It's devastating.
With the
nice shots from 10-10.
Dude,
we're going to Choba stream. What's going on?
Zeta. They tie it up.
Stream
at
is struggling today.
Great
try
reactions
Twitch
from 10-10 at the end of
Twitch
this.
Maybe?
Just playing off of those kills, trading them immediately.
They critically hold on to the operator and get the round win, but
yeah,
money is
Still
still
in
in
suspense,
a rough
yeah.
position here for Zeta. Let's see what the buy looks like as we get ready to go forward into the next round. Pressure very much starting to ramp up here against these players.
Ooh. No doubt. And some good decisions being made on both sides of the board. It's actually going to be an outlaw.
Look at this round.
For Persia.
It's only 1 player though. It is 10-10.
I know. I was just going to say, is he just going to challenge
1,
10-10
2,
knowing
3.
that he could only get half?
1, 2, 3. Can't buy next.
Oh. Judge in hand, beats Bucky. Dambi struck down.
Yeah, this has
There's
become the next
Nano
pause.
Time to go ahead and get the
People
reload
are
on the
starting
Judge.
to realize. So good over towards door.
Solid early kill with Dambi dead. Makes for a bit more of a brutal round for NONGSHIM to try to play out.
Makes it so much easier to react to Zeta.
10-10. Looking alive and well here with that op.
It's so
like,
it's so
"Come on,
nice to
do
judge
it.
against
Swing out
this
that
comp
door."
as well.
But
Like you don't have to
Taking
turn
the bait
against
is so tough.
anything. You got a Vice Flash, and the Vice
Until the
Flash
spike
can't
is planted.
really get you here unless
Probably
they're
leave
putting
that
it in
spot.
front of you, in which
Still-
case you're just gonna shoot it.
Forward.
Like
TP.
every nice fast shot. It was fast.
So damn snappy with it.
Yeah, the dude, he just never has to
Francis
turn away
Margaret,
from anybody
it's
util.
just the save.
Like it's so nice.
30 seconds to wait out as Zeta are flawlessly going to get themselves into the lead.
I mean, 10-10, these last couple of rounds with the operator has been a difference maker. Has hit some crazy good shots. Great decision here. I think this is something you need to be learning from and bringing into the rest of this match, is to have some kind of answer for Donby, not just against the Ecos, but in general, and a judge is a great way to do it. It's been a real pain point, obviously, on Lotus, was him to be able to just break your ankles, and you're not able to track him with your sprays, and you don't have a ton of utility to slow him down, so it's a good way to do that. Shotguns.
Crisp shots here. 1 round lead here, but a timeout call. NONGSHIM feeling the pressure, wanting to get this done in 2-0 fashion.
That's it. I mean, 10-10's looking really good, man.
Planning and prepping for the playoffs.
Oh, for sure.
Not wanting to go to that third and final map.
Well, and you got to keep in mind, like, how are you going to make sure that Donby's alive for the later stage of these rounds? Like, he's been getting picked off early. You know, I think just a little bit of a kind of lapse in identification, because you'll see players jump up on that screen spot all the time and go for the snipe, and nobody was really seemingly ready. I mean, to be fair, 10-10 was very fast.
This is so hard for NONGSHIM with this team.
It was a
like with this comp.
Very nice play that he made in that position, and he's been really quick with those scopes. Even bested Persia there when Persia had an outlaw and was already watching that angle. Some NONGSHIM fans.
Wow.
Want to see them win.
See if they're going to be able to make that happen. Final timeout here of Pearl called. ZETA in the lead. A buy put together here for NONGSHIM, but
back up.
money is not
back up Judge for the
spot.
hero
Get this one across the
Neonal.
line.
And are they going to just try force through door again?
A Judge and an overdrive. One away from a Steel Garden is
Looks
NONGSHIM,
like
as
it.
well as a Cosmic Divide.
Yeah, this time they actually see that it's clear though.
Clues. Armageddon nearly there.
They know there's no Judge here.
Just maybe hang on to the Judge. I mean, to be fair, NONGSHIM had plans for it. You can see this.
Little scale forward and take some space, but the Dimensional Drift is just going to be coming through. Donby tagged up and Ivy dead. Shota will go ahead, find him here in mid. Stun coming through, 10-10. Out of the Dimensional Drift, peeks in. Margaret gets dropped. Sugar Zero finding Persia.
Yeah, dude, it's looking real nice though. This ult is good.
But it's damn clean
10-10 got
overall.
so much
ZETA
information
now
there.
Up 10-8. Shrugging off
They
that
look nice on
timeout
this
call.
map.
Breaking down the economy from NONGSHIM.
Sheep's got Twitch with the tier 1. Thank you so much for the 38 months. Thank you, thank you.
Drift, you know, as soon as players start walking through
Long
mid
time,
doors,
dude.
they're
Thank
like, yes, we will send 10-10 through, and he will figure out exactly what's going on. Throws the clone out, shoots in between its legs to take down Margaret. I love that. But just, it's a collapse from that information, from that ult. An advantage you're going to have to.
EDG is playing my comp on Ascent.
One more time.
Yeah, I know.
Who
Last
knows?
time it
ZETA
was an
might just be able to
absolute
shut it out
disaster
before 10-10
class.
even gets to another one. He's got 2 orbs again, though. Looking to creep his way forward for a third, but he got the 2 Sentinels watching this.
Jump peek out. Ivy dead. Margaret able to find one there. The hero rifle, but that quickly gets taken out of their control as well. As Donby locked in position, the Thorns get popped. Tiny amount of damage taken. Once again, on the prowl. Chasing forward as SARS plays
Last
here
time they
on the B
decided
site.
to leave site, and I guess it's because they have the tail, so they
Committed
can
here.
just
The
clear
3v4.
everything.
Donby needing to deliver, pushes forward, is immediately met
Well,
with death.
Trying to force it a little bit in the 4v3. Does do that a good amount when they need to get a kill.
Armageddon
I feel
available,
like if
but
you just
surely
hold, you know he's going to do it. All
not
goes
gonna be
to
the
back
round
his side, they're not messing around. All goes back his side. Salvos.
That's closes. And I think you can understand it a little bit more.
Yeah.
We'll see, though. If they can make this close, might just be willing to pull the trigger on it.
I was kind of hoping it was.
The hold to half. Shota gives his life, and now
He's putting
Armageddon
all
does
into
get
it.
committed here. They have to rotate out. XTL does not
Imagine.
escape. Diffuse, however, being held. They are not aiming at Sugar Zero.
Okay, Zeta did good
So
to
they'll
get
go
half on this
ahead,
really
get
early
the
on, though. I think it was
defuse, it'll
Shota. He
get
deserves a
close,
little bit
the
of a
ult
shout
will be
out here.
lost. The rounds will be,
Because that
the
could
ult
have
will
got
be committed,
really
but
rough if
ZETA
that smoke goes
now
down. They got
move
no
up
more smoke to
by 3.
block vision.
It's just scrappy. The op was not recovered there for ZETA, so they have to invest in it, but only need a couple more rounds. You got to feel like you can get this done. XDL, oh, there you go. Finally, able to find one of those shutdowns of Dombi's slides. Just in a good position to do it. And that was very, very dangerous for ZETA.
Cool, calm, and collected from Sugar Zero.
Been there, done that.
5 rifles in once again. Margaret, one away from having the lockdown. Shota, same story. As it's going to be the Steel Garden to start things off. XCL able to go ahead, rotates out. Spike now getting ready to be planted.
This is one of the better rounds for NONGSHIM. Over towards side, they got Astra ult for their Astra ult when they want to do it, so I need to see Astra play super safe on attack here.
Some tools for retake for ZETA, but you got to clear mid. You
yeah, Astra ult for Astra ult. They pretty much did it at the exact same time.
Steel Garden as well. Ascent is Dombi. Will try to stay alive. Ivy, however, on the flank, going to be taken down. The slide forward, finds one, but Clues is there to capitalize. Player advantage now going to be found here.
Didn't buy shorties.
The salvos just keeping them off the spike for now.
Margaret.
They have no information whatsoever. Margaret, like you say, is on the backstab. The Cosmic Divide now getting ready to fall down. 10-10 finding one. Margaret striking, finds another Persia. Able to find Shota. The lob in.
Sugar Zero got off
pushes the Nebula, finds the shot. The defuse is just going to be stuck to. Margaret, he cannot.
Oh my goodness.
What is that drop shot?
Holy, what the hell is this game? Okay, nicely done from ZETA though. They did good on this one.
Save the round.
Astra ult locks them in. Vice ult combo. A little bit worried for NONGSHIM there. I don't know why they're not buying shorties. They should know about this.
Oh my goodness. This is madness.
I'm going to look across the way and see if Chobra still has hair.
I hope not.
He does.
Dang. Well, ZETA though, I mean, who would have thought here on Pearl that they'd be doing this? I mean, still need one more round. You can never count out this NONGSHIM team. Dombi ahead of the salvos. Seemingly ZETA somewhat aware, still had enough for an op, but Dombi's gonna have the op carried over from Margaret, I believe, from the previous round. So they're gonna try to see if they can create some space of their own. Meanwhile, 10-10 is over in Art. He's got XDL with him.
Contact, shot, flash peek, art trap play. And
the dimensional drift
you can see they're just giving up A. There's like giving up 2 spots. We got info on one and then obviously info here to far back.
Just wait out the smokes a bit. Has NONGSHIM. No. Nobody playing off that util.
Smokes going over towards heaven.
Decided to.
Oh, they got a free side again. I mean, this retake's a lot harder. Got Killjoy in the right pose though for the Killjoy.
Oh, Clues dead. That's the spike interrupted.
No
Salvos now ready to be sent. It should at least get some damage.
That's
no
the
forces them back
Killjoy.
once again. Dombi, however, able to find one shot that's going to be taken down. So now the lockdown cannot come into play for the side of ZETA Division, and Margaret will immediately invest theirs. Look to create some space. Now they can push forward.
That was their whole retake plan. Backup plan. Pushing over towards door now, trying to make sure they get some kind of flank going.
That's going to be the potential difference maker here.
Swaps the weapons over. Looks like he's going to go for it.
Setting
Mask
up for the
comes
lurk.
on. XCL here around the back. Being watched. They're prepped for this. The push forward. Kills cannot be found. It's tiny a bit of damage going to be done here. 10-10. He's just jumping out right in front of him. Finds one. Eventually will get taken down. Ivy finds the second.
Yeah, I mean this is just a small mistake from Shota. They're really just peeking over towards site when he's the win condition of them being able to after plant. Well, retake B.
Into pole position to try to intercept.
He's not going to expect it.
No, not at all.
Hopefully it's not a costly mistake for them because they do have to eco this.
Stabilize. They fight back.
So could be a costly mistake. We'll see.
They get up to 9. They need 3 more.
Yeah, that's a brutal one to lose. Not much money behind that buy. Did him in an early swing out from Shota. And then because XDL's not able to stay alive on the backside, because that's right by NONGSHIM.
I mean, they probably should be saving the ults to use them more than one go.
in a really awkward spot in his dimensional drift where he
that's
doesn't
probably
have
what
any
this
ability
timeout's
to get out.
about here.
He's running
I
out
think
of
this will
juice
just be like a
in
little
that
bit of
ultimate. So he has to just try to go for the pillar play.
We gotta make sure that if we have the win condition ult, we're staying alive.
And a timeout
and
from ZETA Division.
Maybe with the Euro ults as well here, or any other ults that are coming close, they're going to make sure they're not wasting them, but it's just like down on a round which they have the advantage in to secure it.
I think the one fortunate thing for ZETA Division at the moment is that with Shota's death, that lockdown is still held. They have that to try to close things out here. Because pretty much everything else has been committed by the remaining parties. You mentioned it. That third and final map split between these teams for a spot in the playoffs, as the sign says.
We're going to watch
And we
EDG
all
map
know
3.
that there is
I
only
mean, we're probably
bangers
not
on
going to get that because
split.
it's looking like
Correct.
ZETA will take us third
The
map.
ZETA
Dude,
Japanese
EDG will
classic
probably
map.
lose Ascent, man. They play
To
that
see
comp so
whether or
badly.
not they can make it into
They'll have to
the
win
playoffs
like
here of
double
stage
pistol
1
bonuses.
and have a chance of going on a run to try to get over to Masters Toronto. A couple sheriffs and classics is all that ZETA have to throw together.
Just try to weather the storm for this round. Do some damage, maybe snag that up for yourselves, who knows, but could be a little bit tricky. A lot of players stacked up right along this B wall. Whoop.
Salvers on the head. Sugar Zero has actually made a little bit of a... I was going to say play, I don't know really what to call that. Made the decision to go forward instead of back. Speaking of going forward, they go the rest of the team.
Repeat though, Persia now up in hand.
Nice shot from Persia. Jesus.
2 kills found. Star set up behind. But quick little exit there from 10-10. Gets out towards safety for the moment. Margaret pushes forward.
Okay, well, this one's easy.
A forward spotting.
Do they save the ults is the question mark.
Looking like a damn near
Like,
flawless round overall
wait,
for
dude, they're really far away from
within
ults.
touching distance to get 2 rounds
Like
away
next
from
round, they'll
sending
probably
this
go
map into
aggro A
overtime.
and get this one. I would guess.
Just one player to deal with. ZETA wants to die to the spike, already has his ult, so no reason to go anywhere else. And everybody from NONGSHIM fanned out to try to look for him, except for the one spot he's in. Ivy thinking about it. Let's see. Yep, here goes Francis.
Oh, don't want to give him that kill.
Oh.
He looked behind him.
Oh,
How did he get it? But
How
he
did
turned
he
back.
read it?
You see him on the mini map or something.
maybe.
Dude, if this map ended and we went to a third with a ninja defuse,
Yeah, it would have
I was
been
gonna lose my damn
insane.
mind.
It would have been insane.
that would have been insane. But overall, I like the game plan here from the side of ZETA, but the op gets picked up in Persia just a little bit too clean with the shots.
Requiem Veil, thanks so much for
It's
the
going to be
tier
a little
1.
bit difficult now. The op play
Year of
that was
hating on
really
Mini.
setting the tempo,
Honestly,
setting the
that's a great thing
stage
to
for this
celebrate.
defender side
Thanks
for
so much,
ZETA.
mate.
Not going to be in their hands, I don't think. Oh, they're gonna be able to get one up.
Oh,
Okay,
they get
yeah,
their
just
own
enough.
op out, okay.
Scrape one together.
Yeah, he has
Oh,
no
maybe, but
flashes though.
They had saved.
That's
They had that one player who had 1850, I think it
used.
was a couple rounds ago. So 10-10. Going to be sliding over. Dombi clear on the other side of the map. Things slowing down. Pressure on both of these teams immense.
Persia forward into the smoke. The op not in a position to try to find the punish. Will jump up over the top and does
Dude,
manage
he's
to cut
fast
him
with it
in two.
though.
As Armageddon sent over towards Secret. Sugar Zero out in front of it, just tucked here within the smoke. The relay
Sugar
bolt going to
Zero,
be
it's a
connecting
big
as he
play
moves up
from
into the
you.
smoke. Sugar Zero is instantaneous with a headshot. Francis similarly dives forward. Shorty in hand. Cuts him down, brings him
They
down into a
finally use the
3v3,
Killjoy
but
ult.
Ivy tagged up. The lockdown still available. The flick from 10-10 whipped.
Here we go.
Lockdown now in play. NONGSHIM having to respect this. They backpedal. Margaret sticking
Good
around for
nicely
a
done
little bit
from
longer to
Margaret.
just lob in some of
Gonna
this
get a lot
util.
of space from that. Does Shota manage to shoot the other one? Yes, he does. So only one molly
Arrows
now.
popped.
Salvos go in and they
Salvos
go in further
sent.
around the world.
ZETA needed to
Ooh.
fight forward, fight their way out in towards main. But they're
Man, if
big,
they
saved
did not
up
win
and
these
shut
duels,
down.
that could have been crazy scary. Dude, 4 chances
NONGSHIM
down to 1 last
persevere.
chance is getting close.
They get the
And starting to
lockdown
look at
out.
Zeta's
They
money.
win the
Everyone's sitting
round.
around 3K,
And they are one
3-1.
away from sending this now into overtime.
Just kind of an odd position there for XDL.
They had a lot of delay on the
that
spike there.
Persia's
One
able to
molly,
punish.
second molly got shot in
Even though he gets traded.
Enemy
That Vice util gone. Definitely annoying and just so ready for that push out. Able to just lock that round down. So good is NONGSHIM about creating those crossfires.
Buy is wobbly here.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Oh,
Two
the buy's
Bulldogs,
not great
blast
at all.
cannon for 10-10, just a Vandal in hand. And then a
They
Spectre for clues.
have been leaving B on
The only
retake
ult that
when they have the
to speak of.
tail.
Sugar Zero one away from having a Cosmic to buy. But
I'm
unless you get
surprised
built use
Zeta
it in this round,
didn't want
it's
to
not
try
gonna
go
matter.
aggro A and get this orb
We'll be
really
going
for
into
the
overtime.
Astral.
Or be victorious.
Oh, 10-10. That's a clone. Okay.
Yeah, it's just a clone.
I was like, oh my god, what are you doing?
Kind of tried to go for a little bit of the
thought it was
fake out
him.
on
That's funny.
that B push, and Margaret.
Dude, Margaret's having an
Pick them
absolute map
Gross
though.
setup for XDL.
Done
Somebody
25
does go
to
through the
25
doors.
to 12.
With that star there
Okay, a
as
little
well.
bit of pressure at the
Push
beginning
getting
gets
ready to come through
cleared by the drones,
this
so
A
question
site.
mark cleared. They can
Just
heavier
the looking for
rotate over
Margaret,
towards
looking
A.
for the backstab.
And honestly, the Yoru probably takes the TP, right?
Tejo
Jump clear.
rolled away. Blue's not going to be in position.
Yeah,
Try to
Yoru
interrupt this
takes
one.
the TP. Got 3 people on
He
A
managed to
right
push
now.
forward ahead of the
Dude, where's the
Cosmic
spike going? We're faking?
Just gonna try to bait out what they possibly can.
Oh,
And Margaret.
what the?
Looks like it took him a second, but he finally realizes and sends it.
Dude, he's dead.
Absolutely
He's so dead.
destroyed. Now the
He's
sprint
so
forward
dead.
He's gonna be flushed into the open. and he
No
wins the
way,
fight.
got an extra one.
Still gets taken down by the open. It might not matter. The 2 kills puts NONGSHIM in with the lead. Ivy low on HP, but 10-10.
20 seconds.
Gets out,
10
finds
gets
Persia,
an
Tommy, the slide
insanely
forward,
important
dead.
kill. Dude, 10-10.
This man has got
10-10's
a
done it all.
cannon, and he's still winning the fight.
Oh my goodness.
Sugar Zero dead through the wall.
It surely can't happen. 10-10 is
10-10.
killing him, right? Oh my god.
Tries to play around with him a little bit. Shota playing on the timing. Peaks.
Holy,
finds it.
that was a nuts ending in
and
the end.
ZETA get over the line.
Okay,
13
hold
to
on, let's
11.
see.
We are
That was
going
sick.
to map 3.
That was
The
intense.
fates of these 2 teams
Okay, we get to
still
see
up
split.
in the air. The only thing that we know for certain is that there is only bangers on split.
I just am in shock. I mean, going to Pearl, going to the map that has been NONGSHIM territory for quite a while.
Watch EDG,
and
dude, I
somehow,
can't watch.
some way,
I can't watch them
ZETA
play that comp, man. I just
swaps
get
over to their
angry.
defender side and puts together a masterclass, and finally
Like, I'll give you a spoiler. They're
is
gonna lose.
able to get a win against this NONGSHIM squad. That was absolute madness. And it started, it looked like maybe it was just going to be NONGSHIM. A couple of flawlesses to start, an ace from Margaret with a judge.
What's the comp? They play.
Shaking right
They
off.
play
Some
an
big
insanely
moments.
good comp on
Sugar Hero
Ascent,
stepping
and I
up
have
at
no
times.
idea how to
Clues
use
with
it.
this
It
massive,
kills me.
massive clutch, this 1v3. And then 10-10 gets the op scooped up on the
you never
defender
know, maybe
side.
they sorted
puts
their
up
stuff
some
out.
serious numbers.
Well, we are going to be going
Okay,
late
I'll be back
into
in a
the
little bit.
evening here in
I will
Seoul,
be back in a
South
little bit.
Korea.
The Talon crash
well as
out,
over
yeah.
there
Dude, it's
in Tokyo,
literally
at the ZETA
like
Watchparty.
the same level of
Gonna
the
be
Talon
burnt at
player.
midnight oil perhaps, but
Nuts.
what a rally back. What
it's
a
like
map
impressive
of
how they
action
play
between
it.
these 2 squads. Split
Just
is
in
going
the-
to be coming
in the
up
wrong way.
next. The
Okay,
winner
back in a little bit.
into the playoffs. The loser, we'll see you in stage 2.
Dude,
We'll
this
see
is a
what
banger
happens,
map,
but
though.
for now, we will pass it back over to the analysts as per usual to break down everything from Pearl.
To pick this map against NONGSHIM, we asked if ZETA were going to be prepared, if they knew what they were doing. We asked why on earth would you do this, and ZETA gave this very answer. It wasn't perfect, but they had a game plan in place. And I have to say, I'm very impressed. Even up until that last minute, those were some very, very, very tense rounds.
Yeah, they showed us why they let this through. They clearly had a plan coming into this, and I thought they looked much better here than they did on their Lotus. Much more composed, much more in control of the gameplay. I'm not sure about you, Pilski, but I'm very impressed by this ZETA squad, especially as we take it forward to split.
Yeah, you had NONGSHIM start out on the defensive side. I mean, this is kind of an attacker's map for me, but when you play this mirror of these slower comps, it really does feel like it's a bit of a slog to get some of those attacking rounds. You need a very kind of clear objective, and we are going to dive into a little bit more detail of how ZETA was actually able to achieve that, but I think they got just enough out of their attacking side, and then when they moved over onto the defense, they had a clear kind of game plan as well. For NONGSHIM, man, Margaret's been on fire this series. I haven't seen him be able to have this kind of impact on the lurk since Ascension. He is kind of one of the underperforming members of NONGSHIM for the majority of their time in Pacific. I don't think he's really had that same kind of magic or come away with the good lurk timings that you're used to seeing from him. So it's great to see him have a much better game today. He had a lot of impact. He was winning every aim duel. He was doing exactly what you needed him to do on the attacking side. He was hitting the lurk timings, but also he's playing the post player very well. He's getting a lot of value out of the KJ mollies.
Yeah, he really understands this agent so well on this map. I think it's easy easy to see why this map has been historically so good for NONGSHIM. I don't think NONGSHIM were pushed over. You know, I don't think they did really much wrong. I think the credit more falls on ZETA for being able to pick it apart so well. But yeah, Margaret, a real standout there on the NONGSHIM roster. And of course, 10-10 on the other side, really doing his stuff.
Yeah, 100% agree with that. How focused they were on, you know, they knew what they needed to do in order to win, and they knew when they could actually pull that out. And it definitely shows how ZETA kept their cool, even though, you know, NONGSHIM, they really did have that lead. They can be very scary, they can be very intimidating, but ZETA knew, you know what, just get to defense. Just cross that road.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see how they played their attack here as we take a look through some of the replays and the highlights of this game. I mean, they had kind of two approaches. One was a very vanilla approach. This is what you saw in the ultless kind of rounds where it's a bit more tickle art. You're breaking a lot of the KJ utility. You're playing very lurk heavy. They're able to isolate Margaret inside of the link there. And then they just wait for mistakes on the attacking side. But then once you get the ults going, this is a big difference between the Yoru and the Neon. And this might actually come into play on Split as well, where you have that duelist difference between these two teams. Once you get the ults rolling on attack, you can start mixing in some of these more set plays towards B. You can throw in the Dimensional Drift, you can throw in the KJ ult, and if you're able to get into some of these B-side afterplants, you're able to win a lot of rounds, and you saw that be a very effective approach from ZETA. So whether it's dry contact through the middle of the map, breaking the KJ util, and waiting for mistakes out from the defense and trying to bait some reactions and get some picks that way, or it's kind of these set play rounds with the ults, which is a big strength of these Pearl comps you're seeing from these teams. You got KJL, you got the Dimensional Drift, even the Cosmic can give you a set play kind of ult round, even the Steel Garden as well can be fantastic in some of those afterplants. So those ults are absolutely crucial to win some of those rounds on attack and win some big swing rounds as well.
Yeah, strong set plays open up the B side of this map entirely, and we saw ZETA really be able to abuse that. Then we get across to their defender side. We also have some more replays to be able to show you where we know we spoke about the game plan of them coming into this, and when they get across to this second half, the goal is clear. Get 10-10 on these scoped weapons. Get him on this operator. This was a massive part of their game plan, and 10-10 came alive on this second half. We also saw them mix up the way they were playing mid so many times. Sometimes there's Killjoy there, sometimes there's Vice there, sometimes, like we just saw, 10-10 is fighting there with the op. So lots of great ideas. I feel like they really understood NONGSHIM this game. They got 10-10 active, and he played a great map.
I don't know if you could have done this with Depp. By the way, like, I haven't seen Depp on the op very much. They have one of the lowest op utilizations of any team, ZETA, and I think it was absolutely key for them to win their defense with the op. The Yoru absolutely needs to be a disruptive force, and against this very, very slow style on Pearl, like some teams will run it down with the double duelist. We've been seeing that be a very popular approach to a lot of maps, but particularly on Pearl to kind of pick up the pace. But against this NONGSHIM style, if you are not opping, you're borderline throwing. Like, it is so powerful with how slow they play and how much dry contact they have to take with this flashless comp.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, we see 10-10 all the time. He's jumping up onto the box on long B. He's just taking that shot. You know, once you're able to dominate that side of the map, you're funneling these attackers. It's something they really had down. So massive respect to the ZETA Division team to go, you know what, we'll let you guys have Pearl, but this is what we have prepared, and it worked to a T.
It's a great game plan.
I'm very, very impressed with what they had. I mean, like, you know, as we mentioned earlier, NONGSHIM, they already have real estate on Lotus, and they're looking at Pearl next. You know, they'll probably have land there too. And now I'm worried for ZETA Division. As we head into Split, I'm worried that they probably exhausted everything that they had.
I got a hard disagree with you then, Mika. I'm feeling better than ever coming into Split.
Yeah.
This is a ZETA Division team that beat Talon and T1 on Split.
Yeah.
Two very, very strong teams. This is a good map 3 for ZETA.
By the way, Talon and T1 are the only teams NONGSHIM have lost to on this map, I'm pretty sure. So, I mean, I don't know if you'd necessarily be reading into it that hard, but I think particularly starting defense here for ZETA, they're feeling very good about how this game is going. This is a map that they've been playing the Yoru on as well, so I think 10-10 is going to be well and truly comfortable to just slot straight into that role.
Yeah, and so NONGSHIM have been using the deadlock as well on this map, but having the Yoru on the side of ZETA will be able to counter that a little bit better than we saw in map 1. It was a real struggle for them map 1, but they will have more answers now. But we saw how effective Ivy is on that deadlock. We know that this style can be really, really good for ZETA Division. Sorry, for NONGSHIM. And as the casters mentioned, it's only bangers on Split, so we got a lot to look forward to.
That's the stylistic difference between these two teams. If they run the same comp, it's, again, like we just saw on Pearl, Neon versus Yoru, but also deadlock on one side, which Ivy Watchparty will probably be playing on NONGSHIM and Breach, which both actually combo very well with the Teo. We saw Talon with some of those Teo deadlock comps with the GravNet before, and it was very, very effective.
Yeah, I just worry about the momentum, right? Because, you know, you do have NONGSHIM that can be very snowbally. On the other side, though, it's very 50-50 at this point. Because ZETA, obviously, they're showing that they're not the same team. You know, sure, perhaps Lotus didn't look as well, but you're absolutely right. Going into Pearl, they look much, much better. On Split, I'm wondering if that 10-10 magic comes into play here, especially since NONGSHIM, they probably prepared for a very different kind of ZETA division.
Yeah, I mean, I think if we take map 2 as an example, right? So when NONGSHIM want to play slow, 10-10 is able to get the ult going, and he looks very comfortable there. So I think unless NONGSHIM are kind of going to change up their comp, I think they have to be kind of worried about 10-10's up.
They have to start attack again. So, like, I think the start of this
mind
game
pay
is
your
very
mod
important. You
Theo
need to start on that
$5
attacker
more.
side. Pistol,
Wait,
you need to slow
he's
down
paid you to
defense
say
economy,
that.
start to get those reset
He's
rounds
paid you like
mixed in.
$2 to say
Because,
that.
again,
There's
if
some
you
kind
start
of
to play
scheme
this
that's
slow
going on
style,
here, surely.
especially, you know what, it's a more close quarters map. The op can definitely be very effective
How much
for
is
10-10,
enough
but
for
he can definitely
EDG
just
on
play
attack Ascent?
rifle and play some of the off
The
angles.
defense
We've
is
seen
so
it
bad,
be
they probably
hit
need
or
12
miss
rounds.
for depth. Like, he's had one of his worst games ever on Split, and then the very next game, he's absolutely
they got?
dominating. So I'm sure they have a lot of setups around the already built into the foundations of their team, because this is a comp and a map that they've already got some reps on, ZETA.
Yeah, and I have to praise ZETA as well for, you know, they have this tendency
I'll refresh
of,
for you, but
like,
I guarantee we're pretty much at the same place. What the hell? What happened? I don't even have the thing saved. Where do we go? Yeah, what's the thing? I got my own watch party.
Everybody
I bet it was electric after that map 2 win. I mean, I'm rooting for ZETA for my own predictions, but partly for that watch party.
Alrighty, well,
I bet it's because it's the song that
going
we were
back
playing
to
that
what's
Jeff
been
was
working for them.
definitely
Like I
his
said,
team
for
after it.
NONGSHIM, I want to see them start out strong. They want to slow down that ZETA economy before they can get op rolling. They need some
I
of
don't
these
even know how we
earlier
managed to do
rounds.
that. It's nuts.
And I've definitely, at least for ZETA, I've got my eye on Sugar Zero. He was insane on this map previously.
Yeah, for NONGSHIM, we are seeing that deadlock again. The one thing on this attack side is their post plants will be so strong. You have Viper, you have Teo, you have deadlock. They need to get that spike down and consistently, and then they'll have a good shot.
Yeah, hopefully they do. It seems like both teams here are prepared. They definitely want to win this. This is for
deadlock on attack
playoffs.
of 5
and
rounds.
as we mentioned, only
Yeah,
bangers
cooks,
on
man.
Split. So let's send it over to your casters, Achilles and
Any pistol
Paperthin.
bonus.
Here we go.
It should be fine,
Map 3
but
to
I've seen how they play it
round
on
out the
defense.
evening. A full evening of action across our 2 sets. This one with playoffs on the line. I believe at this point, though,
If
our
they get a
top
pistol, they might
seeds
win.
in each group have been
Shifty with the prime,
secured,
thanks
so
for the
congratulations
12
to our
months. Thanks for the
Indonesian
whole year,
squads.
mate.
In Boom and RRQ.
No, I think that's a
we're
good
now
thing,
Satan
Shifty.
at the
Thank you so
top.
much, dude.
And respectively, 1 win away each.
Okay, NONGSHIM on attack,
also is
ZETA on
working
defense. Whoever wins goes to
what a
playoffs.
world.
Whoever loses
This
is
is a
out.
fascinating split. They have played this map before, have these 2 teams against each other this year. It was NONGSHIM who came out ahead 13-9, but both teams running very different comps then. So this could go either way, who knows? And I like what the desk is talking about with that deadlock. Very crucial that ZETA is able to find ways to deal with that, particularly on their attacker side when they switch to it. But
not just that, but also that NONGSHIM is able to find some attacker side round wins.
Yes.
Given the composition here.
I mean, I think at least 4 for NONGSHIM is what they're going to need.
See if they can find the first. We've been tied up 2-2 in pistols so far. As Shota about to catch a glimpse. It's going to be Margaret spotting him out.
Wow, that
finds him there.
It's kind of incredible from them.
Stunned,
Dude, 10-10 wins that?
For the headshot. Dombey going to be struck down, so 1 for 1.
Oh.
The paranoia goes
Dude, look at this push behind, though.
ZETA not wanting to overpeak.
How many did he get
Blues
here?
on a lurk, swinging around the back, about to get the catch. Finds it.
Oh,
Ivy,
none?
however, not finished
Gets
off.
none?
Meanwhile, Beckham towards the vent. XDL going to be able to find one. Francis straightens it out. Sugar Zero comes down to
Hey, dude, 10-10. How has he done this? 10-10 changes the whole round, giving that kill on the side, by the way. Otherwise, that's a free side. They all go side, they win the
and
rounds.
It looks like it's round over, but 10-10 somehow, some way, just finds out that indeed stuns may be cosmetic from time to time, and somehow takes out Dombey. I mean, that's a massive win Well, it looks like it's just going to be NONGSHIM taking the site. 1010's able to adjust, and that early damage done sets things up for Sugar to 0, and he knocks him down.
You hear that energy starting to get pumped there. ZETA getting high, but we do have to remember
over
what
towards
happened
middle.
on
We got
Lotus.
the
They're
hero
able to avoid
shorty
it.
coming out.
The second map. See if they can look to just close things out. France is going to be able to find one, but
Yeah, very nice.
in Margaret just absolutely
In that
out
breach
on
short,
island.
nice
6
and early.
bullets remaining.
Yeah.
XDL puts every single one of them to good use. Now looking for an ace. Go ahead and start things off, and there you
Loving
go.
it.
Ace or Predator, ace in hand. That is going to be a damn clean anti-eco. 2-0 start
Yeah,
for
you
ZETA.
take that.
It is getting loud.
They
downstairs.
look like they kind of knew that there might be
Zeta
some
Both sides, very
Bucky
well
or some kind
represented
of
tonight,
shotgun
as it turns out.
antics as well. So I like that they stayed far back on
Very
all
excited
of
to
this.
see it. And this
No
is
one was
just
in Bucky range.
beautiful play, nice setups. Some of his teammates there getting involved. It's got to feel good. 10-10 with an outlaw. Decent amount of weaponry carried over here. TP up onto the box for Persia.
Oh, Ivy does eat the shot. And the Armor 2 survives.
Oh my
Sugar
goodness.
Zero
Oh
trying to
my
draw
goodness,
it
where
down.
are we?
And Dobby's just a madman. He's just everywhere.
We're like,
Needs a bunch of damage, but helps come away with the kills. Clues able to find
I
one.
don't even know what you're meant to do against it.
Just that Spectre in hand.
Planted.
The lurk
So
for
Wadley,
Margaret.
yeah, he's looking to
He's
try
not
to
even
see
trying to
the
go
kills,
for a
but
kill at
additional
one
damage
point
here.
there.
You said Margaret.
He's just trying to make the
They turned
space.
back, but now sights set here towards the spike. Margaret in position.
Okay, any more damage from these two?
Find
There's
some
one.
solid
It's
value.
great
Dombey gonna be
spam.
taken down as
Should be
Margaret
it
now
though, it's looking
arriving,
like from
checks
this
over
one.
towards drop. Nothing going to be noted. Spots out the
Ooh,
first.
maybe
XCL
another.
going to fall. Turn up towards
Yeah,
the top.
got another. That's good
Blues
damage
unable to
though.
find it. They still get 3 kills though.
Armor
so it's
rebuy
decent
as
damage
well.
dealt, but bonus
Pretty nice
cannot
for
be
the
converted,
ZETA. They'll take
as
this.
NONGSHIM will get themselves a round win.
Yeah, just turning up the tempo there. Catching the ZETA players enough off guard, and Donby so annoying on that Neon. He's just so elusive. Sugar Zero can't track him down in time. A lot of damage done in that round though. So from an economic perspective, not too bad for ZETA. It is going to be another judge for Donby.
And now on off
Okay, a
for
lot to
10-10.
speak. Yeah, I was going to say a lot to talk about here.
Rolling
Big
Thunder
rounds,
online.
especially with everyone's money, right? 1, 2, 3, 4,
Net
5
sent out
combine
early,
next. We've got
just
1,
getting
2,
a
3 combine next. We've got the
forward
judge
roll set
out
up
on
on that
attack.
sonic
We've got
sensor.
the defensive op as well.
Just trying to make
Holding
sure that
early line of B,
in
but he knows
10-10
they
feels like he can push.
he knows
that.
they
You're
have
gonna
B
give
main
yourself
control.
A little bit of an extra boost in that fight. Crossfire setup though. Sota.
Relay ball.
Dude, this is a good
Sugar
stun.
Zero sticks around, finds the headshot.
Ooh.
Drops down, Paranoia.
It's a great Omen
Up
flash
in
as well.
towards Mail. Persia not caught by it, but Shota's still able to find the kill. As this round is looking all good for ZETA Division, but Downbeat go ahead, re-steady the aim. Finds one, strafing forward into the side.
Very
However,
nice.
is
He
Ivy
knows
pop
he's
flash
down.
sent around the back pillar. Just the classic in behind this operator. 10-10. Needing a bit of rescue here, needing some reinforcements perhaps. Swooping forward, and
Damn,
never
dude,
mind.
10-10's great.
Closes it out with the classic.
He's doing so much.
3-1, ZETA, well out in front.
I mean, just the confidence
Nice hold
there
of
from Sugar
A
Zero
Heaven as well. Sorry,
to
B
just
Heaven.
eat the relay bolt and feel like he can hit the headshot. Unbelievable.
8-2-0 here for XDL.
Oh, he is frying right now.
Down B.
Man doesn't need ISO. He can do just as well on Breach. Nice outplay from Donby. Gave some hope, but that operator never really fully dealt with. And the lurk by Ivy shut down. It is going to be
You get
Donby
one
with,
of everything.
you know, the Bucky.
Some frustrations out on that wall. There's no timing shot. Just keeps it disguised here for him.
Oh my
the
goodness.
moment is Clues. How
Oh my
both
goodness.
players going to be stunned up here, and there's the Annihilation. Get the grab
Dude,
on
10-10
Clues.
has to do a lot again.
So just the one trade out. There's a push from Vent getting ready to come through. 10-10 here at backside. Goes in with a shot, spots out Margaret. Jumps back over towards screens. Arrival now from Shota though, gets his way forward into Heaven. Finds the shot, Ivy dead. I believe a dink across onto Francis.
Okay, well now
Pulls him
Margaret
down to
has to do a
33.
lot.
Spike planted.
Kind of doable with
Plant
the
coming
low
in.
HP.
10-10 trying to check close. Nothing noted there, but Margaret positions forward. Aggressive spot, finds one, Shultan out. And Sugar Zero versus Francis, who's just got the Sheriff in hand. They will just run him
nice
down.
from ZETA. They're looking good.
Up can get scooped up.
Like the smoke for the
ZETA
retake.
continuing on their merry way now, 4-1.
Yeah, I mean, just absorbing the pressure from NONGSHIM very nicely. A lot of the util connecting, but ZETA able to fight their way through it. I mean, Dombi at that range with a Bucky, pretty tough. Get more than one. Nice use of the Annihilation. You know, NONGSHIM doing their best to piece by piece pull ZETA apart.
Shots all around! Might want to be a bit conservative on that.
Amazing. Let's just juice in those.
Yeah, it's
just juice.
Just orange juice.
Yeah.
Nothing else.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
This has been madness. I mean, NONGSHIM has turned up the tempo, and ZETA's responded by just being okay with it. They're just kind of setting up little trap plays at some of these chokes a little bit deeper.
Dude's super excited as well because he might get a free trip.
In mid-top. They're not
It's
contesting
kinda
at the A ramp or A main. They're letting that pressure come through, and the traps are a little bit kind of deeper than maybe NONGSHIM is.
Did you use 6-0 in pistols today? Dude, they
some of
can't
the rounds
lose
in that
when
last
they
round.
get
I think
6-0 pistols.
NONGSHIM read that extremely well.
What's the score?
Just the weapon disadvantage cost them in the long run.
10-10 fan there.
Oh, yeah.
8-8.
Maybe, I'm not sure if that's exactly how it's written in Hangul, but they wrote it as Teng Teng.
That's
Maybe
close
just a
with
cute way
double
to say it.
pistols.
Possibly. Sometimes you can never know if it's like a meme or a pun.
Yeah. I'm out of the loop, like, with normal English memes. It's hard enough.
Speaking of 10-10, pushes the smoke and Dombi dead on the floor.
Damn, they had the second layer of someone else there.
No
This is sick.
idea
Dude, they
what was
look
coming their
good
way.
though. They look really, they look
Just
confident
like that,
on this
ZETA
map. Dude, 10-10's
have
playing
outdone
nice though.
NONGSHIM off the back of the timeout. The slow drift away. Ivy and Margaret
He's
have
very,
to
very
save.
confident.
I mean, they just have great plans to counter the aggression. This time they're showing a completely different look. I said it during the timeout.
Who's
They
saving?
haven't
Oh boy.
put any pressure towards mid.
Well, you might as well go
And
watch
this
the
time they
EVG game
show
for a
it.
minute.
And they throw 10-10 in there with a shorty. Tilta there to back him up.
Tons
They
of
just
money though.
knock it out of
That's
the park.
nice.
Stellar. Absolutely stellar.
3,000 on top of this for everyone.
You have to.
No one
You
needs to
have
rebuy anything. They're not
take a
even going to have
moment
to use any util.
to give a ton of praise to this ZETA coaching staff with what they have done.
Go, bro.
You know,
Dude, we should have
XQQ
known
comes back in as
when they
that
flew.
coach. Carlisle's
Well,
still
I
there
say fly him out.
as the
He
assistant.
lives right near the venue. But
And they have
when
turned the
Choga
ZETA
went to the
division team
venue, we should have
around
known what was
in
going to
just
happen
a couple
here.
of months since kickoff. And 10-10 looks brilliant. I mean, when I went back and watched the VODs of the T1 Academy team where 10-10 was
Like,
playing
as soon
before
as
ZETA
NONGSHIM
scooped
saw
up,
him there,
one
they
thing
must have
that
been
really
like,
impressed
"Oh,
me,
for God's
yeah, the
sake,
kid's
surely
got some
not."
shots. He's got some skills. But what impressed me the most was that he's
Like, if I was
always
NONGSHIM, I think I'd be
playing with
paying
what the
Chobra
team
to
needs
not
him to do.
stream.
He's
I mean,
Johnny
that's the
on the
actual
spot,
playing.
whether that be we need you to get aggressive.
I think they got it the wrong
and
way
go
around.
push into a smoke here with a shorty and kill a player and then TP out.
You
or
just know you're going to lose
make
when
sure
this
your
guy
TPs
watches.
are set up that you can react to the contact of wherever NONGSHIM's going to be quick enough. You know,
Give
if he's
him the
playing
harsher money,
extremities
yeah.
with that operator.
Just
if he's
make up
playing
another
over at
event for him
a
to
garage
cast.
or a main.
Sorry, mate.
And then he needs
We
to
got
be
a
on the
really
other side.
important,
He's always there in time and in a
really
good
important event
position.
for you to cast.
He never overcommits.
You're going to have to miss this
He's
one.
not that overheating kind of duelist usually. And that's why he is fitting into this ZETA game plan so well. You can see there, doesn't greed for more. Gets his one and he knows that's good enough. He knows that his teammates are there to back him up. And you have a couple rifles saved over and then sheriffs. A lot of ults on both sides. So things can get pretty
Wait, did I
wild.
miss a shot? Oh, boy.
As, well, it's been wild. Pretty
We got
much
the
all day.
two hero guns. Sorry, that were saved into this one.
Well,
And we have an ult as well.
3 sheriffs, the 2
Alright, it is kind of doable for NONGSHIM on
rifles.
this round. Dude, they're up against 4
Overdrive,
ults.
4
It's about to be 5 ults.
So many
And the money's
ults
insane.
Stacked up here for ZETA. Only missing that Armageddon. XDL. I think since built up this Rolling Thunder since round 3 has just not had it committed.
Just haven't really needed to. That's your
Okay.
opportunity.
He's just going to send it here on a bit of a timing. No one going to get caught by it. Does get dodged. As we dip in under a minute remaining here on the clock.
10-10 looks like he might have good timing.
He's coming down. Ooh, 10-10. Not able to find the spot out. Does go in for the dimensional drift. He's going to chase forward into garage.
I don't think we need to be doing this when we're getting info over towards B though. Oh boy. No one over towards site. Gun down for someone to upgrade. We're TPing out when the Neon can mess up all our timings. The 1v1 at spawn right now at the same time.
That's Shorty. Cuts him down to size. At the same time, though, still have Ivy widely contained back over in spawn.
It's a great tail. Oh, forces a man to the open. This was nice.
If that flank comes through, what 10-10's approach is going to be. Pit, however, now invested from Shota.
Yeah, just a slight mess up from ZETA here. Because 10-10's about to get all the info anyway for them to stack over towards the site. They don't need to go aggro and get caught in these positions, especially against a Neon ult.
Weapon could get swapped out. It seems like may just have to opt to hold on to this operator.
Indoor Comrade, thank you so much. I appreciate the whole year, mate.
Break this little win streak here from ZETA and get themselves a second round victory.
Yeah, this is just a great patience play to start the round from NONGSHIM, taking their time, kind of working the map a little bit. Big miss early from 10-10. Commits his ult.
3 ults. I mean, yeah, but
decides to pull the trigger.
They gotta get on the board. They gotta get on the board, and honestly, they didn't invest too much gun-wise into this one. So.
They got the spot onto XDL early, so they kind of knew he was gonna likely tuck into that corner. Able to throw the concuss from the Tejo at him, and Domby's pre-firing that angle before he even gets through. And then Sugar Zero with kind of an ill-advised TP. I think one thing I liked about the way ZETA was playing against those overdrives on Pearl was that they were not contesting them. They were just letting it expire. Just saying, oh, he popped the ult, back up, back up.
Yeah. Well, all things considered, ends up being a very costly round for the
and Margaret's in trouble.
They do lose, but they also commit 4 ults. 10-10 though, not skipping a beat. Keeps the op in play, peeks out,
interesting as well. You would imagine that one is at least like holding early info, but he's just everywhere.
Mr. Worldwide.
Yeah, he's literally everywhere. The kill here, 5 seconds later, gets a kill on B main.
Persia going to be TPing forward here onto the A side. Paranoia burned. Double approach in towards heaven as the spike gets ready to be planted. Clues does have this Armageddon, but opts not to send it quite just yet. Wants to get the rest of the team clustered up and likely look for a bit of a flood retake. Salvo is going to be sent, and hopping over to the side, having swapped over the Vandals.
What a round from 10-10 this is.
Looks for a little bit more, pushes him low, but cannot find that kill. Now is all is lonesome here in heaven. And can only get
it is a reset of the money, but
to come through.
This can be a drop,
not
and then one person will take a hit.
Any consecutive round wins together.
Just making sure that they've got the operator, and they do.
They've had the operator. It's in Schultz's hands. He's standing right next to the...
Oh yeah, he was. That's what I assumed they were doing, but I guess they're just talking over how they wanted to cycle the ults.
Could be that. They might just be
screaming.
Good
I don't like this skin. Give me another skin.
Yeah. That's real ranked energy right there. That's me when I grab my ugly operator skin.
Yeah.
The Plutonium Blaster 9000 or whatever it's called. People hate that.
10-10 popping off, and for good reason.
He is just.
He really is.
So
He's everywhere.
Operator today. And it's been such a huge win condition.
Dots over towards middle.
Tried
to take a shot as well before the
salvos.
I respect it.
Tiny bit of damage. As stealth drone just going to be broken. Spike now getting ready to move across to the A.
NONGSHIM wall over towards B to try and make it harder for the Opper. And then we got smoke, double block vision.
When Donby accelerates, if that angle's held, can 10-10 connect, but being very patient are NONGSHIM. They don't have much info though.
He's playing off of timing again, sending out the aftershock, anticipating this pressure here. As 10-10 looking to try to backpedal here. Salvos coming to the rescue. Keep them zoned for the moment.
That was really wise by 10-10. Although he's going to the other side of the map. Bit of a mystery
50
here
seconds. Dude, the stun might be everything.
Domby going to be taken down. Clues up over the top. Coming away with the kill. The entry
Yeah,
power
you
now.
might be tempted to tail ult this as well.
Very much cut down. They kind of need this opening from Margaret. It's not going to advance
a little
forward
bit late
towards
on
that
the
B-side.
decision.
Clues now rolling out the red carpet.
Oh no.
Clues
Oh, that
going
was
to be
rough,
taken
bro.
down. Wall set up over towards screens. Margaret looking to just try to lock off this heaven position. 10-10 will be pushing in from behind.
Gonna try to go for the shorty play, but spotted and dealt with.
Kill onto one. The wall just continuing to lock them off.
EDG. Wait, they actually got to match point? Wait, they made that.
Pretty much
They actually put some time into that comp?
Just not going to be in a spot that's easily recoverable. XCL's got money behind to go ahead and purchase another one, but this is going to be
Might have to watch
NONGSHIM
it back
picking
at
up a
one
third-round
point.
win. Talked about it.
See if they're actually
How many
doing good
do they
stuff with
need
the comp.
on this attack, given the composition, given that they have this deadlock in play?
12-8.
You said 4. They're going to be 1 away from that figure.
Yeah, no, it's starting to look really, really good. And again, if they can get to the post plants, this composition is really scary. Just kind of a misread from ZETA from the get-go. I mean, they see at least a couple players come through that A main ramp, and I like the way 10-10 plays it initially. Flashes and just backs up, try to fall back a little bit. Okay, Donby runs through and he's dead, but I think the idea was that a lot of times when they had shut down Donby's entries early on Pearl, that wasn't the full commit from NONGSHIM, but a lot of time had already been cooked off the clock. And therefore, ZETA was just not really prepared.
There's no way they can look that bad on Ascent again. Yeah, it's true.
NONGSHIM's able to brute force their way
You
through.
would imagine they
Get those
learned
ultimates
a
in play. I
lot
love
from that
pit
last
from
time they
Margaret
played.
on top of A Heaven.
Oh, what's that shot?
What is that?
Through the corner.
I mean,
off
there's a
on the
molly there
floor.
as well to make sure it's
Margaret,
double damage.
Vulnerable.
Hell of a hit.
Jeez. That's just a crazy good outplay for. He has been outrageously good today.
That's a
He
big
gets the
disruptor here
smoke
on the
down
round
as
for
well. He
ZETA
creates
division
so
as
much
well.
pressure over towards B on his own.
They're going to gamble 4 players
This is
in
a
the
good
mid.
reaction from ZETA though. 4 pass
A-side
and mid
wide open
push.
for the taking.
No matter what, you can push behind A, you can push behind B.
Full 4-man wraparound through the sewer.
I don't think so. I think Clues is going to go.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Problem is
about
they
to
still,
find
they were so
Yeah.
far away they didn't hear anything.
Wraparound coming through.
And
XCL is a world
Margaret
away.
is fully
Now
on
starting
top
to
of
work
the
his way
fact that
across,
this
like
might
you said,
be
Margaret,
their
He's
reaction.
already in a position, just lurking here, expecting this and striking. Swings it for a little
Oh,
bit
that's a
more, and
great
it's
shot.
snappy.
Guys
to
looking
find the third.
unbelievable.
Back pedals, I don't think he's going to be expected. Nope, never mind. Solid. Gets himself the 4th kill.
EDG1? Damn, dudes. So what does it come down to? EDG, Billy, lower bracket?
NONGSHIM.
Whoever wins qualifies, whoever loses is out, right?
And start turning the tides of this half.
I mean, just
Well, it's going to be a crazy
plays
one.
like that from Margaret are difference makers in the just the beginning of the round. Just when he shuts down
May
the
the
op.
2nd? What day is
They want to give
that?
it to him, and they will.
Damn, nicely done.
Another
Dude,
ace.
that 3rd kill, was it from him? That was
As,
really good.
Ace the Predator getting plenty of shout-outs here today. Margaret on his feet, and for good reason. Secures it 11-5-1
Dude,
to
NONGSHIM love,
11-5-1.
as soon
Both
as someone,
heated 10-10.
as soon as someone gets a,
Hopping off
Dude, that
for
is
their
nuts.
respective teams. Excuse me.
Yeah, the 1st and the 3rd is just insane.
What?
That is.
The
That is
1st
just
kill
a
is
read.
Arrest him.
Well,
nuts.
he threw the snake bite
It's a
out.
Friday.
like
Oh, we
that,
can watch that.
straight to
That's
jail.
nice.
Do not pass go. Do not collect $200.
You missed the ace, straight to jail.
Straight to jail.
You get the ace, believe it or not, jail.
To jail.
What in the hell?
That is
Yeah,
ridiculous.
the only reason that kills is
Stuff
definitely
like
because of the
that,
molly.
those are game changers. Individual moments that kind of break ZETA's back. They're down to just stingers. The pace of the game starting to be slowed down by NONGSHIM, and it is working in their favor because ZETA isn't reacting quite the same. They're not able to absorb that pressure. They're trying to contest it now. Seems like as the round timer ticks down, they want to press the issue and try
And
to
Prodigy,
slow
the comp's
NONGSHIM
sick.
up.
It's just last time they used
One
it,
thing I thought they played well on with Pearl
Last
was
time
to
they
just
used
play
it, I
for
don't know
retake
what's
at
going
times.
on.
Their retakes looked
it
solid.
looked like they'd lost against it.
But it is
and
hard
they
against the
copied
deadlock.
it, but then
I
didn't
get it.
understand it.
Here you're certainly playing for retake.
Space taken, paranoia. Slowing the approach.
A
TP
really good
across away from
TP, but
Sugar
dude,
Zero.
look at
Swings
Margaret,
out.
man. He didn't even hear the
Doesn't find the
TP,
kill.
but he
Simmons
instantly put his
amount of
aim over
damage.
towards the
Trying
left,
to fake
knowing
the
that he's
TP.
most likely to
Wall
TP
falls.
and
Shows it
reposition.
in position to find Persia.
Dude,
Dombey now
stingers.
dead. That's a weapon scooped up for XDL.
30 seconds left.
It seems like NONGSHIM, they might have overcooked the round. Still trying to bail their way out. Showtime
No,
probably caught him
boss
timing.
man.
Just like that, the pendulum swings back.
That's a head scratcher. You got to expect they're going for it. You don't have time to walk through that smoke.
Breach damage.
Sensor set up. Salvo is going to be sent. Couple seconds remaining.
Mate, you got to go for the safe plant.
Clues.
Oh my god.
To go for the swing,
wait, he
but
just
I
has
think
time to plant.
Do they have the time?
Yeah, he's got time.
They do. Just narrowly. XCL is able to find one. Doesn't have any util. He's just pinned in
This is
here
the weirdest round ever.
Oh
god.
Wall broken.
Whoa,
He's sprinting
whoa.
for it. He's getting out. And XCL!
No way.
My god, he's done it! What a chaotic round!
That's insane. How's he winning it?
That is going to feel like a hell of a backbreaker. He's locked into alley.
Can't do that.
It's like one of those death runs in CS where so much is going on, you have to dodge it.
And he just runs and guns.
Gotta break the wall before the tail gets him and then win the duel out.
Absurd.
Oh my god.
Oh.
That is unbelievable. I mean,
order up another round, boys.
That guy in the front, that was me. Just a little worried about the old blood pressure there. My god. Well, it's just madness. I mean, after Margaret has just a crazy round
It's the
before
drone
at
over towards
XDL,
middle, got vision block as
able to
well,
answer
so
in
as we
kind.
can see, they create the pressure over towards middle,
Now you've got the
so
ult again.
can't feel too comfy in heaven here.
10-10
Oh my goodness, Danby. Yeah, they got the TP out of there. We're going to see a 5v5 retake, but they got good ults for retake.
So they can get the team in position for a bit of a retake. Margaret, up shot, going to go wide.
Swap guns as well, so he can commit to the ult.
Spike now getting planted. Sonic sensors on front of sight. One at elbow. 10-10 leading the charge. Dimensional Drifts goes out. And he could try to call an angle here. It looks like Rolling Thunder just going to be sent over towards the site. Doesn't get the hit.
Oh, what a shot that is.
Okay, never mind, it does. And Ivy just finds the
Insta pop of the
headshot.
ult as well. We got
There's
one.
the pull forward there off the Annihilation. Does not manage to find it. XDL takes out Ivy. The 2v3 though. The pull in shuts him down. XDL good for another, but now it's just Sugar Zero alone on the site here. Finding one more.
He's got a smoke
The time
though.
is just not going to be there on his side. So just go ahead and hold this one down. The
Where the
shots
bullets gone?
getting dodged out. But Persian
Every single bullet.
rushes forward.
I mean, he is running. Thank God it is like that.
Shots at range rather as Margaret goes
dude,
rushing
crazy
forward.
round. Crazy,
And
crazy
it's going to be 7-5 at the half. Chaos across the map.
Well, I think this is looking pretty good for
That's
NONGSHIM.
outrageous. And he got
I mean,
another.
Just crazy stuff there. The stun hits, but I mean, it's just one player that you're seeing off that dimensional drift, and that's where you send the Rolling Thunder. It's kind of a
It's 5 enough? I don't know,
it's a
dude. It's gonna
puzzling
be
one.
close. It's like,
That's one where I feel like you
Could
could
be.
just isolate that player as the Yoru, try to use your flashes and util to keep them locked down while the rest of your team clears a tower, but it just seemed like in the heat of the moment, ZETA again pressing the issue, just wanting to find whatever they could. NONGSHIM though, just so sturdy. You can't make mistakes against this NONGSHIM team. They are very well drilled. Those post plants are very clean. And you give them control. They know, they understand this map very well. Especially on the A site. A tower control is pivotal for those post plants. They did a great job establishing it in a bunch of different ways. Whether it just be pressure from
smells like an
Donby,
overtime.
you know, Margaret throwing up a pit up there one time.
10-10 is playing insanely well.
Let's see what this attacker side looks like.
He's
Gonna have
making a
very different
lot
flavor
of
to it
plays.
than what we saw with the Neon. You have a Yoru in play. Probably a little bit slower, you would think. Let's see as we get into this pistol round. 7-5.
Damn, 14 to
Smells like
7 as
overtime.
well. With that clutch in there.
Why the hell not?
Well, they go for the double layer approach at mid.
Second map there of Pearl.
You gotta beat the wall, then you gotta
Here
beat the
is
smoke
the
over
question
towards
of
middle.
Pistol round. Does this get tied up? Does
We
it
have
just go
a-
3 for 3 or
wait.
does ZETA
Okay, Salvo's broke it.
start things off with another win? Suppress not connecting. Ivy does get noted. They're going to look to try to pressure Mount. 10-10 just finds the timing as
The
Ivy turns the sights back over
smoke
towards
pop
Garage.
made him think that they were gonna descend
Flash
it
out,
through
Margaret able to turn
B, so
from it,
he
does
wanted
well
to
find
grab
the one,
net
but Sugar
B.
Zero
Nice
pushes
timing
in
on that.
alongside. Player advantage now going to be set up, and this linger here from Clues over in Mail. Likely hearing these footsteps. They're still pushing for him, but has the frenzy, has the kill, looks for the second, can't make it happen. Donby. This is
They
26
got some pretty
HP.
nice pistols, that's
It's just he and Persia approaching through these smokes.
Stun, double swing off of this to
Trying to
take a
get
bit
back
more
in.
space.
Relay bolt going to be sent. Shota stun up here for the moment, but Sugar Zero immediately finding the dink. Tucks back inside of the smoke. Dombey swapping over the weapon. Swings the corner. Finds one. XDL on the floor. Sugar Zero.
No way.
Down as Dombey comes
There's
up
no way
huge.
we switched to it. He doesn't even have the gun out.
The slide forward. The
The
frenzy.
slide with the
4K.
frenzy. Ow.
NONGSHIM get themselves a third pistol win with a Red Bull clutch and are 1 round away from tying this up.
That's devastating.
No, that is
I mean,
devastating
what
for
a
them because
round,
they
though.
were doing
it
good.
Looks so good for ZETA.
But this
a great
is
entry
insane.
by
Picks up the
10-10, follows
frenzy.
up with a good flash to set up for the trade. They've got clues to counter the lurk. It looks like it's all ZETA. And then a frenzy in Dombey's hands.
Oh.
Just spells their doom. Huge, huge moment.
Bro's so good on Neon.
One of those difference makers potentially again.
Starting to get topsy-turvy. Full investment. Any kills found here for ZETA will be damage dealt, but NONGSHIM well poised to tie this at 7-7. It's a flash through. Shallow TP forward. Margaret spamming though. Finds him 10-10.
Dude,
dead,
look
locked
at
in.
how
The wall
much
was there.
util they just spammed over towards here. Oh my goodness. That was a lot. He had no
Things go
chance.
quiet. Stealth drone to check around the ramp. Nothing going to be noted there. Sonic sensor here in front. Ivy watching with a Spectre. And here comes the push. Sensor gets the stun.
Yeah, and they got that
Ivy
wall
gets the
over
kill.
towards B as well, so they're feeling
Damage
confident
not
that it's just
suffered.
everyone
Looks for a
coming
little bit
heaven.
more. They are able to go ahead, push forward. 3 players into heaven to overwhelm. Francis making his presence there at stairs known. Margaret, however, looking to be the final boss of the site. Smoke dissipating shots, not quite connecting. So fight to try to make it a bit more unassailable. And on the repeat, Margaret will be able to collect
Very
3.
nice.
Between
Some
that, the 4
regen
kills
armors
Dombey in
as
the
well,
previous
so
round.
only one gun
NONGSHIM
rebuy.
tie things up at 7-7, and they're getting things into a nice position as far as their ults are considered.
Yeah, they're really doing a great job of utilizing this deadlock util to make life difficult for ZETA. With the wall early into that sonic sensor. ZETA just trying to claw their way through. That's going to be something that has to be considered. Ways that you are going to deal with the barrier mesh. Now out.
Dude, what is this?
Util
Oh my
early
goodness.
drone.
Gravnet,
Spot on the
salvos deep,
Margaret repositions,
smoke
but
to just push all the way
immediate
through.
rotations from
Instant
NONGSHIM.
reactions for them to take over towards A heaven.
Watching it and puts him down.
I'm not
Swing
sure
on the
about
corner,
that from
stun the
10-10.
clues.
It
Kill to be found.
felt
Shota beaten and battered
insanely
down to 17
desperate.
HP. Still does manage to find a kill, but that leaves XDL now all alone, rotating across through the sewer with Margaret there ready and waiting once more.
See if he remembers.
Rides the rope down. He's not opting for the util.
Oh
Eyes
boy,
trained
this is a rough one for
but
ZETA.
Margaret
Dude, they...
right there in front.
we see it on the replay.
Bonus conversion.
NONGSHIM are
now
laughing
in
about
the
it now.
lead
They see him ping and talking about it.
for the first time here on Split.
Yeah, I mean, Ivy is just so deadly. Gets the Bucky, gets 10-10 out of the TP, grabs a rifle,
Well,
and just starts knocking people down. Great transfer there. Margaret again.
it's nice
same
little
spot,
bonus strat
same
from NONGSHIM
results.
though.
And then
Yeah,
has
it's
to
a
be
good
timeout.
timeout
You have
though.
to talk about this.
Yeah, that was too desperate.
You gotta find ways to force that barrier mesh
Like
out. You gotta find
they
ways to deal with
don't
that deadlock util.
Need to do this early on in
That's
the round.
objective number 1 right now for ZETA Division. Obviously getting to the plants and getting to the wins, but you gotta find ways to dissect.
Like this
the
could have worked
way
really well. Like this
they're
could
gonna
be a
pilot this
thing.
deadlock, and it can be tricky.
If you have like the Omen TPing to the corner and do
Not
like the
every
old
team can
Boaster
really
flash that he
always
used to
find
do,
that
that would work.
success.
But this is just like your own
Some
Yoru
have.
flash, that's it. It's not
Against
a thing.
NONGSHIM, for sure. But right now, ZETA is in a dire position. Already down a round on their attacker side on a map that usually can be fairly defender-sided. It's going to take something special here for ZETA Division to overcome these hurdles. Stingers and a Sheriff.
Stingers.
Saw what they can do with those Stingers on their defender side. Obviously a very different
Dude, Margaret's
question in front of
having
you.
such a good best of 3.
Gonna try to take some mid control, TP out, right into a smoke. And the grab net catches 2.
Sending out the fake, some shots through the smoke. Not finding
They
too
gotta
much
deal with this
damage
wall
there
over
as
towards
Francis,
heaven,
but
though.
Salvo sent out to try to
Looks rough to
slow
play
things
against.
up in the wall. Positioned here in B heaven. Keeps
Yeah,
them
gonna
locked
chill
out.
for a little bit. Alasuni, thank you so much with the 5 gifted. Thank you, Alasuni.
This is tricky, but they're
Thank you for
spreading
the
out the map a little
5
bit. They're
gifted.
taking some
11
control.
altogether. Chat, you know what to do?
They've got mid
Get
under
the slug
their
oiler spam going.
purview, but that's a judge above you.
Alasuni, thank you so much.
10
If
has
anyone
above
got
you.
gifted,
Oh.
Alasuni, say thank you.
Not quite.
Yeah, sees him immediately. Has to evacuate. It's not even much damage.
Oh,
Ivy
boy.
basically has him lined up. Net now lobbed in. 10-10, able to go ahead and bring the deadlock to the floor, but Tomby is right in behind to find the further punish.
Enemy remaining.
Margaret looking for the reposition. XDL will find a nice headshot. Continuing to frag here for the team. Now alone. There's a stinger and a
30
sheriff.
seconds left.
His weapons get exchanged. Domby, he's ready to go on to the attack. Seems like XDL
Nothing you can do on this one.
likely just gonna see if he can deal some additional damage.
So
Decided
it's a
that
call
or
to get
try
the
hold
orb
on
and
to the fence,
save.
but wants to go ahead and grab this orb first.
And just maximize what you can. The round's done.
10 seconds
Spikes
left.
up in mail. Hold the line. See if you can maybe get close to that Rolling Thunder. Is NONGSHIM even going to give him the opportunity? Doesn't seem like Persia's keen on it.
It's
Just hold the line.
looking,
back.
it's looking like everywhere they
Alright,
go
so-
around the map is on lockdown.
Bit of the force up there. A half buy, you could say, from Zeta Division. Not going to be finding too much purchase.
Surely if the wall's over towards
man.
mid, they can
That poison orb
pressure
gets out,
a
they've
heaven
already seen
more.
plenty enough.
That's crazy good.
Matt Conco, thanks so much for the prime. Appreciate the 3 months. Thank you for that.
Now, Zeta. Full rifles. 2 away from a Rolling Thunder, 1 from the
Yeah, it's
Dimensional
honestly
Trip,
this
as
wall's
well as
kind of
shooting
nice
0
though,
results.
because it still gives you that bit of freedom over
Potentially
towards
against
heaven.
annihilation from Ivy.
Then Donby's
They
overdrive.
should. I think they gotta give up with their wall and create the pressure like this so that they can take like
One of the
here.
best you'll ever
I
see
think they
with
gotta
that
go
ult.
heaven. It is a little weak.
Margaret dancing.
They should also be able to force
Finally
through
going
middle,
to
really.
Resolve that affair with the stealth drone.
Like the last round they did wasn't
spamming
too
the
bad when they
angle.
actually got through
Zeta
middle and
fishing
they got
for
the
some
wall down.
contact.
They kind of need
Fishing to
to
see if maybe they could
be doing that. They
bait
have to
that
take
long
space
wall
faster than they're
and throw it
taking
from all
space
the way
though.
up in heaven as the deadlock.
Okay, orb grabbed, 10-10.
They got it out. They got it out. Okay,
Yep.
so that's mission accomplished.
Yeah, they got the wall out,
Able
but
to find
they
that.
gotta still go
Gatecrash set
break
up in
this.
Garage. Wall does get lobbed in from Ivy. Stealth drone to check. It's cleared out. Isn't going to be able to see too much of anything there.
They're
Dimensional
playing
Trip now.
really late against the
Sent here from
deadlock
10-10.
stuff.
Forward
Speaking of the
spots out
deadlock
one.
though, is he just
Just
gonna
gonna play harass here.
stun,
Against this
go for
deadlock.
it?
Wall still set up though. On the exit of this garage, now expiring.
Oh my
Point
goodness.
blank shot. Schultz,
Wow.
however, able to find the headshot on the Ivy, so it's going to be a
And
1
look
for
at
1
this
in the end.
stall. They had a wall here, they then have
As
the
he just gets
smoke, they
cocooned
then
up
have
and taken down.
salvos, they had a
Salvos.
molly
Now
before
set,
this.
rotations coming
20
through, just sprint
seconds, like
across
you're gonna
the
get rotates
defender
here.
spawn. All of NONGSHIM are about to be gathered together.
Good flash.
Shots flying, completely
Dude,
blinded.
everyone's
up to Margaret.
flashed.
Regains his vision, Dummy arriving, finds 10-10, and this round
Yeah, they
is
gotta take
cooked.
way more map
NONGSHIM
control earlier on this.
break the economy, continue their streak, and they get up to double digits.
This is just
Do they need another timeout maybe?
a difficult round.
I
They're
think
not
so.
really able to get a set up for this execute in time. It just takes too long. And by the time they're ready for it, NONGSHIM can see the clock dwindling and know that it has to be B. And they can just throw bodies at the problem because they have shotguns, they have speed, they have Domby's ult, they have Domby. And they have Zeta dead to rights.
Yeah, they're making the deadlock
It's
look nice though.
10-7.
They got some nice stuff with it.
3 more rounds to go
They're
for
like
NONGSHIM to
they're
punch
playing
their
deadlock
ticket to the
how I
playoffs.
think teams should be
Zeta
playing deadlock, where it's like
on another eco,
wait until the 1 minute mark and then put that wall
trying to
down.
find some way through. Down goes 10-10. Francis to step up.
Good
Nice little
change up for
crossfire,
them.
tons of
Punish
damage
over
done to
towards
XDL.
middle, make them scared on the ecos as well, that they might be
still
fighting this
down to
wall when actually on the
45.
buy rounds they're letting them take full space and
There's
they're
that lone to pick
just
up your
worried
rifle
about time.
in hand.
like trying to make them worried about
Showing
time.
some respect, backing away, not looking to overstay.
That's just such good diligence here from Francis. Force out the aftershock. knows their positioning. You've got
Teonas, yeah, we kind of need them. I think teams, like when teams start using this a little bit more as well, like they'll kind of see that it's so strong. Because like even just being able to punish in these areas where they have to like be in a bit of the map and be there for a while to break the wall, they can do so much. Oh my god, these salvos.
Sending the salvos. Shota out ahead of it, but
Yeah,
still
isolated
down.
one.
Now the spike is on the floor. 30 seconds remaining.
I mean, NONGSHIM are playing a masterclass though. It's an insane comp.
But he cannot knife out into the heart of Sugar Zero
Oh boy.
to kill
How's
the
he getting
hopes
that?
and dreams. NONGSHIM up now by 4, 11-7. This attack side from ZETA is bearing no fruit, holding no water. The final timeout call from ZETA having to be used 3 rounds apart.
They just are having such a hard time getting through this util. You've got to find ways to get maybe a deep TP set up for 10-10. Francis just does a brilliant job there with Teho, just delaying and stalling to the point where there's just not much hope, and you're never able to create enough of a distraction that Margaret can turn his attention, or has to turn his attention to a different direction, so Clues can't win his battle in the pit. And want to go to the playoffs. That's what that sign said. They want NONGSHIM to go to the playoffs, and they are oh so close. Oh so close.
2 rounds away from punching that ticket and shattering the hopes and dreams here of the ZETA faithful. Final timeout expired.
Yeah.
By scraped
It's
together.
the last go at it.
Players half armor, a
In
rolling
terms
thunder, a pit
of
if they can get into a post plant.
like, is this possible? It is possible.
So cheers ring
If
out
you're
here
looking
from
at
the
the
fans.
odds.
Watching in the
Like,
Sun
it's only really
Coliseum.
this for a while.
So many ults to
But
work with. Rolling Thunder.
Like they are eventually all
Just
going to come
getting
back
to
rounds.
the plant for ZETA. And they should have a decent chance. Sota on the other side of the map being asked to continue that anti-lurk / lurk duty. Clear of the TP. And again, you gotta create some space here at A ramp.
It's interesting from NONGSHIM.
You gotta get in there.
They change up their wall in this timeout as well, thinking that there's going to be more A heaven approach. It's like the one thing they haven't tried, and so they go back and actually have the good wall over towards A now.
A more aggressive one to scout the site. There's 10-10 taken down. Persia
Dude, they're
spraying
just a
across.
step ahead, aren't they?
Sugar
Oh
Zero's
my
dead.
goodness.
XDL gone. They don't need to see a damn person. They just hold down M1 and they're rewarded with kills. Shota trying to take some space, finds the first, can find nothing
Yeah,
more.
it's just lockdown. Absolute
Match
lockdown.
point secured
This is a
from
nice
NONGSHIM.
change in their timeout as well. Such
8
a stronger
rounds
hold over
consecutively
towards
to get
A.
to this point. 5 rounds
They're just a step
consecutively
ahead every single
is what
round so
ZETA
far.
needs just to take this into overtime. Otherwise, their playoff hopes will come to an end.
Just a blind TP there, essentially, for 10-10. Nobody's able to get into a position to back him up. And then you can just, like you said, hold down M1 through those smokes because you know that the ZETA players aren't going to be far behind. If 10-10's TPing in like that, then they just don't seem to have quite enough preparation on this attack side. It would take 5 in a row. And that seems nigh impossible with how unbelievably well drilled
Look at
this
that
defender
shutdown
side has
over
been.
towards
The
B.
wall again coming through.
And these kind of walls are good, right? If we're literally just talking about deadlock.
Taking a pause.
So you have to be out in the open to break this, which then means that like op is really good against it. It means that just holding's good against it. Trap plays are good against this, especially when you're doing salvos. Like the deadlock wall in the current meta, especially with Teo, is insanely strong.
I think ZETA is somewhat aware.
Like it's very hard to actually break the wall because you have to commit at certain angles.
That's an interesting.
And then obviously you got the Gravnet, which combos with it well as well.
10-10, trying to sell a little bit
It's
of a
like
fake.
all the util right now.
Gate crash at the ready. Persia's position going to be noted.
TB.
Stun comes through.
Oh boy, it's a lot of util. They do have
no, actually, Salvo's going to be set up there from Clues. He's able to find one. The push forward, the drop down. The judge in hand. France is arriving, but Domby already.
They take A heaven control, but 20 seconds to get over towards site.
20 seconds
Good
remaining.
crossfire.
Site still not in their control. Ivy swings. XCL dead. Clues gone. As it all comes down to this.
That's a insanely strong defense side. They locked that one down. That looks really horrible to play against. The deadlock Viper stuff looks really good.
Punch their ticket forward.
Okay.
Just a brilliant display on this defender side of Split.
Yeah,
that
devastating
deadlock,
for ZETA.
so annoying. And the way that they were able to use that Tejo as well to just buy time, buy delay. All day today, Margaret, absolutely
Margaret's a beast.
He was just devastating. Not just the two aces, but so many other plays that he had that were so impactful. That shot through the wall onto 10-10.
They couldn't really get through chokes. I'm not sure they did.
Things like that.
Plus 35 Margaret, yeah. Insane performance.
Well. On Pearl and the one here on Split. Well, commiserations and GG's here to ZETA Division.
Yeah, that was
close, but not quite close enough.
So as soon as they got the
overall, though,
Phantoms out, it was done.
Recovery and solid dealings with the circumstances thrown at them. The injury from Depp, not something that anybody expected nor wanted to see. They looked at 10-10, and overall, he did a very good job delivering and performing here for this team. I think that in the future,
RRQ win 10 rounds against Secret, they are confirmed first
stage 2, that could be their time.
They gotta get
exactly.
10
I mean, the
rounds.
thing for ZETA you have to remember is that the kickoff didn't look great, and it has looked way better this stage. Way
right.
better
Let's listen to
against some tough
Prodigy.
opponents.
Prodigy's been
So there has
out
to
here
be some
looking.
hope now for this squad
RRQ
going
win
into stage
equals
2.
RRQ Talon T1 NONGSHIM. If RRQ loses, the RRQ's first seed no matter what.
For the Noodle Bros.
So if RRQ win, RRQ first, Talon second, T1 third, NONGSHIM 4. If RRQ lose, RRQ first, NONGSHIM second, T1 third, and Talon. The T1 are no matter what third, so they play DRX.
I'm standing with
You
NONGSHIM Red
could argue maybe it was better for GENG to lose today.
Wow, that last Omega playoffs ticket goes to NONGSHIM. Your team took that much needed win today.
T1
How
DRX.
are you feeling? What's going on in your head right now? 마지막 그룹
That's kinda
오메가의
sick, though.
플레이오프 진출권 오늘 가져가셨습니다.
Let's see
지금
who the
무슨
best team
생각이
in
좀
Korea is
드시나요?
again.
빨리 가서 맛있는 밥 먹고 싶어요.
Margaret is just, done and wants to go eat something delicious today. And that we saw that NONGSHIM face, gun a-blazing, that pace that we all know and love. And Margaret's play today was marvelous. Was there something that turned on in a switch in you today? 오늘 마가렛 선수의 활약이 정말 마블러스 했거든요. 대단했습니다. 혹시 오늘 좀 뭔가 달랐던 그런 게 있었나요?
그냥 이 플레이오프 가고 싶어가지고 좀 간절히 했던 것 같습니다.
마음 먹으면 해내는 남자 마가렛. I really wanted to make it to the playoffs, and I think that's what motivated me throughout today. And we were all thrown back that ZETA came in with that Pearl pick. What was your thoughts and the team's thought when you guys played against ZETA's Pearl?
tomorrow? Yeah,
like how they played really well as well. 이제 또 이해하셨나요? 제타 디비전이 펄을 이렇게 픽했을 때 저희 많은 분들이 좀 놀라셨거든요. 그리고 카운터를 준비를 되게 잘 해왔잖아요. 팀이 처음에 든 생각과 좀 해보니까 어떠셨어요?
저희가 처음에 시작할 때 우리 아니면 투감셜 너네가 어떻게 할 건데 이런 마인드로 했었는데 좀 저희가 중간에 잘 못 풀어나간 것 같아서 좀 아쉬웠던 것 같아요.
Initially when we first played it, we thought we got the upper hand, like who's gonna play the two Sentinels better than us, but I think we were underestimating them a little bit, so yeah, they played well. That would be my take on it. And this is your first year joining into Pacific and also your first playoffs in Stage 1. What is your mindset? Are you excited? 퍼시픽 조인하자마자 바로 플레이오프 진출에 성공해냈습니다. 어때요? 좀 각오 기대만 가득할까요?
네,
그냥 배고프죠?
근데 그냥 플레이오프 가서도 이겼으면 좋겠어요. 그냥.
벌써 다음 경기를 생각하고 계시는군요.
네.
I asked him what his mindset was, and he said, you know, I just want to win in playoffs and maybe get that Toronto ticket as well. And NONGSHIM takes that playoff ticket to against ZETA, and that is all from me. Thank you, Margaret, for joining me, and I'll be back next week.
Hey, lovely
오늘
chat, lovely,
농심의
lovely.
승리로 마가렛 선수와 인터뷰 만나봤고요.
For
저희는
those who want to
여기서
watch more
인사드리지만
Valorant, we are around
데스크 남아있으니
in,
어디 가지 마세요.
what is it, 7 hours?
가볼까요, 저희는?
I think 7 hours for Americas. If not, we will be back for Pacific tomorrow. Gerber's on the desk, just celebrating.
And it's a NONGSHIM win.
Okay, give me someone to raid though. We'll stick around for a little bit to see how happy he is. Who are we raiding? Who's streaming? Wait, what happened? Did Gerber just? Oh my goodness!
NONGSHIM was able to bounce back after that second map. There were so many amazing plays that happened, and we just saw
Cooper? Yeah, we'll raid Cooper.
the NONGSHIM squad.
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly what everybody was waiting to see from these guys. They played with so
Give
much
Cupid
confidence,
some,
and this map 3
some
was
follows.
an absolute banger to watch. So many insane moments from both teams. This one, but was this Rex DLL? I couldn't believe that round. Honestly, what an insane game. Only bangers on Split, but NONGSHIM sealed their spot in the playoffs.
There's so many great clutch moments in this game, but you had to have a lot of
Look at this.
faith.
He's sliding! He's sliding!
Yeah.
Nothing, man. Nothing again.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Like, honestly, it's absolutely cooked. The amount of clutch moments that you had from these teams, but I think there was a lot of confidence once NONGSHIM actually moved over to that defensive side. They looked very, very solid as always. They've closed out a lot of games on defense, and it has been the
Yeah, they got that one plant pissed around.
A little bit of a look at their comp.
Well, of course, I think somebody who's just as happy as the team are is, of course, Chobra, who we have here back on the desk. Chobra, we heard you. Yeah. We heard you while you were on stream and you were watch partying. And yeah, I wasn't saying. I mean, like, obviously you are so happy that the team won. I'm not sure he's coming out through the stream.
Is he coming? Can we have a little?
Yeah, this is turning to a watch party. Chat.
Do we get to see him? Maybe we don't get to see him. All right, chat. I'm gonna say goodbye. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you. I appreciate you all. The production doesn't want to show him.
He's here just as like a statue, just to rub it in our faces.
Yeah, that's how we messed up for sure.
Should I do the watch party thing and just do this?
All right, thank you so much, everyone. Thank you, guys.
No? You guys, okay.
Appreciate you all. See you soon. Bye.
Dude, the audio director tried to silence
we got it. He's like, no, you know what? He was cheering for
YouTube chat. Thank you for watching. I will see you guys soon.
You couldn't take the
Subscribe if you can.
No,
Bye.
It's all right. Listen.